What glory and honor! Bitch! Raged Meng Hao from within the war chariot. He was originally a scholar, and was not the type of person to curse at others. However, after the parrot awakened, it had quite a wicked influence on him, and he had inevitably learned to swear. Unfortunately, after all the years, he had only mastered this one curse. The 10th Wang clan patriarch laughed hoarsely. The sound of it was filled with ancientness, like a cold wind blown from somewhere amidst countless years of time. I'm sorry, he said, but all the women in my immediate family are dead. If you'd like, we could make a deal. I'd be happy to deliver their skeletons to you. What do you think? Meng Hao's face was extremely unsightly as he sped along in the war chariot. The 10th Wang clan patriarch continued to follow, and actually gained on Meng Hao. Meng Hao could clearly sense that his own body was continuously emitting white mist. He was filled with the pain of having something within him forcefully separated, which caused anxiety to fill his eyes. It's still not time to use the immortal sword, he thought. Foundation seizing grand magic, said the 10th Wang clan patriarch. His voice echoed out in all directions, but Meng Hao was incapable of looking back. However, he could sense the speed with which the white mist poured out of him suddenly increase by several fold. An indescribable pain filled him, and he couldn't hold back from letting out a despondent shout. Shockingly, something that looked like red veins could be seen pulsing on his face, and in fact, his entire body. It almost appeared as if he was about to be torn to pieces, from the inside out. Meng Hao began to shake, and blood sprayed from his mouth. He was now unable to continue to employ the chi of Immortal shows the way, so the war chariot came to a stop and shrank down. He put it into his bag of holding and then, enduring the intense pain, lifted his right hand to produce the flag of 3 streamers. He waved it out in front of him, and instantly, dense fog billowed up. Down below, the seemingly never-ending black seawater seemed almost to be congealed in place. Not a single ripple could be seen on its surface. The 10th Wang clan patriarch floated in the air some distance away, grinning at Meng Hao. It was a ghastly grin, filled with greed, almost as if to him, Meng Hao was food. His expression caused Meng Hao's scalp to go numb. He waved the flag of 3 streamers, causing the monstrous black mist to sweep toward the 10th Wang clan patriarch. That magical item looks a bit familiar, said the 10th Wang clan patriarch, his eyes glittering. He performed an incantation with his right hand, and then pointed forward. Moonrise over the sea, he said in his hoarse voice. Down below, the black seawater immediately turned violet. Then a red-colored moon suddenly rose up from within. The appearance of the red moon caused flames to fill the world. They transformed into a massive fireball that shot toward Meng Hao's flag of 3 streamers. When they slammed into each other, the flag wasn't damaged, but the black mist immediately fell apart. The red moon, on the other hand, faded like an extinguished lamp, completely defeated and dispersed. Next, the flag of 3 streamers expanded, spreading out to blot out the sky and also push Meng Hao and the 10th Wang clan patriarch apart. The 10th Wang clan patriarch's face flickered, and he said, "This treasure is very familiar. I'm sure that I've seen it somewhere before." Looking very serious, he performed a double-handed incantation, then raised his hands high above his head and touched his 10 fingertips together. Power of the rising sun, disperse all darkness of night. At the moment, everything was pitch black, with no light existing anywhere. The flag of 3 streamers seemed to have become part of the darkness of night. But then, a beam of light appeared, shooting out from the 10th Wang clan patriarch to swirl around him. It was almost like he had turned into a rising sun in the middle of the dark night. The rising sun had appeared, and a bright glow began to spread out in all directions. Its power began to dispel the power of the dark night. The boundless blackness vanished under the light and was completely cast away. Meng Hao couldn't take it, and blood sprayed out of his mouth. The flag of 3 streamers rumbled and began to glow blurry. It spun backward, shrinking down at the same time. The entire world filled with brightness, and the 10th Wang clan patriarch floated there in midair. If you looked at him, it was impossible to tell whether he was a person or a sun. Meng Hao's mind trembled. This was a divine ability, a Taoist magic that he had never even heard of. What divine ability is this? A tremor ran through his body, and blood poured from his mouth. When the sunlight had dispelled the darkness of night, it seemed he was considered to be part of the night. His body burst into flames, and he let out a shrill cry. Violet light flickered in his eyes as he frenziedly healed himself. However, it was still amid thunderous rumbling sounds that he fell down toward the Black Sea below. The 10th Wang clan patriarch's voice was filled with pride as he said, "That was another art personally created by the Wang clan ancestor. For you to have seen it with your own eyes means that you can wear a smile on your face as you go to the underworld." His face was a bit paler than before. Clearly it was not a simple thing to use the art he just had. Were it not for the fact that he needed to end the battle, he wouldn't have used it. The bright glow filled a vast area, and the seawater was turning violet. As Meng Hao splashed into the water, the Wang clan patriarch's eyes flickered. Even now, he still doesn't unleash the power of that immortal sword? He thought. When I first arrived, he could only use about half of the power. Now, on the verge of death, he still doesn't utilize it. I can thus be 70% certain that the immortal sword is now useless. He suddenly flashed through the air, stretching his right hand out to grab at Meng Hao. Foundation seizing grand magic. A black glow spread out from the 5 fingers of his right hand. The light transformed into something like a black hole that emanated a shocking gravitational force. Meng Hao's entire person appeared to be decaying. His flesh split and tore, his hair fell out, and he looked withered to the extreme. His life force faded rapidly. Compared to the 10th Wang clan patriarch's peak Tao-seeking cultivation base, Meng Hao's own cultivation base was too weak. Even as the 10th Wang clan patriarch closed in, madness suddenly burned in Meng Hao's eyes. Despite the fact that his blood vessels were shattered, and he was gravely injured, he still managed to slap his bag of holding with his right hand. The alcohol flagon appeared, and he took a drink. Then the immortal sword could be seen, and he spit the alcohol out of his mouth. Immortal chi exploded out, swift and fierce to the extreme. When the 10th Wang clan patriarch saw that it was about to slash toward him, his heart trembled, but after only a slight moment, he smiled coldly. He had long since prepared for exactly this situation. He immediately began to perform an incantation that would cause a body double to appear in his exact position. However, it was at this point that a violent tremor ran through Meng Hao. Apparently, he couldn't keep his grip on the immortal sword. Blood sprayed from his mouth, and his entire right arm instantly exploded into a haze of blood and gore. The immortal's sword tumbled down into the sea. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed clear what had happened. Meng Hao was not capable of handling the power of the sword, and yet had still tried to forcefully control it. His right arm couldn't sustain the power and had exploded. Meng Hao laughed bitterly, and a look of despair appeared on his face. "I can't accept this," he howled, his voice filled with extreme grief and indignation. The 10th Wang clan patriarch watched on smiling. As of this point, he was now 80% certain that the immortal sword could be of no more threat to him. A ferocious expression appeared on his face. Of course, having lived for so many years, he was wily and cunning, and even more so cautious. Despite the current situation, and Meng Hao having lost an arm, he was still not off guard regarding the immortal sword. Instead of trying to lay hands on the immortal sword, he headed toward Meng Hao. When Meng Hao saw this, anger sprang up in his heart. However, it only took a moment for a completely ruthless idea to spring up in his head. The ruthlessness of the idea actually did not target the 10th Wang clan patriarch, but rather himself. The 10th Wang clan patriarch neared. Hovering in front of Meng Hao, he lifted his right hand up and pushed the shimmering blackness onto Meng Hao's chest. Then he dug his hand into Meng Hao's flesh, his fingernails literally ripping through Meng Hao's flesh. "Your skin is thick and your body tough," grated the 10th Wang clan patriarch. "Not bad. If you were able to take your fleshly body to the next stage, then perhaps I wouldn't be able to deal with you. But right now, it's just not quite good enough. His fingernails stabbed deep into Meng Hao's chest. Foundation seizing grand magic. A strange light appeared in the eyes of the 10th Wang clan patriarch. A thirst, a desire, and an excitement. His fingers tightened viciously, and a rotating black hole appeared inside of Meng Hao. The gravitation force it exerted was shocking, and completely filled Meng Hao. His body began to tremble as unthinkable pain filled him. Countless blood-colored strands appeared all over his body. These strands had long since fused into him. This was his perfect Tao foundation. It was the foundation upon which he would achieve his Tao in the future. Now, though, the blood-colored strands twisted and distorted as they shrank down, relentlessly sucked toward the black hole in his chest. They were sucked toward his chest from his legs, his arms, his head, from every position in his body. From now on, your perfect Tao foundation belongs to me. Henceforth, my path to immortal ascension will be open. I will no longer be a false immortal, but rather a true immortal. I will pursue the path of the ancestor and become an almighty expert of heaven and earth. The 10th Wang clan patriarch was so incredibly excited that he lifted his head up and laughed out loud. He slowly pulled his right hand back, and as he did, countless red strands stretched out between it and Meng Hao's body. The red strands shone resplendently, and anyone who saw them would think of perfection. Absolute perfection without blemish. Meng Hao's body withered and grew old. His cultivation base also fell. He could feel his qi condensation foundation vanish. His Tao pillar foundation disappeared. His perfect core also faded away. His expression was hollow, as if he had lost all power to fight back. He lay there blankly, bitterness filling his face. Pain racked his body, although it couldn't even come close to matching the pain he felt in his heart. The 10th Wang clan patriarch looked at the red strands that were building up in his hand, and intense desire built up in his eyes. His heart filled with excitement and elation. In fact, he was more excited now than he ever had been in his entire life. In this moment, he completely set aside any preparations he had made to defend against the immortal sword. His entire heart and mind was completely focused on extracting the perfect Tao foundation. It was then, after he had abandoned his defenses, that grim coldness suddenly appeared in Meng Hao's blank eyes. Anybody who wants to take my Tao foundation must first pay the price. Immortal sword. Meng Hao's eyes were filled with madness that caused the Wang clan patriarch's mind to tremble. Suddenly, the immortal sword that had sunk down into the sea exploded with an earth-shaking sword qi. It shot out from within the water, moving at incredible speed. Shocking sword qi billowed out as the immortal sword flew up from the bottom of the sea, moving with indescribable speed. The 10th Wang clan patriarch's face fell, and an intense sense of deadly crisis filled him. He was about to dodge to the side when Meng Hao's left hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed down onto the Wang clan patriarch's arm. Meng Hao's eyes were shot with blood, and his expression was one of utmost ferocity, as if he were a devil or a fiend. He glared at the 10th Wang clan patriarch, his hand filled with the power of his life force, his stubbornness, and his madness. "You?" said the 10th Wang clan patriarch, his face flickering as he sent the power of his cultivation base bursting out in all directions. His mind trembled with the sense of impending doom. He knew that he could not make any mistakes, but because the sword aura completely filled the entire area, he could not tell where exactly the immortal sword was coming from. What he could do, though, was completely lock down the entire area. Rumble! The immortal sword did not fly up out of the sea to attack the 10th Wang clan patriarch. That would slow it down a bit, and right now, at this juncture, each moment counted for everything. In his madness, Meng Hao had been waiting for this very moment. In the end, he used the immortal qi and the immortal sword to stab himself. The sword pierced into his back to appear directly in front of the 10th Wang clan patriarch. The 10th Wang clan patriarch had locked down all other avenues of approach, but he had forgotten about Meng Hao's body. There was no way he could ever have imagined that Meng Hao would possibly be so ruthless. This was not a ruthlessness toward enemies, but a ruthlessness toward himself. The Immortal's sword stabbed through his body with lightning-like speed, then shot out from his chest toward the 10th Wang clan patriarch. The 10th Wang clan patriarch's mind spun. His first mistake was not realizing that Meng Hao would actually wait until the very last possible moment to unleash his desire to kill. The second mistake was not realizing that Meng Hao would use his own body as the vessel with which to deliver the blow of the Immortal's sword. He wanted to defend himself, but could not. He wanted to ward off the blow, but was unable. "If I can't live, then we will perish together," said Meng Hao. "What's to fear in death? Mortals can live for 100 years at most. I, Meng Hao, have already lived more than 200 years. What's the harm in dying? From the moment I stepped onto the path of cultivation, I was prepared. I don't care about dying, but what I do care about is living a life of freedom and independence. The resurrection lily turned into fetters that held me back. And as for you, 10th Wang clan patriarch, you want to do the same? Well then, I'll just have to sever you." Meng Hao's level of determination and decisiveness could shake heaven and earth. Bam! The Immortal sword and its shocking sword chi stabbed directly into the 10th Wang clan patriarch. He let out a blood-curdling scream, then jerked his right arm to shake off Meng Hao's hand. Meng Hao's body lurched up as vast quantities of red, perfect Tao foundation strands were wrenched out of him. They transformed into a resplendent red cloud that hovered up above. The 10th Wang clan patriarch immediately pulled the brightly shining red strands of perfection into his body. It was a moment in which he should have been extremely smug. Instead, he screamed in miserable and shocking fashion. The Immortal's sword pierced through his chest, exploding his heart and sending blood spraying about in all directions. He retreated, his mind filled with astonishment and terror. The wound to his body was secondary to the unbridled immortal chi which tore through his body. But all of that was actually not even worth mentioning when compared to the trembling of his soul. That was the most terrifying thing to him. His soul shook to the point where it felt as if it were going to be torn to shreds. "New!" The 10th Wang clan patriarch howled as he sensed that the 3 spiritual aspects and 7 physical aspects of his soul, which formerly had been fused harmoniously, were now being ripped apart by the stabbing of the Immortal sword. In fact, all aspects of his soul were rapidly beginning to fade. Meng Hao, Dai. Unprecedented madness filled the 10th Wang clan patriarch. He lifted his head up and howled as his entire body filled with rumbling sounds. Blood and gore oozed out from his mutilated chest. Suddenly, his withered body expanded as the red strands of the perfect Tao foundation fused into his arm and the rest of his body. Suddenly, a trace of his own immortal chi bloomed inside of him. Unfortunately, it didn't matter that immortal chi had appeared. He was unable to prevent the collapse of his soul. "Immortal! I will become immortal!" he raved. Shouting, he flew toward Meng Hao, his expression vicious. He raised his right hand into the air. Everything shook. Immortal chi rose up into the sky, and the seawater vibrated. Meng Hao had lost his Tao foundation, and his cultivation base had fallen. He no longer looked like a young man. He was old now, withered, with only a single breath of life left. And yet, he smiled. A smile filled with contentment, freedom, and viciousness. "If you want to take away my Tao foundation, you have to pay the price." As the 10th Wang clan patriarch's massive palm strike descended, the sky grew dim. Just as the power of the attack was about to envelop him, suddenly, a sigh could be heard coming from within the sea. Black fog roiled out, covering over Meng Hao. In the blink of an eye, the fog ebbed and he vanished from beneath the Wang clan patriarch's palm. Something else appeared at the same time as the fog. A ship. Its aura was ancient, and it was filled with the vestiges of the passage of time. The deck was dilapidated, and the entire ship seemed completely ancient. This was none other than the ancient underworld ship. At the prow of the ship, a man sat cross-legged, wearing a dilapidated suit of armor. Next to him lay Meng Hao. His eyes were closed, and it was impossible to tell whether he was alive or dead. The Wang clan patriarch's palm strike slammed into the sea, sending water splashing everywhere as a huge depression appeared. The 10th Wang clan patriarch was screaming and going crazy. Although the aura of an immortal grew more clear on his body, his expression was one of madness. His soul was on the verge of dissipating. He had already lost one physical aspect of his soul, leaving him with only 3 spiritual and 6 physical aspects. "I won't accept this," he roared. His hatred toward Meng Hao had reaching the pinnacle. His mind and thinking were no longer clear, and the only thing on his mind was that before he died, he needed to kill Meng Hao. He charged forward, but at the same time, the underworld ship began to drift away. No matter how the 10th Wang clan patriarch pursued it, he couldn't catch up. He could only watch as the underworld ship disappeared off into the sea. "Die!" roared the Wang clan patriarch. Blood oozed out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. He violently slammed his palm onto the top of his head, causing blood to spray out. However, in that moment he suddenly regained some of his clarity. "I will reach immortal ascension. My soul must remain complete. I can't die. I haven't reached immortal ascension yet. I'm just on the verge." His eyes bloodshot, he opened up a rift in the air and then vanished. Shockingly, when he reappeared, he was back in the southern domain in the Wang clan. "I will reach immortal ascension. I will become immortal. I cannot die. I will not die. I have the perfect Tao foundation, and am destined to be immortal. Immortal Qi has already appeared. How could I possibly die?" As he raved, his mind was thrown into complete chaos. Right now, the only thing he could think about was reaching immortal ascension. His eyes were completely bloodshot as he flew down toward one of the cities of the Wang clan. The city was populated completely by members of the Wang clan. There were mortals and cultivators, elderly people and children. As he shot toward the city, several hundred cultivators flew out. When they saw the appearance of the 10th patriarch, their faces fell. "Patriarch! Patriarch, you AI!" Even as the people opened their mouths to greet him, the 10th Wang clan patriarch grabbed one of the Wang clan members and then crushed his fingers down. The cultivator's head exploded, and his soul flew out to be inhaled by the 10th Wang clan patriarch. The other Wang clan members were shocked, but before they could react, the 10th Wang clan patriarch turned into a black wind that whistled toward them. Miserable shrieks began to echo out in all directions as hundreds of people were all eradicated, their souls absorbed by the 10th Wang clan patriarch. "I will reach immortal ascension," he raved. "I will not die." His eyes red, he shot down toward the city. Everywhere he passed, blood-curdling screams rang out. Countless souls flew toward him, which he absorbed. In the space of only about 10 breaths, the entire city was deathly silent. Everyone in the city was dead. Only the 10th Wang clan patriarch remained. He flew up into the air, howling. "Return to me, my soul," he howled. There were a total of 3 such cities within the Wang clan. The 10th Wang clan patriarch suddenly vanished, to reappear outside the second city. The scene that played out was exactly the same as before. Miserable shrieks could be heard as countless lives met heartrending ends. A black cloud covered the entire city as all members of the Wang bloodline had their souls consumed by the 10th Wang clan patriarch. It all happened in the blink of an eye, and yet the spiritual and physical aspects of his soul were still dispersing. Of the original 7 total, 1 spiritual aspect and 2 physical aspects had already vanished. "New!" he howled, shooting toward the 3rd city. This city was the location of the Wang clan's ancestral mansion in South Heaven. As he neared, thousands of cultivators shot out from within, including 2 spirit-severing experts. Their faces were filled with shock. "The patriarch has gone mad. He massacred 2 cities full of clan members. He's insane." Boom! Within the territory of the Wang clan were the mountains in which successive generations of patriarchs were buried. 7 mountain ranges in particular suddenly emanated shocking roars. In the blink of an eye, 7 coffins appeared, from out of which exploded 7 emaciated old men. Each and every one was in a rage. "10th Patriarch, what are you doing? 10th Patriarch, stay your hand." Their shocking roars rose up like thunder, causing a bit of lucidity to suddenly appear in the eyes of the 10th Wang clan patriarch. In that moment, he realized everything that he had done, and his body began to tremble. In his heart, he felt pain from having slaughtered countless members of his own clan. Intense pain filled him, but only for a moment. Then, his eyes shone with determination. "I'll kill you and consume your souls too. Then, I will achieve immortal ascension. The whole clan can die, as long as I remain alive." He was willing to sink into depravity, all for immortal ascension, all to avoid death. Tears streamed down the face of the 10th Wang clan patriarch. He howled, and his eyes were completely bloodshot. He no longer even had a heart, but he still felt a sense of belonging to the clan and the bonds of kinship toward his fellow clan members. But now it was too late to turn back. He was not willing to die, especially not after he had acquired the perfect Tao foundation and his body was filled with immortal qi. The only thing he could do was sink to the lowest level. Regret? He did not know the meaning of the term. He could only consume the souls of his own bloodline. Only those souls could save his life. This was the only thing he could do, all for immortal ascension. The 10th Wang clan patriarch howled hoarsely as his consciousness grew murky. He slipped further into madness. Kill, kill, kill. He had no idea how many people he killed, nor how many souls of fellow clan members he consumed. In one night, all the members of the Wang clan in the clan's third city died. The patriarchs buried in the various mountain ranges were destroyed amidst rumbling booms. The 7 patriarchs had incredible cultivation bases, but the 10th Wang clan patriarch now possessed immortal qi, as well as a perfect Tao foundation. They simply couldn't compare to him and were no match at all. One by one, they all died. Mountains crumbled, and everything shook. In one night, the Wang clan's entire foundation in the lands of South Heaven was uprooted. This was genocide. He was the 10th patriarch, who had existed for ages in the lands of South Heaven. He was the patriarch with the highest cultivation base in the clan, a person the clan members looked up to like a god. But on that day, the god became a devil and carnage reigned. During the massacre, he regained lucidity 3 times. The first time was when he killed his younger brother, the 11th Wang clan patriarch who had stayed by his side for countless years. He ripped his soul out, then, tears streaming down his face, laughed maniacally and consumed it. The second time was when he killed his most beloved member of the junior generation. The man cried, begging the patriarch to spare his life. He crushed the man's skull. Then, his hands still covered with blood and brain, grabbed the soul and consumed it. The third time was when the world had grown completely silent. Beneath his feet was nothing but wreckage and bodies. No living person existed. At that point, he regained clarity. However, that clarity only lasted for a few breaths of time. Then he slipped back into madness. By this point, his body was no longer injured. He was recovered. However, the souls that he had lost would remain forever lost. 2 spiritual aspects and 3 physical aspects were gone forever. He now had only 1 spiritual aspect and 4 physical aspects. This was a result bought by the lives of all the Wang clan members in the lands of South Heaven. His soul did not dissipate and he did not die. However, with only 1 spiritual aspect and 4 physical aspects to his soul, who knew if and when he would ever become lucid again? For the most part, he was descended into madness and carnage. Before he completely sank back down into the depravity, he shed some tears, which spattered down onto the ruins of the Wang clan. Perhaps years later, a field of blood-colored flowers would bloom in that very spot. He raised his head and let out a mournful, bitter laugh. Then he turned into a bright beam of light that shot off into the distance. Immortal Ascension. I will become immortal. He left, forever submerged within his insanity. Henceforth, there was no Wang clan in the lands of South Heaven. In its place, a lunatic existed who constantly raved about immortal ascension. Of course, few people dared to provoke the madman. That was because he was halfway into immortal ascension. He possessed immortal qi and only needed to pass through immortal tribulation to become a true immortal. Unfortunately, his soul was not complete, and he was eternally sunken into depravity. His day of immortal tribulation would never come. In the depths of the second ring of the Milky Way Sea was an enormous resurrection lily, drifting back and forth in the water. It was impossible to see the number of colors, but what could be seen was the figure of a woman sitting on the flower. She almost seemed to be using the petals as a swing as she swayed back and forth. No Tao foundation. He likely perished. In the League of Demon Sealers, the ninth is the pinnacle. It seems the League is broken. Outside the fourth ring of the Milky Way Sea, an island sped across the surface of the water. Suddenly, a tremor ran through it, and it stopped moving. After a long, long moment, an enormous head rose up out of the sea and looked off into the distance. His aura is gone. The little bastard is full of schemes and wickedness. He's dead? Good. Great. Wonderful. Wait. He died. The head quivered slightly. Patriarch Reliance wanted to feel happy, but for some reason he actually wasn't. Dead. Damn it, who killed him? He's the Patriarch's only inner sect disciple. The little bastard is endlessly scheming. How could he have died? On the island, guy-eying Trirane also seemed to have sensed something, and her face paled. She leaned up against the old boat spirit, sorrow filling her eyes. Didn't you promise me that you would help me turn into a sea? You broke your promise? In the lands of the Southern Domain, in the Violet Fate sect, Pill Demon was smiling as he concocted a batch of pills especially for Meng Hao. Recently, he'd gotten the feeling that master and apprentice would be reunited before too long. He wanted to finish concocting the special batch of pills before they met in person. However, it was in that moment that the pill furnace suddenly exploded. Pill Demon suddenly seemed to age by hundreds of years. He silently looked off into the distance for a long, long time. Chu Yuyen was sitting cross-legged in meditation, practicing cultivation in her Immortal's cave. Then, for some unknown reason, her heart suddenly felt troubled. Her eyes opened, and she looked up into the night sky. A shooting star flew by. When I was young, my dad always said that when you see a shooting star, it means someone just perished. In the Black Civ sect, Su Qing sat with eyes closed, seeking enlightenment of a Taoist magic she had acquired in the Demon Immortal sect. Suddenly, a tremor ran through her body, and her eyes opened. Her face was deathly pale, and she lifted her hand up to her chest. An intense, uneasy feeling made her suddenly stop cultivating. She walked out of her Immortal's cave, her face growing even more ashen. Pain. This is the second time I felt pain like this. The first time was the time by the rebirth cave. Meng Hao, is it you? What happened? Why am I suddenly so frightened? Su Qing didn't know why, but she suddenly found herself weeping. She didn't dare to think too deeply about her sudden premonition. Trembling, she flew up into the sky. Although she didn't know the source of the feeling, for some reason she looked toward the Milky Way Sea and then began flying. On that day, Fatty was very irritable. He violently lost his temper countless times in the Golden Frost sect, although he wasn't sure why. On that day, Chin Fan killed. Although he looked calm, deep in his heart existed a boundless desire to slaughter. He flew out of the sect and killed numerous villainous cultivators. On that day in the Blood Demon sect, Wang Yukai made a cultivation-based breakthrough into the nascent soul stage. However, he felt no joy. He looked in the direction where the state of Zhao used to exist and thought of his childhood and of his old friends. On that day in the northern reaches, a blood cultivator rose to prominence. Acting alone, he slaughtered an entire small-scale sect, then occupied the location. He was young, but unfeeling and cold-blooded. In his blood-soaked hands, he held a magical item, a pearl. The young man had a name, too, Dong Hu. On that day, in the great Tang of the Eastern Lands, in a tall tower, a husband and wife got into an argument the likes of which was virtually unprecedented. The woman eventually stormed off, her eyes filled with tears. The man looked silently off into the distance. There was no one to see it, but tears streamed down his face. Time slowly passed by. Su Qing arrived in the Milky Way Sea. No matter how she searched, she found nothing. An entire 60-year cycle passed before she silently picked an area on the border of the southern domain where she sat down to meditate. Every day she would look out at the Milky Way Sea. She had the feeling that out there somewhere was Meng Hao. It was only a feeling, but she believed it. As for the couple who had argued, the woman also reached the Milky Way Sea. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she went to the third ring, to the second ring, to everywhere. She found nothing. She searched and even fought a battle with the Dawn Immortal in the second ring. The battle shook heaven and earth. All of the sea devils in the second ring were killed, and black seawater spread out to cover the entire third ring. Heaven and earth grew dark, and as for who won the battle and who lost, nobody knew. 100 years passed. In the inner ring of the Milky Way Sea, the water was red. An ancient battleship floated across the surface of the water, at the prow of which sat an old man in a suit of armor. He sat there cross-legged, apparently looking off into the distance. It was impossible to tell what exactly he was looking at. Next to the old man rested a body. It was a man with no hair or eyebrows. He was completely shriveled up. Wrinkles covered his skin, and he looked as if he had just climbed up out of a grave. The entire body stank of putrefaction. He had no right arm, and a gaping hole could be seen in his chest, where there existed no heart whatsoever. A flame burned above him, casting out a gentle light that covered over his body. As the light was cast out, it transformed into glittering dots, within each of which could be seen flickering, incomprehensible magical symbols. Oh, so slowly, those dots of light bored into the hole in Meng Hao's chest. Inside of Meng Hao's chest, the flesh and blood writhed, as if it were slowly growing. The years seemed as if they would flow by in this manner forever, and because they were in the inner ring of the Milky Way Sea, there was no one who could find the ancient ship or Meng Hao. On one particular day, the armored old man slowly opened his eyes. Hidden within them were the sun, the moon, and the stars. Endless years of time permeated those eyes, as if the man could see into their boundless depths. He turned his head, and his abstruse gaze fell onto Meng Hao. When that happened, Meng Hao's body seemed to experience the passing of thousands of years. The fire burned intensely, emitting more crystalline dots of light that merged into the hole in his chest. The wriggling of the blood and flesh increased, and soon the healing process was visible to the naked eye. A new heart formed, and the wounds were healed. Even the bones and flesh of the right arm slowly began to grow out. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, Meng Hao was completely restored. Not a wound could be seen on him. However, his hair was pure white, and he looked incredibly old, as if he were an elderly man. Weakness radiated out from him as he opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with confusion. He lay there thinking for a long time before memories started to trickle into his brain. He thought of the 10th Wang clan patriarch, and how he had chosen to end in common ruin with him rather than give up his freedom. In the end, he had landed a sword blow on the Wang patriarch's soul. My cultivation base. He closed his eyes and cast his senses inward. After a while, he slowly rose into a sitting position and looked at the armored old man, who sat with his back to him. The old man seemed as if he would sit on this ship for all eternity as it roamed about. Meng Hao clasped hands and bowed deeply. Senior, thank you for your kindness in saving my life. The old man didn't say anything in response. It almost seemed like he didn't even know who Meng Hao was. He was simply roaming about and happened to encounter him. Spurred by some distant memories, he had randomly reached out to save him. Heaven and earth have their end. But what about me? Where is my end? The old man's murmuring voice was hoarse and incomparably ancient. He finally sighed and closed his eyes, seemingly slipping into a state of lifelessness. Meng Hao could clearly see the old man sitting there with his back to him, but he couldn't sense his existence at all. In fact, he couldn't even sense the existence of the ship. Senior, he said, gaping. Finally, he realized that the old man was immersed in his own world. Meng Hao crossed his legs reticently and then looked off into the distance and began to think. My Tao foundation is gone. He felt empty inside and could not sense a cultivation base. It was as if it had vanished like mist or smoke. An intense weakness filled him, and he felt so incredibly old that it seemed that death was just around the corner. He now had absolutely no cultivation base whatsoever. Filled with bitterness, Meng Hao tried to begin to practice cultivation, but his entire body was like a sieve. No matter what breathing exercises he did, he couldn't build up even a bit of spiritual energy. However, he wouldn't give in so easily, so he produced a bag of holding. Although he himself had no spiritual energy, bags of holding from Seahold could be opened once without any spiritual energy. He had bought quite a few such bags in the past. The parrot and the meat jelly were inside the bag, sleeping. It seemed Meng Hao's weakness had caused them to lose their own vitality. He took a medicinal pill out from the bag of holding, then consumed it and started meditating. After attempting qi condensation techniques for a moment, he trembled, and his face went pale. Once again, he looked listless and dispirited. "I can't practice cultivation," he murmured. "I have no foundation whatsoever to build on." As of now, Meng Hao was certain that his Tao foundation was completely and utterly gone. Still not able to accept it, Meng Hao tried again. Time passed, and soon a month had gone by. Meng Hao tried a variety of methods, but none of them formed even the slightest bit of a cultivation base. It was a complete failure. He tried over and over again, but his body only continued to grow weaker. After another month, he finally accepted that he was in a hopeless situation. Bitter laughter rang out, growing louder and louder, breaking the silence of the Milky Way Sea's inner ring as it echoed out from within the ship. The laughter also contained intense hatred. 10th Wang Clan Patriarch. He wasn't sure if the 10th Wang Clan Patriarch was dead. But as of now, that didn't matter. "I have no cultivation base, but I'm still alive. However, considering my current life force, who knows how many more days I can stay alive." His bitter laughter gradually grew weaker, and finally, he stared off into the distance, empty and numb. He wasn't even sure what he was seeing. His mind was blank. He thought of nothing. He looked at nothing. Eventually, his gaze turned to fall on the armored old man, and hope suddenly flickered in his eyes. His life had been saved by this old man, and considering how mystical he was, and how bizarre the ancient underworld ship was, Meng Hao was confident that if the man did something, his own cultivation base could potentially be restored. Meng Hao stood, clasped his hands, and bowed deeply. "Senior." The old man didn't speak. He seemed as lifeless as ever. Meng Hao hesitated for a moment, then walked around to stand in front of the old man. He was just about to bow again, when suddenly his eyes went wide with disbelief. The old man's face was filled with boundless ancientness and time. However, when Meng Hao looked at it, his heart and mind trembled. The man's body was actually not material, but rather faint and translucent. Except, Meng Hao clearly remembered that the old man wasn't like this before. After a moment of thought, he slowly reached up his right hand and attempted to touch the old man. His hand passed directly through him as if through empty space, and when he tried it a second time, the same thing happened. Finally, he stepped forward and ended up walking directly through him. He turned his head to look back, and his eyes were filled with a complex expression. Was I simply mistaken before? Was he always like this? Is his existence tied into the meaning of the ship's name? Underworld ship. Ship of the Underworld Spectre. Meng Hao laughed bitterly as he began to look around. The ship was broken down, dilapidated, filled with an aura of rot. Several days later, he finished exploring the ship in its entirety, and never found anything out of the ordinary. Everything he saw and touched was ancient and archaic. He stood at the prow and looked out as the underworld ship slid noiselessly across the water. Everything was quiet. The sea rose and fell, although there were no waves. They never encountered any other living things. It seemed that wherever this ship went, everything became completely quiet. Well, this is fine too. I can spend the last years of my life on an empty ship all alone. I bet nobody knows that I'm about to perish, he murmured. At least that way, Master won't be sad, nor will Su Qing feel too much grief. Fatty, elder brother, and all my other friends. None of them will know. He sat down cross-legged in the place where he had woken up earlier and looked off into the distance. As he did, his heart slowly became peaceful. He no longer burned with resentment, nor did he ponder any more mysteries. He was left with only a bit of ruefulness. He regretted not being able to visit his master ever again. He regretted not holding Su Qing in his embrace just once. He regretted not returning to the southern domain and gathering with the friends of long ago. Even more so, he regretted never being able to visit the Great Tang in the eastern lands. He regretted not being able to see his father and mother again. Old Turtle Reliance, from here on out, you're free. Ancestors of the Demon Sealing sect, it seems that from now, there will be no more League of Demon Sealers. Meng Hao sighed. He was now slowly growing calmer and feeling less restrained. Death was something that could not be avoided, so he would not take it to heart too much. It's too bad I have so many spirit stones in my bag of holding. What a pity that I never got to spend them. I guess I really don't have to pay those 3 silver pieces back to Steward Joe after all. It's such a pity I still have so many treasures. Well, some little bastard in the future is sure going to get lucky. When he thought of this, he could only sigh. Perhaps my death will spare the world a bit of calamity. To all of you who would have been conned by me in the future, you don't know how lucky you are. So lucky. Meng Hao thought back through his life, to his youth spent studying and participating in the imperial examinations. Then he ran into Su Qing and joined the Reliance sect. He stole Wang Tingfei's good fortune and became an inner sect disciple. Patriarch Reliance conned him, so he conned back. Eventually, he made it to the southern domain, where he joined the Violet Fate sect and then rose to prominence. Poor Su Qing. She loves me, and I love her. What a pity we won't be able to get married now. I've never actually even been with a woman. When he thought of this, Meng Hao suddenly felt especially sad. And then there's Chu Yuyan. She was definitely interested in me. Meng Hao continued to sigh and sigh. He thought of how he had killed the chosen from the Ji clan, then escaped to the western desert. He recalled everything that happened with the Crow divinity tribes, and then couldn't help think of Han Shan, Demoness Jixiang, and everything that happened in the Demon Immortal sect. Senior Han Shan, I won't be able to keep my promise. Demoness Jixiang, don't worry about that favor you owe me. Then there was Kujusi and Kuyunhai. Meng Hao thought about many things, and eventually started thinking about his first severing. I didn't even practice cultivation for 300 years, and yet completed my first severing. A great Tao descended, and the resurrection lily became my spirit-severing treasure. For me, Meng Hao, to live a life like this, well, it's enough for me. In all the lands of South Heaven, few people could even come close to comparing to me. He suddenly felt very proud of himself. The laughter, the bitterness, the fury, and the memories of his entire life became images that flashed through his mind. More time passed. Another half-month went by, during which time Meng Hao continued to look off into the distance, thinking about the past. Finally, one day, the illusory, armored old man suddenly caught his attention. For months, the old man hadn't moved at all, and seemed completely empty. Now his right hand raised up, and a sealing mark appeared. He performed an incantation, and gradually, 2 colors appeared in his hand, black and white. However, when Meng Hao went over to try to touch the old man, he was as illusory as ever. As more time passed, Meng Hao began to pay attention to the way in which the old man meditated. He observed his emptiness, and his incantation gestures, along with the blackness and whiteness that they summoned. Gradually, he focused more and more on the black and white. It seemed to contain something important, although he wasn't sure what. The white seemed to contain all of the colors in heaven and earth. It seemed to assimilate everything around and transform it into a similar whiteness. As for the black, it was incredibly potent and domineering, as if no colors were qualified to stand in its presence. Gradually, Meng Hao immersed himself in observing the old man. Without even realizing it, he began to meditate in the same way, including the breathing exercises and the hand gestures. Eventually, He even decided that he might as well sit in the exact same position as the old man, superimposing with his illusory form. That way, all of his motions would be exactly the same as the old man's. He closed his eyes and immersed himself in the process. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had gone by. During the 3 years, Meng Hao grew weaker, and his life force gradually withered away. He didn't care about that, though. The only thing he was interested in was copying the movements of the old man and finding a way to keep on living. One day, he suddenly experienced an emptiness in which he found that neither life nor death were important. As he performed an incantation with his right hand, whiteness became visible. Suddenly, an ancient voice filled his mind. When you reach the end of your path, then you will have lost yourself. Next, blackness appeared in Meng Hao's palm. The ancient voice once again echoed in his mind. When you reach the end of your path, then all you will have left is yourself. Meng Hao had the faint sensation that he was in the process of grasping enlightenment. It was an enlightenment of an unimaginably vast and mysterious great Tao. White and black are like the daytime and nighttime, he muttered. He looked at his right hand and then slowly lifted it up toward the sky. He could sense that if he had a cultivation base, then considering his enlightenment of this Tao, he could turn the sky as dark as night or as bright as day. The interlocking of black and white could unleash a supreme power. Too bad I don't have a cultivation base, he thought, shaking his head. Even if I completely understood this Tao, I still couldn't use it. He was just about to stand up when suddenly, the ship stopped moving. Meng Hao looked up, his eyes wide. Up ahead, the Milky Way Sea could no longer be seen. It was as if the ship was passing through a river of time. All that could be seen were endless multicolored shards. Within those shards existed endless worlds. Meng Hao watched as the ship entered one of the shard worlds. It was a world of flames, filled with countless cultivators who kowtowed to the ship and offered up tribute. They cultivated a fire technique that seemed to be linked to their bloodline. It seemed to supersede all of the other flames Meng Hao could see, and he could hear the people saying that their flame was the essence of all flames. He couldn't interact with the world. It was as if he were simply an observer. The ship passed through the flames for an indeterminable period of time until finally it pierced into another period of time. Here, the starry sky looked unfamiliar, completely different from the sky of planet South Heaven. It seemed like a vast and infinite expanse. Occasionally strange life forms would pass by. Each one would drop to their knees and offer of bizarre and fantastic objects. Meng Hao felt like he was a sightseer, a tourist hitching a ride on the ship. He saw a fluttering butterfly that was incredibly enormous. It was far off in the distance, and yet still clearly visible. When it neared, it could be seen that its beauty was actually formed by the combination of countless worlds. Are these things that have already happened the recollections of this ship? Or is it something else? What is happening? Meng Hao wasn't quite sure exactly what it was that he was seeing. The butterfly flew off into the distance, and the ship once again disappeared into the vastness. When it reappeared, a boundless sea stretched out in front of Meng Hao. In the middle was an enormous tree stretching up into the heavens. The tree had golden leaves and was incredibly beautiful. Down below sat a person, looking up silently at the tree. He stared for a long, long time, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Finally, he smiled, and his body began to glow with a boundless light, as if he had just achieved enlightenment. Meng Hao did not attempt to disturb him, but rather remained seated on the ship, as if this was simply a journey through life. Eventually, the man was left behind. Meng Hao saw many, many worlds and countless cultivators. He saw wars, and once he even saw someone pointing at the ship and raving madly. Meng Hao was somewhat at a loss. He had lost track of how many years had passed, and he also forgot that he was hovering on the verge of death. As the ship continued onward, he saw a featherless bird, a weeping crane. A voice suddenly murmured in his ear, seemingly filled with a sense of time. So many years. I think of you often. Meng Hao looked at the featherless, weeping crane, and for some reason, it seemed familiar. Don't tell me I've seen it before? He thought hesitantly. Time changed again, and the scenery interweaved. He saw an enormous cultivating tree, as large as the sky. It swept amongst the stars, running amok. However, when it saw the ship, it trembled. Meng Hao was confused and at a loss. He saw many types of cultivation and countless daos. He saw the cause and effect of karma, he saw life and death, he saw the yellow springs, he saw eternal life, and he saw true and false. He saw a person walk down a path until he became a world. He buried himself to accompany others. He saw a man who eternally roamed the starry sky, continuing onward, with his destination unknown. That person appeared to be the armored old man. A while later he saw another land where a man held the corpse of a woman in his arms. He lifted his head up and wailed, and within his eyes burned an insanity and a stubbornness that Meng Hao found shocking. The heavens allowed you to die, but I will bring you back to life. The man's echoing voice filled Meng Hao's heart with unprecedented waves of shock. That shock was not because of the story of the man and woman, but rather because the determination in the man's words seemed indestructible. Even if heaven and earth collapsed, the steadfastness of his words could not be destroyed. I used to think I had determination, though Meng Hao, but compared to that, I don't know. I've lost my cultivation base, and my life is waning away. However, can I really give up just like that? Meng Hao sat on ship, thinking about the question. His eyes slowly began to burn with a spark of life. The flame was weak, as if it might flicker out at any moment. But right now that flame was resplendent. It was almost as if there was a will that burned within the fire. Even as Meng Hao was lost in thought, the ship suddenly trembled again. The world around changed again, and 9 mountains appeared out in the starry sky. The 9 mountains were lofty and ancient, filled with endless time. It was as if they had existed even if the primordial, distant past. It was impossible to describe exactly how large they were, but they were enormously bigger, exponentially bigger than all of the other worlds he had seen up to this point. Also, in the starry sky were 9 seas, 9 mountains and 9 seas, and in the middle of them all was a sea of stars formed by all the 9 seas. The first mountain had 4 planets. The sun and moon rotated around the first mountain, sending sunlight and moonlight throughout the starry sky. The light spread out boundlessly, covering each mountain, illuminating all the seas. It was like a beautiful painting that filled Meng Hao's heart with intense waves of shock. After seeing the 9 mountains, a fantastic notion welled up within Meng Hao. Don't tell me that these are the 9 mountains and seas? If I can use the mountain-consuming incantation to consume these 9 mountains, would it restore my cultivation base? It was an audacious idea, but as soon as it appeared in his brain, it rooted itself in deeply. Meng Hao began to pant as he thought of the scene of the man swearing his oath to the heavens as he held the woman in his arms. Then he thought of his own path. Am I really going to give up? The flame in his eyes grew more resplendent. His gaze swept over the 9 mountains and seas, and eventually fell onto the 9th mountain. He took a deep breath, and then, without hesitation, began to employ the mountain-consuming incantation. The incantation actually did not require a cultivation base, only heart. He studied the 9th mountain, branding the image of the mountain into his heart and mind. It was as if every aspect of the mountain remained inside of him, and that he could take it with him. His gaze remained locked on the 9th mountain. He became lifeless, and even forgot about the passage of time, and everything around him. The only thing that existed was the 9th mountain. Losses come with rewards. He had lost his cultivation base, but in return had received the sublimation of his spirit. Right now, amidst the silence, he slowly gained enlightenment about the 9th mountain. Gradually, the image of the mountain grew clearer and clearer in his mind. 1 year, 2 years. Perhaps it was 100 years or 1,000 or 10,000. Meng Hao was in a trance as the 9th mountain grew clearer and clearer. Eventually one day, the image of the 9th mountain became completely clear in his mind. A tremor ran through him. The image disappeared, transforming into countless magical symbols, each one of which seemed to contain a multitude of daos. He did not understand these daos. However, from the perspective of the mountain-consuming incantation, they could be considered the mountain soul of the ninth mountain. Absorbing these Daos could be considered consuming the soul of the ninth mountain. Meng Hao focused on the magical symbols. Each one contained infinite profundity and possibility. Meng Hao proceeded onward, losing himself in their midst. As this happened, he didn't notice that during the process of his observation of the mountain, various auras had appeared on his body that were different from before. It was at this point that suddenly, a vast archaic will stirred in the ninth mountain. Who is gaining enlightenment of my ninth mountain? I am Jition, the heavens of Ji, the lord of the ninth mountain and sea. When the archaic voice thundered out, the entire ninth mountain instantly turned blurry. Massive ripples spread out through the world, and Meng Hao's mind trembled, instantly causing him to regain his senses. The will swept about, but did not find Meng Hao or the ship. The ship suddenly began to move forward. It left the ninth mountain and proceeded to the eighth mountain. Maintaining its speed, it went to the seventh mountain, then the sixth mountain. Meng Hao was unable to see each mountain clearly. When the ship arrived at the fourth mountain, a gloomy aura suddenly spread out to cover everything. An ancient voice suddenly could be heard. What is life? What is death? If the lives in the underworld do not transcend, then I will not live. In the cycles of reincarnation, if laughter does not sound out from the underworld, then I will not die. Returning souls, souls leaving to be reborn, your paths go through here. Why not return? A rumbling filled the fourth mountain, and suddenly an enormous temple soared out toward Meng Hao. From within the temple emerged an ox and a horse, completely pitch black. Massive ripples spread out from them, and their energy surged. An aura of death spread out from them to shoot toward Meng Hao. As soon as he saw the ox and horse, he began to tremble. He felt as if he were about to fall asleep, and his soul were about to fly out. What is life? What is death? However, before the ox and horse could get close, the ship had already moved off into the distance. From behind Meng Hao, a sigh could be heard from the fourth mountain. Almighty One, you do not wish to rest. Reincarnation is the end of the Tao. Although you do not wish to rest, why must you take this person along with you on your journey through your life? 3. When Meng Hao heard this, his mind trembled violently. The ship passed the third mountain, then the second mountain, and finally it reached the first mountain. As for what happened next, Meng Hao couldn't see clearly. Everything turned black and white, becoming two spheres of mist. They swirled around, and it looked as if two pearls were forming inside of them. Meng Hao looked down at his right hand. There on his palm were two pearls, not corporeal, but formed of mist. The black-white pearls floated up from his hand and began to rotate, seemingly containing the secrets of heaven and earth. Meng Hao watched on thoughtfully. He could sense that the enlightenment he had received from the armored old man regarding the black and white pearls embodied a great Tao. Perhaps it was not the path of freedom like his own Tao, but it could definitely extend that path further. Within this black and white exists all of the worlds that I saw, and all the Taos. What is life? What is death? Meng Hao closed his eyes. It was at this point that he suddenly thought about Kujusi's shocking soul divergence incantation. For the soul divergence incantation allowed one to cultivate an undying soul. Once that soul appeared, the cycle of reincarnation in heaven and earth could not destroy it. Even if you died, your flesh and blood would be reborn years later. It was not one of the 3,000 great Daos of the ancient demon Immortal sect, but rather something that Kuyunhai had acquired by chance and taken to be a priceless treasure. Because he could not cultivate it successfully, he passed it on to Kujusi. However, it was too difficult for Kujusi, despite his incredible latent talent. He could not acquire full enlightenment. In the end, it had required the precious treasure that Kuyunhai had forged before his death, coupled with the vast changes Kujusu experienced, in order to comprehend it and form an undying soul that the cycle of reincarnation could not destroy. Life and death, murmured Meng Hao. The soul divergence incantation. He seemed to have gained partial enlightenment, but the matter was still hazy. It was like he had grasped a vague direction, but when he examined it closely, there was nothing there. Eventually, Meng Hao opened his eyes and looked down at the black and white pearls in his hand. He gazed at them for a long time, until it seemed that his will itself was fusing into the blackness and whiteness. The black and white seemed to transform into a vortex that could consume everything. As it rotated slowly, a vision appeared in Meng Hao's mind. In the vision, he stood there, his cultivation base fully active. His right hand stretched up, and the black-white pearls rotated in his palm. Indescribable ripples spread out from the two pearls, filling the entire world. Countless living things all prostrated themselves, and Meng Hao could easily decide whether they lived or died. It was as if the two pearls contained a great Tao which could determine and control life and death. One day, the ship finally stopped moving. Meng Hao was in a bit of a daze as he opened his eyes and caught sight of a familiar body of water. It was the Milky Way Sea. He also saw a familiar landmass, the Southern Domain. The ship had stopped at the border of the Milky Way Sea and the Southern Domain, and it was at this point that Meng Hao fully regained his senses. Everything he had experienced seemed like a dream. The dream had been a dream of a journey, or perhaps a search for the Tao. The truths of life and death are something that cannot be understood by someone who has not died. Meng Hao sat there silently for a long time before finally rising to his feet. He turned to look back at the Milky Way Sea. Its surface was calm, and no waves could be seen. He took a deep breath. It seems the time has come for me to leave, and so the ship has delivered me here. Through the soul divergence incantation, I could gain enlightenment about the difference between life and death. Yet even now I'm standing outside of the door, pacing back and forth in hesitation. Well then, am I willing to pass into death so quietly? No, I'm not willing. His eyes filled with intense determination that burned like a fire. It kindled the flame of life inside of him, incinerating his confusion and a bitterness regarding his future. I still have hope. My Tao foundation may be gone, but I still have hope. And my hope lies in the rebirth cave. His eyes shined with an intense glow. The rebirth cave was where his hope lay, and it was his last resort. Although he didn't understand much about the rebirth cave, there were many, many legends about the place in the Southern Domain. Most spoke of powerful experts who, when their lives were reaching the end, when they were about to die, would enter the rebirth cave, hoping that inside, they would somehow be able to find a way to cause their life force to burn bright once again. If you liken birth to a starting point and death to a finish line, then life and death form a cycle. As for the rebirth cave, according to the legends, it allowed for a second cycle, almost like a second life. Meng Hao had heard many such legends in the Southern Domain. Actually, he had personally stepped foot into the region of the rebirth cave, although only the outer area, not the cave itself. To experience rebirth, one's body must first die. Only after death could one have life in defiance of the heavens. According to the legends, not just anyone can enter the rebirth cave, he thought. Only people who have an overwhelming desire to live, people who are pervaded by an aura of death, who have incredible determination and willpower. Only people like that can enter. Otherwise, one will automatically perish along the way. He looked in the direction of the Southern Domain, and the brightness in his eyes grew more and more intense. It was filled with stubbornness, with the unwillingness to accept what the future seemed to hold. He took a deep breath. I, Meng Hao, will enter the rebirth cave. I will see what exists inside, and will find out whether or not I can acquire that second cycle and live a second life. He walked across the deck of the ship, then disembarked. When he stepped onto the sandy shore, he looked back to see the ancient underworld ship slowly drifting away. Fog spread out over the sea, covering the ship up. In the moment before it vanished, the armored old man's eyes suddenly flickered with profundity as he looked at Meng Hao. Meng Hao looked back, and their gazes met through the fog. What the old man saw was not Meng Hao's world, and what Meng Hao saw was not the old man's world. Gradually the ship disappeared into the fog. Eventually the fog dissipated. The ancient underworld ship was nowhere to be seen. If the ship did not wish to be seen, then no one would ever be able to see it. On the border between the southern domain and the Milky Way Sea there was a barren beach. Occasionally, the remains of various birds or beasts could be seen, but there was no sign of human habitation. Meng Hao's hair was gray bordering on white, and although he wore the robe of a cultivator, his features were elderly. No matter how you looked at him, he appeared to be nothing more than an ancient mortal man. I wonder how far away I am from the rebirth cave, he thought as he trudged up the beach, his feet sinking into the sand with each step he took. After a time, he reached the end of the beach, where it turned into forested mountains. He glanced around, then continued to walk. He had not walked on foot through mountainous forests for a very long time. He thought back to the time before he reached Foundation Establishment, when he had often traveled through mountainous forests like this. After Foundation Establishment, however, he had always flown up above in the air. The mountains were not easy to travel through. There were thorns and thistles everywhere, and the sun was already beginning to set by the time he passed over the top of the first mountain. He gasped for breath the entire time, and his body ached. As evening fell, he sat down cross-legged beneath a tall tree to meditate. Meditation was something that had become a force of habit. Although he had no cultivation base to rotate, simply meditating left him feeling calm and relaxed. The sky grew darker and then black. It was at this point that howling drifted through the trees, along with an acrid odor. Next, a savage three-headed dog appeared in front of him. One of the three heads was withered, another emanated a chilling cold chi, and the last appeared to be extremely foul-tempered. Obviously, these mountains were the domain of this creature, and Meng Hao's incursion caused its eyes to be filled with killing intent. However, it did not near him, but merely circled around him. Its cultivation base was profound. It was already at the 9th level of qi condensation. It had the faint sensation that Meng Hao was filled with boundless danger. Yet, within that sense of danger, it could also sense that he was as weak as a mortal. The contradiction caused it to hesitate. However, it could only be so patient. It managed to restrain itself for the time it takes half an incense stick to burn, then let out a vicious howl and transformed into a beam of colorful light that shot toward Meng Hao. The two non-withered heads opened their vicious mouths, and an acrid odor filled the air as they closed in on Meng Hao. It was at this point that Meng Hao's eyes opened. His body was weak, but when his eyes opened, they were filled with a cold gleam. The cold gleam contained all of Meng Hao's killing intent. In his years leading the Crow divinity tribes in their migration, he had killed countless numbers of cultivators. The killing intent that existed in him was something usually suppressed by his cultivation base. But now there was no way to suppress it, and it exploded out fully. "Screw off," said Meng Hao with a cold snort. Although he was incredibly weak, some of his energy could still turn into a pressure that bore down onto the three-headed wild dog. The wild dog trembled, and its fur stood on end. It stopped in mid-air, its expression one of terror. When it heard Meng Hao speak, it instantly turned and sped away. After scaring the wild dog away, Meng Hao stood up. It might be evening, but he still wanted to hurry on his way. He was exhausted, but within that exhaustion, he found power, despite the weakness of his body. That was the former power of his fleshly body. Of course, he couldn't utilize all of that former power. Because his life force was wasting away, he was incapable of supporting the previous level of power. Even still, that made him like a strong young man who caught a disease. Although he could only wield 10% of his previous incredible power, it was still enough to give him hope. Of course, Meng Hao's situation was far worse than some sort of disease. His life force was wasting away, and he knew that if he allowed the power of his fleshly body to explode out, then he would surely perish. Traveling took great effort. However, regardless of whether the sun rose or the sun set, he continued onward. The hope he placed in the rebirth cave was as strong as ever. One day he reached the end of the mountain range. As he stood at the top of one particular mountain peak, he looked out and saw a huge lake. It was at this point that he gaped. That lake was actually large enough to be called a sea. It was impossible for Meng Hao to forget that this place was his former hometown. This was where the state of Zhao had once existed. When Patriarch Reliance left, it turned into a huge pit. By now, hundreds of years had passed, and it had turned into a lake. "So, that ship delivered me here," he murmured. He kept walking until he reached the edge of the lake, where he stood looking out at the water. Finally, he understood. "I was born here, and this was my starting point." He sat down cross-legged next to the lake, stared at the water, and thought of home. There was a boat floating next to the shore, old and dilapidated. There was also a log cabin, ancient in appearance. It didn't look like anyone had lived in it for a long time. Dark clouds filled the sky. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. Rain began to fall. Meng Hao walked over to the cabin, sat down under the eaves, and looked out at the rain. His back was stooped, his face ancient. The rain pattered onto the lake and tapped onto the roof of the cabin. Those were the only sounds he could hear. When evening fell, the sky turned dark. The crescent moon was mostly hidden by the clouds. Only a tiny corner was visible. As the sibilant rain continued, a cold wind sprang up, blowing across the lake and causing the old, dilapidated boat to rise up and down. When the wind brushed against Meng Hao, he tightened his robe and looked out over the lake. There, he saw a white-robed woman walking across the water. The instant he saw her, his eyes went wide. Then he lowered his head. The woman walked until she reached the shore. The rain fell around her, but didn't touch her clothing at all. She was beautiful, and had the aura of a cultivator, which gave her an otherworldly grace. Her face was cold, and she was frowning. A bitter look could be seen in her eyes, and she seemed to be concealing great anxiety and confusion within her heart. She was Su Qing. She had been searching for Meng Hao for many years, but had found nothing. She was thinner than before, more lean. She had followed her heart until she found this lake, which was also her former hometown. When Meng Hao saw her, she also caught sight of aged Meng Hao. There was something strangely familiar about him, so she changed directions and headed over toward the log cabin. "Are you the boatman here?" she asked, looking him over. Her face was filled with an expression that could cause one's heart to tremble. Meng Hao lowered his head and sighed inwardly. Su Qing's voice was calm, and just as cold as it had always been. However, Meng Hao's appearance had changed far too much. Even people very familiar with him would have a hard time recognizing him based on his physical appearance. After a long moment, Meng Hao nodded. Su Qing's frown deepened. "Have you seen anyone else pass through here?" she asked. She had searched for 100 years, and had failed repeatedly, yet had never given up. If he was alive, she wanted to see him. If he was dead, she wanted to see the corpse. If she couldn't find him, then she would just keep on searching. Her personality was simple, but it was that very simplicity which gave her such determination. For some reason, she had the feeling that if she couldn't find Meng Hao, then perhaps she wouldn't ever be able to find her way in life again. "I haven't seen anyone," replied Meng Hao levelly, shaking his head. His voice was hoarse and sounded nothing like it had before. He was happy to be able to see Su Qing, but he didn't want her to realize who he was. Not when he looked like this. What was the point? It would just lead to her waiting for him outside once of the rebirth cave. Then, if he never came back out, she would become a woman sorrowed because of a lifetime of gloom and listlessness. Wouldn't it be better to forget about each other? Su Qing looked around the area, and then sighed inwardly. After scanning Meng Hao with divine sense, all she had seen was a mortal man. And yet, she also felt something familiar that made her give him a second look over. "Have we met before?" she asked. "No," he replied with the shake of a head. She gazed at him for a very long moment, and a complex look appeared in her eyes. The intense complexity turned into sorrow, and a slight tremor ran through her body. "I'm looking for someone," she said. "My beloved. If you see him, please pass a message along for me. In this life, if he lives, then I live. If he dies, then I die." Bitterly, she turned and began to walk off into the downpour. Surrounded by the rainfall, wearing her white robes, she looked like a white lotus, beautiful, unsurpassed, and yet also poignant and sad. Meng Hao looked at her walking away, and a gentleness appeared in his eyes. He could see her exhaustion and anxiety, and it made him sigh. Some people, he thought, chose not to let anything encumber their cultivation, and are thus able to do so with minds and hearts free of obstruction. Others have hearts filled with obsession, which enables them to achieve great Taos of heaven and earth. She started out incorruptible. It was me showing up that changed everything. Finally, he spoke up, his voice soft. Hold on. Su Qing stopped in her tracks, surrounded by rain. She turned back to look at him sitting there in the shadows of the wooden eaves. Ancient, old, decaying. He continued, Is the person you're looking for a 20-something scholar, wearing a long green robe? Su Qing trembled, and after a moment of silence, she nodded. I saw someone who looked like that many years ago, he said, his voice hoarse. He lived here for about a year, after which he died and was buried. He said this place was his home. Before he died, he gave me a bag. He said that if anyone came looking for him, then I should give them the bag. With that, he pulled a bag of holding out of his robe and placed it off to the side. As Su Qing stood there in the rain, the water began to seep past the invisible barrier and soak her clothes. She stared deeply at Meng Hao, then walked back and looked blankly at the bag of holding. As she picked it up, tears filled her eyes. Of course, it was impossible to tell how much of the water flowing down her face was rain, and how much was tears. A bitter smile appeared on her face, and she looked back at Meng Hao. Finally, she turned and headed once again out into the rain, taking the bag of holding with her. As he watched her leaving, his expression was complex, but he said nothing. Su Qing walked about 7 steps before she stopped. She didn't look back, but when she spoke, her voice echoed out in all directions. I might not be very smart, but I'm not an idiot. Meng Hao didn't say anything for a moment. He knew that his words couldn't fool Su Qing. However, sometimes it doesn't matter what is true and what is false. Sometimes, the result is all that matters. Meng Hao had hoped that instead of tormenting herself by searching for him through all eternity, she could at least cut him off. After that, she could return to her incorruptible self, simple and pure. It is better to forget. He closed his eyes, and his heart filled with pain. Su Qing was quiet for a while, but finally, she smiled. It was a smile of determination and resolve that contained no regret. She lifted her hand, and the glow of a sword flew out. It stabbed into the ground, sharp and powerful, rapidly carving out a deep, rectangular pit. At the same time, Mountain Crag flew out from the nearby mountainous forest. When it arrived in front of her, she waved her hand, causing it to spin in the air. The sides were then shaved away until the crag turned into a stela. She then rubbed her hand gently across the surface, causing words to appear. Grave of Meng Hao and Su Qing. A bang rang out as the stone stele sank down into the ground next to the pit. She looked back at Meng Hao, her eyes filled with staunchness and determination. We met on Mount Daqing. Because of the cosmetic cultivation pill in the Reliance sect, and the way you called me elder sister, our fate was sealed forever. That time in the blessed land in the southern domain, in my moment of despair, even the tears in my eyes could not obscure the image of you and your burning rage. That time in the Black Civ sect, you appeared and helped me when my soul was on the verge of fading away. The way you smiled before we parted made my heart tremble. That time by the Rebirth Cave, when you turned back to look at me, your image had already long since been imprinted in my heart. I will never forget you. Never. I looked for you in the western desert violet sea. I searched for a long time, until finally my teardrop fell into the water. I don't know if you were able to feel it. I don't know if you realized how happy I was when we met again in the Demon Immortal sect. Those were the happiest days I've ever experienced. Life was calm, and we accompanied each other as we practiced cultivation. I was there at your side, you by mine. Eventually, a day came in which I was incapable of practicing cultivation. My heart was in chaos, and an indescribable unease filled me. That was when I went to look for you. You live, I live. You die, I die, she said softly. Meng Hao's mind trembled, and he suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were murky, but not murky enough to hide the intensity of his gaze. He looked at Su Qing, and he looked at the gravestone. He could see her determination, and he could see her sorrow written on the surface of the gravestone. You live, I live. You die, I die. These were not words of endearment. They were a promise. I'm a simple person, she said softly. But just because a person is simple doesn't mean they lack determination. When a person has determination, then they will never forget. The path of cultivation is a long one, and I can't keep going on alone. Since that's the case, let's go together to the Yellow Springs. What do you say? I can only hope that if there is another life after this one, then we will meet again. Although her voice was not loud, and the gurgle of rain filled the air, Meng Hao could hear her words clearly. The trembling of his heart increased, and he stood up. He walked out from under the eaves, allowing the rain to drench him as he walked over to stand in front of Su Qing. The ground was slippery, and the wind cold. Meng Hao was freezing, and he looked more elderly than ever. Su Qing looked at him. To her, it didn't matter how much he had changed. To her, he was still that young man from Mount Daqing, her junior brother. Rain fell onto them, and even between them, but it couldn't stop them from looking into each other's eyes. Take me to the rebirth cave, Meng Hao said. The determination in his eyes grew more intense. He wanted to keep living, and he wanted that second life from the rebirth cave. He was doing it for himself, for the obsession in his heart, for Su Qing, and for all of his friends and family. Su Qing smiled and nodded. She stepped forward and took hold of his hand. Despite Meng Hao's weakness, her face still flushed when she found herself up against his chest. Time seemed to slow down for an eternity. At some point, it stopped raining. A rainbow appeared in the morning sunlight, and it was beneath that rainbow that Su Qing and Meng Hao transformed into a beam of light that shot off into the distance. Meng Hao could not fly, but he did have magical flight items. Under the control of Su Qing, the loom shuttle transformed into what looked like the eighth color of the rainbow. Time passed by. The loom shuttle was powerful enough that it only took 10 days to fly from the state of Zhao to the rebirth cave. When they finally landed outside, Meng Hao's face was even more ashen than before. The closer they got to the cave itself, the more Meng Hao felt his life force withering away. He was shriveling up, and the death aura that surrounded him only grew stronger. Things were different than they had been last time he was here. Perhaps then, Chomentai's presence had caused things to change from their normal state, and now that he had entered the rebirth cave, everything had returned to normal. Life was prohibited. This was the rebirth cave. Living beings were not allowed. The aura of death in the area made Meng Hao feel even weaker. As it thickened, however, Meng Hao could sense that a trace of opportunity existed within. To experience rebirth, one's body must first die. Only after death could one have life in defiance of the heavens. Meng Hao took a deep breath and walked forward. Even as he took his first steps forward, Su Qing reached out to support him. He looked back at her, and she returned the look but didn't say anything. The determination in her eyes said what thousands and thousands of words could not. Living beings cannot enter this place, he said softly. She smiled faintly and then led Meng Hao toward the inner region of the rebirth cave. As soon as they entered, Meng Hao became weaker than before. His body withered even faster, as if he were burning with an invisible fire. Every step forward, every step closer to the rebirth cave, caused his body, his soul, his everything to waste away rapidly. At the same time, more than 10 streams of wool spread out from within the rebirth cave. They looked coldly as Meng Hao and Su Qing approached. The rebirth cave was one of 3 danger zones in the southern domain. However, it ranked above the Dao Lakes and the ancient Temple of Doom in terms of how mysterious it was. That was because the Dao Lakes could be viewed as having been formed by ancient almighty figures who passed away in meditation. After they perished, their Daos dispersed, then experienced the vicissitudes of time, leaving behind countless shadows. As for the ancient Temple of Doom, its history was also a matter of record. The rebirth cave was unique. To say that it was the #1 danger zone in the southern domain was no exaggeration. In fact, if you looked at the entire southern domain as a whole, nothing was more shrouded in mystery than the Rebirth Cave. Throughout countless years, innumerable people had studied it in an attempt to pierce its secrets. It was said that inside, one could be reborn to live another life. For ages, many almighty experts came to the Rebirth Cave as they neared death. Not willing to follow the precepts of fate, they entered the cave to search for that opportunity. Unfortunately, those who actually succeeded were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilan horns. One thing was certain: cultivators who entered the Rebirth Cave either succeeded or remained inside forever as nothing more than skeletons. The Rebirth Cave was surrounded by a forest of stones, which was a bit different than how Meng Hao remembered it from the first time he was there. The stones were scattered haphazardly in all directions and seemed to be imbued with ancientness and mystery, as if they passed through time in some strange and unique way. In the very center of the forest of stones was a squat mountain, 70% of which was made up by the entrance to the cave. It looked like a ghastly mouth, waiting to swallow up anyone who neared. The entire area was gloomy and cold, and the ground was covered with bluish, frosty ice. Everything was quiet, a quiet that for countless years had almost never been disturbed by anyone. With the exception of Chomentai, there were cultivators scattered around the region of the Rebirth Cave. Most were alone or perhaps in small groups. Such people were here to try to get close to the Rebirth Cave and use its bizarre power to cultivate certain unique techniques. Most of them were rogue cultivators, and none dared to get too close to the cave. When Meng Hao and Su Qing entered the area, there was a group of 3 such people sitting cross-legged not too far off, meditating. Their eyes opened and they looked at Meng Hao. When they saw how weak he was, and the aura of death that surrounded him, their eyes glittered. They could immediately discern exactly why he was there. His aura of death is thick, and he clearly has no cultivation base. Rebirth. How could it be that simple? Another person here attempting to be reborn. Although, why does that woman next to him seem so familiar? That's Goddess Su Qing from the Black Civ sect. Meng Hao left the southern domain hundreds of years earlier, and during that time, Su Qing's name had long since spread near and far. Not only were many people familiar with her personally, she was also the focus of quite a bit of public attention because of her position within the Black Civ sect. For her to appear at the Rebirth Cave was shocking to these 3 cultivators, and they immediately began to pay close attention. They also produced jade slips that they used to send messages and notify others of what was happening. It took only moments for large numbers of rogue cultivators to hear the news, who then rushed over to that area of the Rebirth Cave to watch Meng Hao and Su Qing. The sounds of discussions echoed about, and soon, people began to speculate who the man next to Su Qing was. Su Qing completely ignored all the people watching on. In her world, there was only Meng Hao. It was difficult for Meng Hao to continue walking, but his eyes were filled with determination. His gaze was focused on the path ahead, and on Su Qing, who held his arm to support him. Together, they proceeded onward. Occasionally, they would look at each other and smile. Meng Hao's expression was gentle. Su Qing's eyes were filled with tenderness. If this path were the road of life, then the 2 of them walked it side by side. It was not an easy path to follow. They were 30,000 meters away from the Rebirth Cave itself when Meng Hao began to shiver. The death aura now covered his entire body, and he looked almost exactly like a corpse. His face was ancient, and his eyes deeply clouded. Next to him, Su Qing was also showing signs of aging. Her eyes were as resolute as ever, though, and every time Meng Hao looked over at her, his heart filled with pulses of tender affection. 30,000 meters, 25,000 meters, 20,000 meters. When they were only 15,000 meters away, Meng Hao's mind filled with intense exhaustion. He knew that by this point, the aura of death had entered into his soul. Su Qing was trembling, and her face was pale. Her life force had once been vigorous and strong, but now, it was rapidly fading, to the extent that random streaks of white could be seen in her long black hair. She looked at least 5 years older than she had before, and the further along she proceeded, the more she seemed to wilt. Meng Hao stopped walking and looked over at her. It was clear that he didn't want her to proceed along any further. "If you grow old, then I'll grow old with you," she said softly, gazing at him with a tender expression. He closed his eyes for a moment. When they opened, they glowed with a brilliant light. His withered body suddenly seemed to be filled with energy, as if the last sparks of his life force had been unleashed. He lifted his right hand, and power surged within him. This was the last bit of power that he could unleash from his spirit-severing fleshly body. He waved his sleeve, and power wrapped around Suqing, sending her flying out from within the rebirth cave area. She was powerless to even struggle. Meng Hao's spirit-severing strength sent her away in the blink of an eye. When she reappeared, she was outside of the region of the rebirth cave. She bit down on her lip. She couldn't help but think back to the last time she and Meng Hao were here by the rebirth cave. She had only been able to stand there alone off in the distance, struggling inwardly as she watched him depart. "This time, I won't sit by idly," she thought, her eyes filling with determination. Meanwhile, Meng Hao's aura had exploded out, filling the rogue cultivators in the area with complete shock. They instantly felt an incredible, indescribable pressure weighing down on them. Their minds trembled and their faces fell. One by one, they looked in the direction of the rebirth cave. Is this being caused by that old man? Is it that guy who was walking with goddess Suqing? What cultivation base is that? Don't tell me. It's spirit severing. At the same time, Meng Hao's body transformed into a prismatic beam of light that shot toward the rebirth cave 15,000 meters away. In the blink of an eye, he passed the 10,000-meter mark and was at the border of the forest of stones. It was at this point that Meng Hao's body trembled as the last bit of his cultivation base power scattered thanks to the power of the stones in the forest. He dropped to the ground and leaned up against one of the stones. His face was deathly pale and his eyes blurry. He felt an indescribable aura of death in the area. It was so strong that it turned into a white mist that covered the ground in all directions. Every inhalation and exhalation was filled with death and decay. After a long moment, he struggled to lift up his head and then looked at the remaining 5,000 meters that lay between him and the rebirth cave. He gritted his teeth and slowly began to walk forward, one step at a time. Never before in his life had 5,000 meters been such a difficult distance to cross. After walking only about 1,500 meters, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, which was purplish-black and exuded an aura of rot. His eyes were even more cloudy than before, and his body was ice-cold and stiff. His consciousness was fading, and the only thing he could think about was walking forward. He proceeded on toward the rebirth cave, where he would struggle for his chance to be reborn. He didn't know how much time had passed. He walked on, trembling, his death aura growing stronger with every step. In the end, his consciousness grew even weaker. Behind him, the path he had walked was stained with the purplish-black blood that he had coughed up, although he couldn't see that. Everything was quiet as a world of death. Inside the rebirth cave, the 10 streams of will stared at him coldly. From further within the depths of the cave, 8 other streams of will emerged to sweep over him. They were filled with the feeling of ancientness and time, as if they were archaic divine beings. As Meng Hao got closer and closer, he walked on further until he was only 500 meters away. It was at this point that a single stream of will silently appeared deep within the rebirth cave. When it did, all the other streams of will scattered, trembling. The solitary stream of will focused on Meng Hao, 500 meters outside of the cave. Eventually, Meng Hao reached his limit. A tremor ran through him. His head began to sag, and his knees were so stiff they couldn't bend. He looked almost like a dried-up corpse. There was no life force left in him, only a tiny strand that was his stubborn determination to resist fate. However, as his consciousness faded, even that strand turned dark. He fell to the ground, 250 meters away from the rebirth cave. "Is it over?" he murmured as his consciousness disappeared. In the moment that he fell, a sigh could be heard echoing out from within the cave. All of the wills present slowly retracted, apparently no longer interested in what was happening. Only the solitary will from earlier remained, looking at something behind Meng Hao. Then, the wills which had retreated just now slowly began to tremble. All of them appeared once again, to look at what was behind Meng Hao. Within the white mist of death, a woman could be seen trudging along. Each step was taken with difficulty as she entered the forest of stones. Her life force seemed to be filled with determination, dredged up from some unknown place within her. Her body was slowly withering, her cultivation base dim, and her previously lovely features now elderly as she walked slowly toward Meng Hao. This was Su Qing. She was different than Meng Hao, who had lost his Tao foundation. Her once flourishing life force had been fused with the soul of Matriarch Phoenix. Therefore, she could proceed further in toward the rebirth cave than he could. To her, it was just a matter of struggling forward. When she looked down at fallen Meng Hao, within whom no life force existed, tears began to stream down her face. She gently lifted him up so that he lay against her, then tenderly kissed him. A strand of life force emerged from within her, passing through her lips into his mouth. Her face flushed with an unusual redness, within which would be seen weakness, but also life. This is a secret art from the demon Immortal sect. I give you my life. As she watched Meng Hao once again filling with a bit of life, she smiled. Then she thought back to the time they had walked through the Reliance sect in the moonlight, watched by everyone. She looked up toward the rebirth cave 250 meters away, and then began to walk forward, carrying him in her arms. Her face continued to grow more wrinkled, and her body trembled. Her life force was fading away, and yet with every step she took, she continued to pass some of it to Meng Hao. Every time she did, she grew weaker and older, yet no regret existed in her heart whatsoever. Carrying Meng Hao, she walked the entire 250 meters, all the way to the entrance of the rebirth cave. Then, without any hesitation, she walked in. You live, I live. You die, I die. If you grow old, then I'll grow old with you. Su Qing was smiling, and it was beautiful. Although her hair was white and her face covered with wrinkles, her smile was as beautiful as ever. She gazed softly at Meng Hao, and a glow filled her face that could almost be described as holy. She appeared to be seeing everything that had happened on Mount Daqing and in the Reliance sect. Each scene ended with Meng Hao, and when that happened, her eyes seemed to fill with all of the love that existed in her life. She had a simple personality, and was not the type of person to allow the seeds of love to be planted easily. However, once those seeds were planted, they existed for a lifetime. She held Meng Hao in her arms as she walked forward step by step, directly into the ghastly cave mouth in the side of the mountain, the rebirth cave. Stepping into the cave was like passing through the barrier that existed between life and death. In that instant, everything turned black, and no more warmth existed. There was not even a scrap of the life that existed in heaven and earth. The only thing that remained was stifling death and infinite coldness. The outside of the rebirth cave and the inside of the cave were two different worlds. One was a world of life, the other was a world of death. When Su Qing carried Meng Hao inside, all of the wills inside the cave retreated back into the recesses of the cave to watch from afar. To them, when Meng Hao and Su Qing were on the outside, they were people from a different world. Not only were they envious and jealous of them, they also scorned and disdained them. But now that Su Qing had carried Meng Hao into the rebirth cave, they were all the same and all existed in the same world. Here, there was no power of heaven and earth. When living things entered the cave, their life force would fade away even more rapidly than before. When it disappeared, when they were inundated with death, then all they could do was wait for the supposed awakening. Su Qing walked onward with Meng Hao, her face pale, her body trembling. Her life force was rapidly fading away, and as for the single strand that existed within Meng Hao, it would soon be completely gone. In the moment when Meng Hao's strand of life disappeared, Su Qing kissed his lips again, delivering more of her own life force into him. By the time she had walked a few dozen meters into the cave, Su Qing's face was completely ancient, and her body was extremely withered. She was thin and emaciated, with no trace of youth left in her at all. She had lost everything. She sat down cross-legged. Meng Hao, she murmured. I can't go any further. He now lay resting across her legs, his face devoid of blood, his features ancient. She looked down at him. When I joined the Reliance sect, I had already promised myself that I would never marry anyone, not for my entire life. I would not become someone's beloved. Instead, I would focus solely on cultivation. She stroked his face with a hand that had once been as lustrous as jade, but was now dried up and old. But then you came along, she said. Her face flushed a bit as she looked at him for a long moment. Then she leaned down and kissed him again, delivering more of her life force. As the life force entered him, a bit of color returned to his face. On the other hand, Su Qing's only became more withered. The amount of life force she had was only growing less and less. You had only been in the sect for a short time when you happened to get that medicinal pill, she murmured. When you ended up giving the pill to me as a gift, my face was calm, but my heart was actually filled with joy. Not because of you, but because of the pill. She smiled. I gave you the Immortal's cave because I figured it would make us even. But then, you crafty little fox, you managed to entangle me even further. You got your hands on a cosmetic cultivation pill? When she thought back to everything that had happened back then, her smile grew sweeter, and she gently stroked Meng Hao's cheek. Did you know that when you killed Zhao Wugong, I secretly helped to make sure no one found out? Down to this day, I don't think you ever realized that. And then you opened your shop in the sect. If I wasn't there, well, let's just say that by that time a lot of people had taken an interest in you. Su Qing wanted to smile, but suddenly was overtaken by a fit of coughing. Fearful of disturbing Meng Hao, she covered her mouth. When she lowered her hand, it was covered with purplish blood. If the Reliance sect hadn't been destroyed, I wonder how things would have turned out. When I was taken to the Black Civ sect, I was met with coldness. Everything was strange, and I had to deal with that malicious elder brother. Back then, I really missed the Reliance sect and I missed the state of Zhao. I missed you. She looked down and delivered another strand of life force to Meng Hao. Her face was pale white, and her body frail and withered. She looked like a lamp that was on the verge of flickering out, and she was well aware that every bit of life force she gave to Meng Hao caused her own death to approach even more quickly. Right now, she could still abandon Meng Hao. If she left the rebirth cave, because of her special soul, she could easily return to the outside world and recover all of her life force. But she did not do that, nor did she regret the decision. You don't know it, she murmured. But when I saw you in the crowds of people at first, I thought I was dreaming. Then, in my moment of despair in the ancient blessed land, you appeared. From that moment on, you were in my heart. Not long after, you saved me again, from the discarnate soul of Matriarch Phoenix. Later, outside the rebirth cave, I could only weep as I watched you disappear into the distance. My heart hurt so bad. When I went to the Violet Sea, I couldn't find you, but I could sense that you were so close. Finally, I saw you again in the ancient demon Immortal sect. Meng Hao, I was so happy then. Thank you. She looked down at him for a long moment. She didn't speak very often about how she felt, but her actions showed how deeply her love went. Anyone in heaven and earth who could have a companion like this could die without any regrets. Meng Hao, I can't hold on much longer. She was not a flickering lamp anymore. She had reached the end of the road. If she closed her eyes now, then she would never open them again. Perhaps if she closed her eyes, then years later, someone would come into the rebirth cave to find their bodies. A woman sitting cross-legged. A man reclining across her legs. One sleeping, the other smiling. Through all eternity. You live, I live. You die, I die. If you grow old, then I'll grow old with you. If you slumber here, then I will accompany you. Su Qing lowered her head and began to deliver the last bits of life force she had to Meng Hao through a kiss. As the life force left her, she shivered, and her hair began to fall out. Everything started to go blurry. However, she gritted her teeth and once again prepared to give some more. By this point, Even all of the observing streams of will were shaken by what they saw. It was then that the stream of will that belonged to the rock suddenly emerged, transforming into a woman. She stood there in front of Su Qing, indescribably striking and matchlessly beautiful. She was the embodiment of the rock. She came from the bones that existed in the coffin in the Milky Way Sea. She was the goodness of the resurrection lily that had reached immortal ascension at dawn. Back then, she had fallen in love with a man. From that moment on, she willingly sank into depravity. Because she faced pain and sorrow, she took her goodness and severed it away. Then she became the dawn immortal. That goodness now appeared in front of Su Qing, in the form of this woman. "If you keep that up, your soul will scatter," said the woman softly. Despite her muddled consciousness, Su Qing heard the woman's words and looked up. "If you keep it up, you will lose your life for all eternity." The woman looked down at Su Qing and almost seemed to be looking down at herself. From time immemorial, the League of Demon Sealers have been heartless. Is it really worth it to do what you're doing? "I don't know if it's worth it or not," murmured Su Qing. "I only know that without him in my life, then I can only live a life of pain. In that case, why not die together? I don't fear death. What I fear is the pain of being alone." The woman seemed to shiver, and she looked down thoughtfully at Su Qing. Finally, she sighed softly. "You'll regret it." Su Qing smiled but didn't say anything. She was confident in her heart. "Don't believe me, huh?" said the woman. "I didn't believe either." "Well, in that case, I'll help you to see. We will find out who is right, you or me." A strange light began to glow in the woman's eyes. "You have the vestiges of a discarnate soul on you," continued the woman, "as well as the Taoist magic of the Black Sieve sect. Within the Black Sieve sect is a precious medicinal pill. It's called the Soul Birth Pill. If you can get that pill, then he will have a chance to live." With that, the woman waved her sleeve, causing a cold wind to spring up around Su Qing. It picked her up and carried her far off into the distance, out of the rebirth cave and into the world of the living, all the way to the vicinity of the Black Sieve sect. When the wind faded away, Su Qing stood there ashen-faced. Her consciousness was no longer muddled, and she looked like her old self. She turned her head to look back toward the rebirth cave, and began to breathe heavily. Then she turned and headed toward the Black Sieve sect. Back in the rebirth cave, the woman stood next to Meng Hao, looking at him. "Is there really such a thing as rebirth? I have been to every corner of this cave. I left no rock unturned. And I can tell you, there is no rebirth in this place. The only thing here is a 9th mountain and sea lodestone. It fell here countless years ago, and enables souls around it to exist forever and cultivate ghost immortality. Rebirth, rebirth, is a beautiful dream, and nothing more. It's merely a fiction, invented by people who aren't willing to die. The rosy picture such stories paint gradually obscured the truth, from one generation to the next." The woman's voice was strange and filled with bitterness, as well as exhaustion. As she lost herself in memories of the past, her body gradually faded away. Meng Hao lay there in the silence. He had no more consciousness, and everything around him was still. It was so quiet that it seemed as if no voices had existed in the area since ancient times. Without the support of Su Qing's life force, Meng Hao's own life force was rapidly diminishing. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, it had completely vanished. Within him, Immortal shows the way also withered, and gradually lost any usefulness to him. When that happened, a tall man sitting cross-legged deep within the rebirth cave looked up and sighed. "There really is no rebirth in this place," he said. "There is only a 9th mountain and sea lodestone. So, he is not the one who can help me. Who have I been waiting for? Then, where is the person I've been waiting for?" This man was none other than Chomen Tai. Half a month passed by. Su Qing did not return. Meng Hao lay surrounded by coldness and deathly silence. He did not decompose, nor would he for some time. His body lay there, completely lacking any life force whatsoever. He was dead. Normally speaking, his soul could enter the cycle of reincarnation. However, because of the ninth mountain and sea lodestone that existed in the rebirth cave, the soul was sealed and could not dissipate. Furthermore, his soul did not leave his body, preventing the soul-devouring entities from doing anything other than look at him. As time passed, they were able to see that within Meng Hao was a strand of silk wrapped tightly around his soul. As long as the silk did not break, the larva could not be destroyed. As long as the larva was not destroyed, the silk could not break. Life or death hung by a thread. The thread of the eyeless larva. It allowed the existence of Meng Hao's soul to be forever preserved, even if his body perished. From these seemingly contradictory circumstances arose a state of undeath which was virtually unheard of in heaven and earth. In some ways, it conformed with the soul divergence incantation. However, it was not rebirth. Another half-month passed, and finally, someone appeared outside of the rebirth cave. It was not Su Qing. It was a fat, middle-aged man. He had a somewhat bawdy look to him, and his body was almost like a sphere. He had freckles on his face, and the Taoist robe he wore was a bit too tight. The way his body bulged out of it made his whole image seem disharmonious. Apparently, however, he thought of himself as burly and muscular. A great sword could be seen strapped to his back, and it glittered with golden light. This was the same fatty from years ago, Li Fugui. He was alone, shivering as he moved at high speed into the region surrounding the rebirth cave. His face quickly turned pale. Dang it! I'm gonna be dead meat. Meng Hao, you jerk. Your cons are gonna be the death of me. And elder sister Su, Fatty looked upset, but his steps didn't pause for even a moment. Even though his life force was dissipating rapidly, he shot forward at top speed. When he reached the 3,000-meter mark, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Immediately, multicolored beams of light shot out from inside of him. Within each beam of light could be seen the image of a meditating old man. I'm the only heir of my bloodline in the Golden Frost sect. Fools! Bellowed Fatty. I might not have many kinds of treasures on me, but there's one thing I have a lot of, and that is life-saving treasures. It was impossible to say how many life-saving treasures Fatty actually had on his person. But as of this moment, vast amounts appeared as he passed into the 1,500-meter area. By this time, the glow that surrounded him was starting to fade away. His body no longer looked like a sphere. His flesh withered, and in the blink of an eye, he was suddenly much skinnier. Meng Hao is my big bro. For him, all of my precious flesh is disappearing. Well, a bit of gorging will restore it. With a howl, Fatty shot into the 1,000-meter mark. By now, he was so skinny that he looked like a normal person. At the same time, cracking sounds could be heard coming from his body. Those would be his numerous life-saving treasures being destroyed. Damn it, still 1,000 meters to go. The only reason elder sister Su is in such a heartbreaking situation is because of Meng Hao. I don't even know if she's still alive. Everything is up to me now. If I can't get through, then I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Li Fugui's eyes were completely bloodshot. Roaring, he pulled out more life-saving treasures and, ignoring the rapid withering of his body, continued on, pushing forward another 250 meters. By that point, his life force was reaching the limit. His vision was growing blurry and dark. If he went any further, he would die. Actually, the only reason he was able to make it this far was because of all the magical items, and the fact that earlier, he had consumed vast quantities of medicinal pills designed to invigorate his life force. 750 meters! Tears welled up in his eyes as he looked at the squat mountain up ahead. Although he seemed unaffected on the outside, the truth was, when he learned about Meng Hao's situation, he had dropped everything to rush to this place where life was prohibited. Clearly, in his heart, Meng Hao really was his big bro. Meng Hao was the same big bro from back in the Reliance sect, when they had first started practicing cultivation together. Meng Hao, I've done my best. Tears began to roll down his cheeks as he lifted up his right hand. In his palm rested a black pill bottle, which was surrounded by a rotating black halo. As soon as the pill bottle appeared, the death aura in the area rapidly increased. At the same time, the wills that lurked in the depths of the rebirth cave emerged. They swirled about inside the cave, staring at the pill bottle in Fatty's hand. Fatty gritted his teeth and then hurled the pill bottle toward the rebirth cave. It transformed into a black beam that shot directly into the mouth of the cave. Fatty coughed up a mouthful of purplish-black blood. His body continuing to wither, he turned and transformed into a beam of light that shot off into the distance. Tears continued to stream down his face as he flew away. Meng Hao, you have to be reborn. You must come out of there. Back in the rebirth cave, the pill bottle landed on the ground. The wills approached and were about to begin fighting over it when the cold snort of a woman could be heard. Although no outsider would be able to detect it, the wills could hear it clearly, and they instantly began to tremble. At the same time, an overbearing will emerged from the depths of the cave to sweep up the pill bottle. It then transformed into the very same woman who had sent Su Qing out of the cave. She looked around, and the other streams of will scattered, returning to their various places of origin within the rebirth cave. The woman turned back around and walked up to Meng Hao's corpse. She looked him over and then looked at the pill bottle. She said nothing for a long moment. Su Qing had not returned, which was something the woman assumed would happen when she sent her away. Except, she had assumed that love-smitten Su Qing, after regaining some clarity and having more options to pick from, would hesitate about the difficult decision. She had assumed that Su Qing would choose to protect her own life. But now that the pill bottle had appeared, this woman, the embodiment of the goodness of the resurrection lily, suddenly felt her heart trembling. She didn't come, the woman said softly, but she sent someone in her stead to deliver the pill, and that person had strange, incredible treasures to prevent his soul from dissipating. Although she didn't know the details, she could guess what had happened. Poor Su Qing had paid an indescribable price to get her hands on the medicinal pill. The woman sighed. My life has been one of sorrow. There is no rebirth here. Perhaps there is no rebirth at all. But I did give her my promise, after all. I have already existed for far, far too long, and no longer desire to live. Since that is the case, why not help her achieve her aim? The woman looked at the pill bottle in her hand. After a long moment, she suddenly clenched her hand into a fist. The pill bottle shattered with a bang, and a medicinal pill flew out, which the woman immediately consumed. Instantly, her previously illusory body suddenly became material. Shockingly, she now possessed flesh and blood. It feels good to have a flesh and blood body again, even if it's temporary, she said softly. This time her voice was real. I will help her achieve her aim. Then she will see whether faithful people truly exist. She will see what decision this final successor of the League of Demon Sealers will make when it comes time to sever emotion. The reason I am saving you is not for your sake, but for her, she said softly. When the time comes, we will see whether or not she will become like me. I take my promises very seriously. It is with the same faithfulness that I treated him, all those years ago, that I will treat this girl who wishes to follow in my footsteps. I did not come to the rebirth cave to look for death, but rather, rebirth. I wanted to have a chance at a new self. I wanted to sever the past, and finally be free when I emerged. But this place has no rebirth. What does exist here, though, is my long life, which I can use to extend the broken bridge of your life force. The woman made a grasping gesture toward the depths of the rebirth cave, toward a 300-meter-wide black boulder, half of which was buried in the dirt. The black rock trembled and shook until a piece of it tore off of the top, which then flew toward the woman. She grabbed it and crushed it, transforming it into a black powder that she sprinkled over Meng Hao's body. At the same time, she performed an incantation gesture. Her eyes filled with a look of reminiscence as she recalled beautiful memories. After a long moment of silence, she pushed 2 fingers down onto the forehead of Meng Hao's stiff, withered corpse. As soon as her fingers touched his forehead, his previously unmoving body suddenly spasmed. In the same moment, the woman began to slowly wither, starting with her feet. Her life force, her vitality, her everything, poured through her 2 fingers into Meng Hao. She looked up into the blackness around them, and images appeared in her mind. She saw herself, and the man who she could never forget. You live, I live. You die, I die. I spoke words like that too, she murmured. Her body continued to wither, whereas Meng Hao's was recovering. He was no longer ancient, and signs of life could be seen within him. Back then, I looked at you and you looked at me. From that day on, I accompanied you. I followed you through so many deadly situations. Every time you were hurt, I felt pain. Every time you smiled, I was happy. I know that you tried to part with me on more than one occasion, but your reluctance held you back. Her legs were now withered, almost like roots connected to the ground. Her life force poured into Meng Hao, causing his hair to grow long, his face to flush with life. He was not old anymore, but rather middle-aged. The life force gathered up in Meng Hao, filling up what had once been empty. I also know that you had your wife, your sect, your responsibilities, and your mission. You had everything that was yours. But I really only had you. Even my name was given to me by you. I liked it when you called me Danu. If you grow old, I'll grow old with you. I also said the same thing. The woman's voice was soft as she spoke, filled with beauty and mystery and pain. By now, her body was almost completely withered. Because of the life force she was giving to Meng Hao, he was now a young man again. Except for the fact that his eyes were not open, he looked exactly as he had so many years ago. There is only one thing that I said which she didn't. If you reach Immortal Ascension, then I will become immortal with you. I never broke your heart. I would never, ever hurt you. But on that particular dawn, on the day of vicissitudes, when I saw you severing your emotions, I wept. I took all the goodness that was in me and left it in a coffin in the Milky Way Sea. I don't blame you. If something is to blame, it is that I am not a real woman, but only a resurrection lily who fell in love with you. The image of herself in her eyes suddenly was that of a beautiful resurrection lily, planted deep within the body of a man. After being inside of him for countless years, she fell in love with her own host. Far away in the great Tang of the eastern lands, in a random village, a somewhat sloppily dressed painter was looking askance at a rich man who fawned over him with endless words. "Immortal, sir, I beg of you to paint me. I'm willing to pay any price. My paintings are very expensive," was the response. The rich man nodded enthusiastically, then waved to his retainers to carry over several large chests. The old painter glanced at them out of the corner of his eye, then cleared his throat. "Well, it seems that the two of us are connected by destiny. Because of that, I'll paint something for you." He was just about to begin painting when a frown appeared on his face. "Something just came up," he said. "I need to take a mental journey. Please wait for a moment." With that, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. The rich man didn't dare to disturb him, and simply stood there off to the side, waiting. Back in the southern domain, in the rebirth cave, Danu looked off into the nothingness, lost in her memories. She was a lily that had bloomed with 7 colors. On the day of vicissitudes, she had reached Immortal Ascension. However, she mistakenly fell in love with her host. When she reached Immortal Ascension, she severed her goodness and buried it at the bottom of the Milky Way Sea. On that day, her tears had merged into the Milky Way Sea, and she became the Dawn Immortal. As for her goodness, it remained at the bottom of the Milky Way Sea, the same Danu as before. Many years later, she emerged from the coffin and entered into the body of the fish. When she splashed out from the water, she became a rock that flew toward the rebirth cave, emanating an intense aura of death. That aura of death came from her dead heart. In the rebirth cave, she had hoped to experience a baptism, a rebirth, to become new. But no matter how she searched, there was no rebirth to be found in the rebirth cave. It was then that she understood. The rebirth cave was nothing more than a fantasy. She could not achieve rebirth, so she remained there, submerged in her memories. No one in the world could understand her pain. But then she saw Su Qing, and when she did, she realized that Su Qing was just like herself all those years ago. She sighed. The memories flashing in her mind's eye seemed to grow more beautiful. In contrast, her body was already more than half withered up, like a dying flower. The hand that touched Meng Hao's forehead was visibly draining as her boundless life force poured into his body. He was now completely recovered, and didn't look old at all. Inside of him, glowing motes of light appeared. They packed together densely, interlocking to form into the shape of an arched bridge. However, the bridge was incomplete. In the very middle there was a broken section, making it impossible for the bridge to be whole. Those motes of light were the life force that Danu was sending into Meng Hao, and that bridge was none other than the bridge of life. "I don't blame you," murmured Danu softly. Her eyes were blank, her mind submerged into memories that no one could see. Her entire arm was now dried up. The withering spread to her neck. It looked almost like tendrils, climbing up to her forehead, and eventually covering her entire head. When the tendrils reached her eyes, she was thinking about the first time she had met her host. In that moment he had looked at her, and she him. It was a moment that seemed as if it would last an eternity. "I have never blamed you." When the withering took Danu's eyes, 2 teardrops fell. They rolled down her withered face and then landed on the ground with a soft patter. Her eyes grew listless, and she closed them. Then she lifted up the hand that was pushing down onto Meng Hao's forehead. After a moment, she softly struck his head. The blow seemed light, but the force hit him like lightning. He trembled violently, and roaring filled his mind. The countless nodes of light inside of him that formed the bridge of life suddenly vibrated and then expanded. In that moment, the 2 sides of the bridge linked together, and it was whole. When the bridge of life was complete, Meng Hao's body spasmed in unprecedented fashion. He suddenly breathed again. His previously still heart began to emit a thumping sound. When his heart started beating, the powder Danu had created from the 9th mountain and sea lodestone swept toward his chest and fused into his heart. Ba-dump, ba-dump. His heart continued to beat, and the sound of it echoed throughout the rebirth cave. Suddenly, an incredible gravitation force exploded out inside of his heart. At the same time, his soul, which had been wrapped up by the eyeless larva silk, was caught up by the gravitational force. It merged into his heart and then was superimposed over his body. In this moment, the bridge of life was thoroughly linked and whole. Blinding light shone out to fill the rebirth cave, dispelling all of the darkness. The resplendent light was dazzling to the extreme. Meng Hao's blood began to flow. His life force was vigorous. His soul was back in place. He had returned to life. His eyes snapped open. The first thing he saw was Danu. He saw her withered body and felt his own surging life force. He could immediately sense the connection between it and the woman. His mind trembled. If by this point he couldn't understand what had happened, then his over 200 years of life would have been lived in vain. It was obvious that this woman had given him her own life force. "Senior." Danu looked at him, and her eyes suddenly flickered open. "I gave you life, not for you, but for her." An image suddenly appeared in his mind. He saw himself fall down outside the rebirth cave, and he saw Su Qing arrive. She picked him up and struggled to carry him forward. She had once been beautiful, but now her hair was white and she was ancient. Purplish-black blood oozed out of the corners of her mouth. And yet, no regret could be seen in her eyes. She looked at Meng Hao with gentleness and determination. He watched as Su Qing used her own life force to sustain him. Every time she delivered her life force to him, it would keep him alive for a bit longer and make her weaker. However, her smile never faded. When he saw these things, Meng Hao trembled. He watched Su Qing carry him into the rebirth cave and sit down cross-legged. He watched her stroke his face. Su Qing was ancient, her hair white, and yet she continued to give him her life force, one bit at a time, no matter the consequences to herself. "You live, I live. You die, I die." Tears streamed down Meng Hao's face. Next, he saw Danu appear. She sent Su Qing away, and then Fatty came to deliver the medicinal pill. All of these things struck into his heart and mind like lightning. He trembled violently, and an intense dread suddenly filled him. Why? Why didn't Su Qing bring it herself? Meng Hao didn't dare to think about it. He jerked his head up to look at Danu. At the same time, he rose to his feet. Inside, he knew something bad had happened to Su Qing. He had to go find her. He had to find Su Qing. However, in the moment that he stood, his face suddenly fell, and he stood there, terror-stricken and motionless. His hands clenched tightly into fists as he realized that he was constrained to the absolute limit. He shivered ceaselessly as he remembered that he had no cultivation base. He was completely empty. "There is no such thing as rebirth," murmured Danu to herself. Her body was almost completely withered. She looked at Meng Hao and was just about to deliver the last of her life force to him, and then slip into death, when, suddenly, everything began to shake and rumble. A black mist sprang out from within the depths of the rebirth cave. It quickly filled every corner of the cave, as well as the area hundreds of thousands of meters surrounding the cave, turning it all into a world of black mist. The black mist rose up into the sky, shockingly transforming into an enormous head. The head had black hair, and its facial features were blurry, but it was clearly immeasurably ancient. "Who said there is no such thing as rebirth?" growled the voice. Danu looked up, and her eyes filled with a strange light. She had lived inside the rebirth cave for many years, and had visited all the areas within, but she had never sensed anything like this black mist. Even more shocked was Chomentai. He could hear the voice from his position deep in the cave, and it filled his mind with roaring. He shot to his feet, his face covered with astonishment. He had also been concealed in the cave for many years, and was very familiar with every inch of the place. However, he was completely unaware that anything like this existed inside. "Who is this?" he thought with a gasp. He suddenly realized that the rebirth cave was not at all how he had believed it to be. There were mysteries here that even he couldn't detect. The Tao of rebirth exists outside of the laws of heaven and earth. You can't feel it, that's all. On this day, you chose death to help this person. That is true rebirth. Rebirth is a death and a life, a cycle. Henceforth, he will represent you on the path of cultivation. You die for him in the cycle of reincarnation. That is true rebirth. If you understand, then you can free yourself from your worldly concerns. If you don't understand, then your next life will be one of darkness. Danu's body quivered in shock and her breathing grew ragged. She listened to the voice's words and her eyes gradually flashed with signs of comprehension. "Rebirth. Senior, please instruct me." She slowly closed her eyes, and in that moment, completely withered up, transforming into a resurrection lily, right there in the rebirth cave. Goodness personified, and in the end you still perform good deeds, imbuing your very breath into his body. You are the embodiment of truth and law. Because of this, I will help you this one time. Even as the voice echoed about, the black mist contracted. It began to congeal inside of the rebirth cave, next to the resurrection lily, where it turned into a brush. The brush moved about, seemingly using the air as its canvas to paint an extremely realistic resurrection lily. The brush swished, and the illusory resurrection lily settled onto Danu's withered body. Sleep for 10,000 years. After that, if you can awaken, then you will be reborn. As the voice echoed out, the black mist seemed to turn its attention onto Chomentai, who was deep in the recesses of the rebirth cave. Chomentai's mind trembled. You are a soul who has experienced many years of life and many reincarnations. You have relied on your persistence to reach this day. Continue on. I can sense something very familiar about you. Chomentai began to pant. Are you? Before he could finish speaking, the mist seethed, and Chomentai was suddenly swept up. He had no control over his body as he was ejected out of planet South Heaven and sent out into the starry sky. Regardless of whether or not the person you are waiting for is here, said the voice. If all you know how to do is use others, then if the time ever comes in which you can bring back to life that person who exists in your heart, well, you will feel only regret. Leave. When the time comes that you understand, you can return here. Back in the rebirth cave, Everything was quiet. The mist spun around, and a figure seemed to become visible, looking at Meng Hao. Trembling, Meng Hao rose to his feet and walked to the mouth of the rebirth cave. Although he was merely alive as a mortal now, he still had a promise to keep. You live, I live. You die, I die. In the moment in which Meng Hao was about to step foot out of the rebirth cave, the blurry figure behind him coolly said, "Why do you care about the perfect stratum so much anyway?" A tremor ran through Meng Hao. He turned around and looked at the misty figure behind him. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was on the verge of insanity, albeit a silent insanity. "Do you remember me?" The misty figure gradually grew clear to reveal an old man. He looked ordinary, and yet, within the ordinariness was an indescribably extraordinary disposition. "Senior Shui Donglu?" said Meng Hao, trembling. Of course, he instantly recognized that this man was Shui Donglu. Shui Donglu. Whoever existed in his memory could not be destroyed by the karmic severing of the Ji clan. The perfect stratum is great and all, but it's only a foundation. The ignorant masses think that the perfect foundation is the most supreme. It comes from the 3 classic scriptures, and can qualify you to become a doyen. But, as far as I'm concerned, the perfect stratum is like a leafy branch. It spreads throughout your body and eventually blooms with flowers that turn into Tao fruit. That fruit is the key to being a true paragon. You may have lost your foundation, but the Tao fruit is still there. Why are you acting like what you lost was the important part? Meng Hao was startled, and his mind filled with an intense roaring. Tao fruit. Of course, Tao fruit, replied Shui Donglu coolly. The whole purpose of the perfect stratum is to solidify the Tao fruit of perfection. That Tao fruit of perfection is none other than the paragon stratum. And yet, that stratum also counts for little. He swished his sleeve. Above the paragon stratum is the eternal. That is the true pinnacle of these strata. Shattered, fractured, flawless, perfect, Tao fruit, eternal. These are the 6 great strata of any stage of cultivation. You only reached perfect. To achieve the Tao fruit, you need to sever your perfection. As for the eternal, you already meet the requirements. Someone even severed your perfection for you already. Why is your heart still imprisoned? Why don't you just go ahead with your second severing? Shui Donglio's voice echoed like thunder in Meng Hao's ears, giving rise to enormous waves within his mind. Meng Hao's brain reeled, his body shook, and an unprecedentedly bright light shone in his eyes. Shui Donglio's words thoroughly crushed all traces of his muddlement. It was as if, in the darkest of nights, a ray of bright light suddenly pierced through the blackness of his world. Tao fruit, thought Meng Hao, panting. Sever perfection, achieve Tao fruit. The 10th Wang clan patriarch took away my perfect foundation. However, that perfection completely preoccupied my heart. Therefore, this time, I will sever my heart. Sever away the perfection in my heart. When I had my cultivation base, I could sever it. Without a cultivation base, who is to say that I can't still sever it? Spirit severing. Spirit severing. What is severed is the spirit. What is severed is the heart. This is my second blade of spirit severing. Sever away the perfect stratum. Sever the past. Carve out my perfect Tao fruit. A boom could be heard in Meng Hao's mind as he gained enlightenment. Although he clearly possessed no cultivation base, a billowing aura shot towards the sky. Within that aura appeared heavenly transformations, roiling clouds, and seething winds. Shockingly, precursors of the descent of a great Tao's reverberated out, something he had previously experienced in the Milky Way Sea. In that instant, the sky above all regions of the southern domain exploded into motion. Winds surged, lightning cracked, thunder boomed. Every expert in the southern domain was shocked, and countless people looked up into the sky in amazement. At the same time, in the starry sky outside of planet South Heaven, from inside the 9th mountain, a shocking will suddenly appeared. It swept out over the 9th mountain and sea, after which it zeroed in on the lands of South Heaven. This was the will of the great Tao of the ninth mountain and sea. It was the natural law of heaven and earth, the basis upon which the ninth mountain and sea operated. This will itself was also a great Tao. Its appearance filled the sky of South Heaven with a boundless light. Even the G clan's immortality bestowal dais outside of planet South Heaven was shaken and ceased functioning. In the lands of South Heaven, the G clan elders, as well as countless powerful experts from other sects and clans, fell to their knees in shock and began to kowtow. In the sky above South Heaven, the will of the ninth mountain and sea suddenly solidified into a blade that shot down toward Meng Hao in the rebirth cave. This descending will far exceeded the first blade of his first severing. All of the lands of South Heaven were shaken. The heavens opened up, revealing the heavenly bodies. Countless rivers of stars glittered and shined, seemingly prepared to bear witness to what was happening. In the rebirth cave, a blade appeared in front of Meng Hao. This was his spirit-severing blade, floating there in front of his head, glowing with shocking light. Hair in disarray, he lifted his head up and roared, "Sever!" As his voice echoed out, the great Tao blade descended, slicing into the rebirth cave, fusing into the blade above Meng Hao's head, then slashing into the top of his head. As soon as the blade touched Meng Hao's head, it sliced through him all the way to the ground. His body looked as if it had been cut in two. Shattering sounds could be heard, not from his body, but from the fetters inside him, the shackles created by his reluctance to accept the loss of the perfect stratum. All such restraints were completely severed. Meng Hao instantly began to shake violently. Then, he experienced a sensation of relaxation, an incredible calm that filled his entire body. It felt as if moments before, the weight of an entire mountain was crushing down on him. Then that mountain disappeared. At the same time, shockingly, an image of a fruit appeared on his forehead, emanating a glow like that of a magical item. This was a Tao fruit. It was made up of countless magical symbols, and looked perfect in every aspect. The 10th Wang clan patriarch could steal away Meng Hao's Tao foundation, but he could not take away his Tao fruit. The Tao fruit belonged solely to Meng Hao, and could not be taken away by anyone. In the moment that the Tao fruit appeared, a cultivation base suddenly exploded out in Meng Hao. First it was qi condensation, then foundation establishment, then core formation, and after that, nascent soul. After the peak of nascent soul, Meng Hao's desire for freedom and independence caused his first severing to reappear. His cultivation base was completely restored. Tribulation can also be good fortune. Meng Hao's energy was like a multicolored beam of light. His optimism for what would happen after severing the perfect stratum caused his body to tremble again. An even more powerful cultivation base aura suddenly spread out from his body. This was a second severing cultivation base. Tao Fruit Paragon. A strange light gleamed in Meng Hao's eyes, and he began to breathe heavily. His fleshly body returned to the heaven-defying state it had reached because of the art of fleshly sanctification. Furthermore, because of the indescribable boundless life force imparted to him by Danu, it was even more powerful than before. Tao fruit is good, said Shui Donglu levelly. But since you qualify for the eternal, why don't you sit down and try to gain enlightenment? He flicked his sleeve, causing Meng Hao instantly drop cross-legged to the ground. Ask yourself, what is the eternal? What is the eternal? The question echoed out in Meng Hao's mind. The eternal. The eyeless larva was eternal. If the larva was not destroyed, the silk could never be broken. If the silk was never broken, the larva could not be destroyed. That was an eternal cycle. The soul divergence incantation was eternal. An undying soul could be created. Once that happened, the cycle of reincarnation of heaven and earth could not destroy it. Even if you died years later, your flesh and blood would be born again. The eternal is something that exists eternally within me. No living thing in heaven and earth can do anything to take it away from me. Even the will of heaven and earth itself would be incapable of wresting away the eternal which belongs to me. The eternal is a type of determination, an overbearing attitude. What is mine belongs to me alone. Meng Hao suddenly looked up at Shui Donglu. Did you figure it out? Said Shui Donglu, looking at him. Yes. In the instant in which he replied, a rumbling sound filled his body. The Dao fruit shattered into pieces, causing countless magical symbols to scatter about. They filled his entire body, then fused into his cultivation base, his flesh, and his soul. At the same time, the soul divergence incantation began to rotate in Meng Hao's mind. After only a single rotation, Meng Hao suddenly understood the true meaning of the incantation. It was a supreme Taoist magic that could lead people to an understanding of the eternal stratum. To cultivate the soul divergence incantation, one needed to experience death, to have incredible willpower and unusual good fortune, and most importantly, to experience hanging onto life by a thread, a razor's edge between life and death where a single misstep would lead to either truly perishing or failing to cultivate this magic. As for Meng Hao, the reason he could gain enlightenment was because of the eyeless larva. Its thread of life and death had thoroughly entwined his soul so that it could not depart. His soul had been alive while his fleshly body was dead. In that space between life and death, Meng Hao's soul earned the qualifications for the eternal. All those years ago, the coffin prepared for Kujusi by Kuyunhai served just such a function. That was how Kujusi ended up succeeding in cultivating the soul divergence incantation. Meng Hao trembled as the magical symbols penetrated every part of his body. Because of the fusing of these symbols into him, although his cultivation base was only at the second severing level, his level was that of the eternal. He was no longer perfect but rather far above perfect in the eternal stratum. The eternal stratum. What's mine is mine, and no one can steal it from me. Meng Hao rose to his feet. His energy surged with power. Because of the eternal stratum, his second severing cultivation base could far exceed the gap between it and the third severing. In fact, in combination with his fleshly body, he was now the number one person beneath Dao seeking. Meng Hao turned to Shui Donglu, clasped hands, and bowed deeply. Senior, many thanks for your kindness in pointing out the correct path. Shui Donglu looked at him for a moment and then said, There's no need to thank me. I only hope that from now on, you don't hold any grudges against the Wang clan. If you wish, you can kill the person who stole your Dao foundation but not others. Don't be a monster who kills those who haven't provoked you. Now go. You have something bothering you. I won't keep you any longer. Meng Hao stared back at him, then nodded silently. He clasped hands and bowed again, then turned and shot out of the cave like an unsheathed sword, radiating intense killing intent. Shui Donglu watched Meng Hao leave, then, after a long moment, turned and walked back into the depths of the rebirth cave. To people like Chomentai and Danu, the rebirth cave wasn't very big. But to Shui Donglu it was limitless. He walked and walked until finally he reached a room carved from stone. The stone room was empty except for a half-painted canvas. The painting depicted a countryside village. A white-haired old man stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, looking off into the distance. Next to him was a boy who appeared to be pleading for something. In return, the man shook his head. Shui Donglu looked at the painting, and a look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. Finally, he closed his eyes. In that instant, the old painter sitting cross-legged in the eastern lands suddenly opened his eyes. He smiled at the rich man standing in front of them, and then cleared his throat. My mental journey went well. Now, let me start that painting for you. Meng Hao emerged from the rebirth cave. In that instant, his cultivation base exploded out. He really was like a bared sword emanating monstrous sword chi. His killing intent radiated out, causing the air in the area to freeze. Frost spread out across the ground, covering stones in the nearby stone forest with sheets of ice. As he walked forward, his divine sense spread out until it encountered a familiar figure, standing outside of the rebirth cave region, looking on anxiously. Fatty, thought Meng Hao. He changed directions and, a moment later, reappeared directly next to Fatty. Who's there? Cried Fatty, clearly scared half to death and on the verge of fleeing. He backed up nervously, and popping sounds could be heard as several dozen magical items suddenly appeared. When he saw Meng Hao, he stared in shock. Then he started hollering at the top of his lungs. Meng Hao! Meng Hao! A smile appeared on Meng Hao's face. It had been many years since he last parted ways with Fatty, but as of now, he could clearly sense the feelings of friendship that existed in Fatty's heart. Neither of them said anything more. They strode forward and shared a manly embrace. Fatty's heart was completely filled with joy. He looked at Meng Hao and then thought back to everything that had happened in the Reliance sect. All of a sudden, he remembered Su Qing, and his face fell. You have to go save elder sister Su. When Meng Hao heard this, his eyes flickered. What happened? Fatty hesitated for a moment and then shook his head. And nothing. It almost seemed like he wasn't willing to explain. Meng Hao was silent for a moment. He didn't ask any further questions, but instead flew up into the air. Actually, he didn't need to ask anything else. All he had to do was go to the Black Civ sect, and he would naturally find the answers he sought. Fatty understood Meng Hao quite well, so seeing him flying away like that, it wasn't hard to guess what he was thinking. Fatty gritted his teeth and then yelled out, Meng Hao, go save elder sister Su, because she got that medicinal pill for you. She's now suppressed at the bottom of the Black Civ sect. The entire sect is working to dissolve her alive. Meng Hao jerked to a halt in midair, his eyes instantly turning blood red. What did you say? A preternatural fury and desire to kill roared through him. His body trembled and the air around him rumbled as if it were about to shatter. Fatty clenched his jaw. Having spoken up, he decided that he might as well explain everything. Hurry up and go save her. Soon. It's going to be too late. News leaked out that she is the first person in countless years to emerge from the rebirth cave. She risked everything to steal that medicinal pill, which she entrusted to me. I brought it here for her. In the end, the Black Civ sect captured her. They say that because she came out alive from the rebirth cave, her body is infected with its aura. The Black Civ sect patriarchs want to refine her into treasured medicinal pills, which they hope to consume and thereby acquire the aura of rebirth. The roaring in Meng Hao's mind was like that of millions of thunderbolts, all striking and exploding at the same time. Heaven and earth shook, and it felt as if his mind were about to explode into pieces. Meng Hao's killing intent exploded out with incomparable intensity. He thought back to what he had seen, to Su Qing delivering her life force to him. He thought about everything that had happened in their homeland, the state of Zhao. He thought about the grave she had dug and the gravestone. He thought about the determination in her eyes when she looked at him and murmured, You live, I live. You die, I die. No other woman had ever treated him in such a way. No other woman cared about his life so much. Never. Meng Hao lifted his head up and let out mournful roar that caused the colors to fade away from heaven and earth. The clouds and wind churned, and the power of his cultivation base exploded out. A tempest kicked up, which swept out in all directions. The air in the area seemed about to collapse. Black Civ sect. If you dare to harm a hair on her head, I, Meng Hao, will tear your bodies to pieces and crush your bones into powder. I will not rest until you are exterminated. He waved his right hand and slapped his bag of holding, causing the war chariot to appear. He stepped inside. Immortal shows the way had also been restored to normal. He rotated it and sent some immortal chi out. The war chariot instantly vanished. Fatty watched him leave, and then murmured, Meng Hao, after everything Su Qing did for you, if you let her down, it will be an intolerable injustice. Meng Hao's eyes shone with a horrific balefulness. His rage and insanity fused into his killing intent, which exploded with monstrous intensity. Su Qing, wait for me. I'm coming to save you. Su Qing, just hold on. I'm coming. I'm coming. His cultivation base was at the second severing stage, and he was in the eternal strata. He was the number one figure under Dao seeking. He was qualified to do whatever he wished. And he was even more qualified to fight back against an entire sect. Even if it was the Black Civ sect. Even if it was the countless discarnate souls that existed in the depths of the land. Even if it was a super sect of the southern domain, the Black Civ sect. Meng Hao didn't consider those things. They weren't worth even thinking about. In a situation like this, if a man worried about whether or not he would win or lose, worried about his own life, then he was not even human. The war chariot sped along, screaming through the air. The wind itself seemed to be filled with memories. Meng Hao saw the events at Mount Daqing. He saw the Reliance sect. He saw the things that happened in the Blessed Land. He saw the Black Sieve sect and the Rebirth Cave. He saw all of the times he and Su Qing had been together. The images floated there in the wind in front of him. He saw Su Qing's gentleness, her simplicity, her determination. All of those things were now rooted deeply in Meng Hao's heart. Most moving of all was how she had sacrificed her own life force for him. It caused his heart to fill with stabs of pain. As of this moment, the killing intent he felt was greater than at any point in his entire life. Su Qing, if you can sacrifice your life for me, then I can do the same for you. From this day forward, you are my beloved. Heaven and earth can bear witness to my words. You live, I live. You die, I die. The Black Sieve sect was a grand place. The 100,000 mountains surrounding it served as a foil to the 99 mountains within their center. Above the 99 mountains floated the first mountain, upturned to create something that was almost a continent. On its underside, willows draped down, some a few dozen meters long, others hundreds. Clouds curled up around this massive land, giving it a truly celestial feeling. Richly ornamented buildings, pagodas, and temples covered it. Beneath it, the 99 mountains were all connected with colorful arching bridges. It was extraordinarily beautiful. Gurgling water dripped off of the ragged rocks on the bottom of the floating mountain, making the sect a place of indescribable beauty. The faint sound of bells filled the air, creating an incredibly serene air. Currently, the entire Black Sieve sect was enveloped in a thick, black fog. Outside of the black fog were Black Sieve sect spell formations, all in full rotation. They let out pulsing ripples, filled with crushing energy that formed the shape of a lotus. The lotus had 99 petals, each one of which was made up of 99 lotuses. The entire thing formed into a gigantic, shocking lotus. Inside the formation were the disciples of the Black Sieve sect, sitting cross-legged in meditation. From up above in the sky, it was possible to tell that of the hundreds of thousands of disciples of the 99 mountains, all disciples were participating in the meditation, regardless of the level of their cultivation bases. As for the 99 mountains themselves, they formed a central spell formation within the larger spell formation. They too rotated, combining their power with that of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators, all of the Black Sieve sect's resources, to pour into the first mountain, into the sect's legacy precious treasure. It was a gigantic incense burner that existed on top of the first mountain, which was so high that it seemed connected to the heavens. The enormous incense burner was the subject of generation after generation of worship and sacrifice. 3 huge sticks of incense eternally burned inside of it, and the smoke that rose up into the sky was blown by the wind into wisps that resembled willow branches. It was as if within these strands, one could see visions of fleeting, ever-changing lives that belonged to spirits from the underworld. Sitting cross-legged around the incense burner were 3 old men. Each one had ancient features, and rarely stepped even half a foot outside of the Black Sieve sect. As for their cultivation bases, all were in the spirit-severing stage. These were the Tao reserve of the Black Sieve sect, its very foundation. The strongest of the 3 was the ruddy-faced old man in the center position, Morong Duo. His cultivation base was at the 3rd severing level. Of the other 2, one was in the 2nd severing level, the other the 1st. These were the patriarchs of the Black Sieve sect. They sat cross-legged, using the power of the spell formation, and thus the power of all the cultivators of the sect, to operate the sect's precious treasure, and refine the person inside of it into medicinal pills. This was a magical technique known as Heaven and Hearth Reincarnation refinement, in which the subject was dissolved over a period of 49 days. No one could hold out for any longer than that. Eventually, the subject would melt into blood, which would then congeal into the medicinal pill. An indistinct figure could be seen within the incense burner. It was only possible to tell that it was a woman. Her face was not clearly visible, and her body was covered with countless magical symbols. The The symbols were deeply imprinted into her flesh and blood, and glittered with bright light as they slowly worked at dissolving her. The woman was trembling, gritting her teeth as she continued to endure. It seemed that her body might be fully dissolved at any moment. The aura of the rebirth cave pulsated off of her. Every time it did, it would be absorbed by the incense burner, which would then burn hotly and send out a shocking red glow. The three old men began to discuss the matter. So, it turns out that she has been able to endure for 37 days. This Su Qingshur has unswerving determination. Sadly, her body is infected with the aura of the rebirth cave. She's the first person in years to emerge alive from the rebirth cave. In that case, she is simply destined to be refined into rebirth pills. With such medicinal pills, the slumbering ancestor of the Black Civ sect will have a chance to be reborn. It's a real pity she has the soul of Matriarch Phoenix within her. Unfortunately, her Tao of Nirvana will be lost, never to be handed down. However, sacrificing her and losing a single legacy to improve the entire sect means that her death will be worth it. This matter is not just something that must be done by the Black Yang sect, but also your Civine sect. After all, our ancestor is your emperor. The three old men looked at the incense burner, and their eyes burned with passion. At the same time, the trembling, indistinct figure inside of the incense burner let out a quavering murmur. Meng Hao, are you okay? If you ever are reborn, by the time you emerge, it will be too late. Well, I was the one who failed to keep my promise. You're not to blame. If it turns out that you weren't reborn, well then, I'll be going to accompany you soon. As we said, you live, I live. You die, I die. In that exact moment, an incredible boom could be heard outside of the Black Civ sect spell formation. It was far more shocking than thunder. An ancient war chariot appeared, emanating intense killing intent and madness. The air shattered as it appeared. Meng Hao stood in the war chariot, clothed in a green robe. He gripped the flag of 3 streamers in his right hand, which he waved out in front of him. It stretched out, creating a black screen that seemed capable of blotting out the entire sky. At the same time, Meng Hao's eyes flashed with an unprecedented desire to slaughter. He came. He came to keep his promise. Meng Hao's appearance on the scene shook the heavens and rocked the earth. Everything trembled, and enormous, endless ripples spread out. A massive roaring echoed out as the war chariot appeared, shattering the air. Meng Hao stood in the middle of the war chariot as cracking sounds filled the air. Countless fissures sprang into being. The entire sky was like a mirror that someone had punched their fist into. Although it was not completely shattered, shocking cracks could be seen spreading out in all directions. That was especially true because of the flag of 3 streamers that he wielded. This was his first time truly and intentionally unleashing the full, incredible power of the flag. It whipped about, its blackness covering everything, splitting the sky into 2 worlds, one of light, one of darkness. Meng Hao's eyes were completely bloodshot as his gaze swept over the scene in the Black Civ sect. He saw the black mist, and he saw the domineering lotus flower. He sent his divine sense out, but the lotus spell formation and the black mist therein formed a great spell formation that completely protected the mountains of the Black Civ sect. This was no ordinary spell formation. Even Meng Hao's powerful divine sense could not penetrate inside. His killing intent instantly surged. Black Civ sect, he shouted. The sound rumbled about, more intense than lightning. His fleshly body was at the peak of spirit severing, and his cultivation base was at the peak of the second severing. This was the first time he had ever shouted in such a way after entering the eternal stratum. He pushed his hand down onto the chariot, and instantly, the flag of 3 streamers swished. The blackness, which was like nighttime consuming light, swept toward the huge lotus that surrounded the Black Civ sect. Booms could be heard echoing out. Heaven and earth trembled, and the sound of explosions filled the air. The lotus instantly collapsed, but then reappeared. Apparently, the aura of the 100,000 mountains was sustaining what would be an endless succession of enormous spell formations. Because of Meng Hao's shout, as well as the collision between the flag of 3 steamers and the great spell formation, The ground quaked violently. The sounds merged together, creating a shocking barrage that rattled out in all directions, even into the black mist within the Black Sieve sect. The disciples of the Black Sieve sect suddenly could all hear Meng Hao's enraged voice. "Hand over Su Qing," he said. This was his second sentence. The power of his words far exceeded that of his first sentence. An even more shocking rumbling shook everything. The lotus dimmed and the mist seethed. All of the Black Sieve sect disciples felt their minds trembling violently. The beautiful palace buildings began to shake, and some even collapsed under the power of Meng Hao's voice. The eyes of the Black Sieve sect disciples in the 99 mountains went wide with shock. The 3 old men who sat cross-legged around the incense burner on the first mountain opened their eyes. Bright glows could be seen. Spirit severing. Second severing. A powerful expert. When they exchanged glances, they could all see the serious look in each other's eyes. "We only activated the spell formation to be prepared for all contingencies, and to prevent other sects from detecting what was happening. Who is this stranger? It doesn't matter who he is. Even if he's a spirit-severing expert, now that he's come to the Black Sieve sect, he'll be forced to drop to his knees in front of us." The 3 men muttered to themselves for a moment before the third severing old man gave a cold snort. "He can't even get inside." Continue with the dissolving. Surrounded by rumbling sounds, the hundreds of thousands of Black Sieve sect disciples once again continued with their refinement, causing the incense burner glowed bright red. As for the figure inside, when she heard Meng Hao's voice, she suddenly trembled. He came. Outside of the Black Sieve sect's spell formation, Meng Hao's eyes were completely shot with blood. He raised his hand and caused the flag of 3 streamers to swish through the air. Blackness roiled out to slam into the Black Sieve sect's spell formation. The incredible booms continued to rattle out. The Great Lotus spell formation suddenly rotated, causing the power of heaven and earth to emanate out. The power was indestructible, seemingly eternal. No matter what Meng Hao did to cause the formation to collapse, it would instantly restore itself. A short period of time passed in which it seemed nothing would work. The disciples of the Black Sieve sect were now starting to calm down and focus on their orders from the sect. The dissolving continued. As for the old men surrounding the incense burner, cold smiles twisted their lips as they proceeded with the refinement. They were not worried. The protective spell formation was so powerful that nothing could compare to it, except perhaps a Tao-seeking cultivation base. Any spirit-severing expert who tried to break through the formation wouldn't be able to do so unless they spent months trying. As for the refinement process, they only needed a few more days to finish. Then they would be able to go against this opponent with the full strength of the sect. Even if he was a second severing cultivator, he would be dead for sure. "How rash and ridiculous," said the third severing old man, his voice cool. Meng Hao stood in the war chariot glaring at the enormous lotus. He had already destroyed the damnable thing at least 100 times with the flag of 3 streamers. However, no matter how many times he shattered it into pieces, it would completely recover, seemingly completely undamaged. They mustered all the power of heaven and earth from all 100,000 mountains of the Black Sieve sect to back this spell formation. What I'm fighting against is not the formation, but the power of heaven and earth from these 100,000 mountains. If the power of heaven and earth doesn't break up, then the formation cannot be pierced. If only I could use just a bit of Tao-seeking power to force the spell formation to reach its limit. Break it at least 10 times in a row, to the point where the spiritual energy from the 100,000 mountains can't keep up. Then I can see its weak points. One point of weakness is all I need to completely shatter it. Meng Hao lifted his right hand and made a grasping motion, causing the flag of 3 streamers to return to him. It swirled through the air around him, almost like a black cloak that covered his green robe. He placed his hand onto the war chariot and rotated Immortal shows the way, sending pulses of immortal chi into the chariot. Unfortunately, I don't have the power of Tao-seeking. Even the flag of 3 streamers can't smash through this succession of spell formations. Well then, I'll just have to bash it head-on. A light of madness shone in Meng Hao's eyes. He would not attempt to pierce it. He would smash head-on into the formation. The war chariot began to thrum, and countless magical symbols appeared, along with numerous roaring wild beasts that began to pull it forward into a charge. The incredible speed was difficult to describe. In the blink of an eye, the war chariot had left its original position and was shooting like a meteor directly into the lotus, bashing into it. The lotus instantly fell apart, but almost at exactly the same time began to reform. However, the war chariot continued onward, charging forward without stop. It was like a sharp sword, stabbing madly, allowing no time for the spiritual energy of the 100,000 mountains to rush forward. Ninth anima, roared Meng Hao. His body was powerful to the extreme, and his cultivation base exploding with full power. Although this was not the power of Tao seeking, he was eminently qualified to be called the number one figure under Tao seeking. Boom! The war chariot shot forward another 300 meters. Meng Hao's body trembled, and vast pressure bore down on him. However, nothing could prevent him from advancing. Nothing could stand in the way of the war chariot. It was like a caged animal that roared as it charged forward. The further they got, the greater was the pressure that weighed down on them. The interior of the lotus collapsed, but as before began to heal. The 100,000 mountains rotated, and the spiritual energy poured out boundlessly. Meng Hao raised his hand up and then pointed out. Demon sealing 8th hex. Seal the spiritual energy of these 100,000 mountains. An incredible roar filled the air as the 100,000 mountains shuddered. Meng Hao shouted out as the war chariot charged forward madly. Another 300 meters. It was now only about 600 meters from the position where the black mist began. It was at this point that violent shaking overtook the 100,000 mountains. Some of the outermost mountains, perhaps 1,000 in total, began to split and crack and then directly exploded. They simply couldn't endure the way Meng Hao fought back against them. After having their spiritual energy sealed, a backlash occurred that instantly shattered them. As thousands of huge mountains collapsed in the Black Civ Sect's 100,000 mountains, the faces of the disciples of the Black Civ Sect fell. As for the three old men who sat next to the incense burner, their pupils constricted. One of them gave a cold snort, then lifted his hand up and pointed out. Send 10,000 disciples to form a spell formation. Use deadly force. If they're capable of killing him, kill him. If they can't kill him, delay him for 3 days. In response to his words, a group of 10,000 disciples flew up into the air. They shot through the black mist and then entered the lotus spell formation to sit down cross-legged on the lotuses inside. They unleashed their cultivation bases as they took control of the lotus spell formation. In unison with their actions, the lotus spell formation began to rotate, sending out pulses of killing will. In the blink of an eye, innumerable lotus petals flew out, sweeping toward Meng Hao like sharp swords. The lotus petals almost looked like rain, filled with a desire to kill. However, before they could even get near to Meng Hao, his eyes radiated murder and madness. He pushed the war chariot onward, then waved his wide sleeve. The flag of 3 streamers shot out, sweeping out with echoing booms. The 10,000 disciples who had just emerged from the black mist trembled and began to cough up blood. As for Meng Hao and the war chariot, they shot forward with urgency, fighting back against the pressure which weighed down. They moved another 300 meters. By this point, Meng Hao felt as if 100,000 mountains really were pressing down onto his body. They would soon crush him into a pulp. As for the immortal chi inside of him, he couldn't control it anymore. It would be difficult to push the war chariot through the final 300 meters. A bright glow appeared in Meng Hao's eyes as, without hesitation, he put the war chariot away and then relied on the strength of his fleshly body to continue on through the last 300 meters. As soon as he proceeded forward, the pressure from the 100,000 mountains bore down. Meng Hao trembled, and cracking sounds could be heard. He stopped in place. Seeing him stop moving caused the 10,000 disciples to feel a bit more confident. They all began to perform incantations, causing the lotuses they were sitting on to teleport forward toward Meng Hao. Shockingly, the lotuses started forming together into a huge statue of a 3-headed, 6-armed god. The statue was incredibly formidable. Not only did it have 3 heads and 6 arms, but lotuses swirled around it, and it was formed from 10,000 people. The 3 heads all looked at Meng Hao, and the 6 arms all pointed directly at him. "Screw off from this place!" roared the statue with the combined voices of 10,000 people. Meng Hao looked up with a vicious smile. The killing intent in his eyes was thick, and his desire to slaughter suddenly surged even higher. Ninth Anima. Second Spirit Severing Cultivation Base. Eternal Stratum. All of this thrummed inside of Meng Hao. He strode forward, clenching his right hand into a fist. One man versus a great spell formation, and 10,000 enemies. "Time to break you," he cried. Meng Hao's fist connected. It was powered by the rage and frustration of having his perfect foundation stolen, as well as all the regret that he had severed away. One fist connected, and everything exploded. A huge boom filled the air as the statue's 6 arms burst into pieces, and its 3 heads crumbled. The entire statue exploded like a bomb. It was impossible to describe exactly how much power was unleashed. Blood sprayed from the mouths of the 10,000 Black Civ sect disciples as they were sent spinning backward into the spell formation. The gale force wind generated by Meng Hao's blow then smashed into them, shredding their bodies to pieces, killing them instantly. Meng Hao's eyes shined with determination as he strode forward and punched a second time. Then a third time, a fourth time, and a fifth time. Every time a blow landed, more of the surrounding lotus spell formation crumbled. With each strike, Meng Hao proceeded forward another 30 meters. By the time the 9th blow landed, he was already at the very edge of the spell formation. The final blow was the 9 heavens' destruction. The lotus collapsed into fragments, and a massive boom rocked heaven and earth. The sound of it filled the 100,000 mountains, roughly 10,000 of which directly collapsed into pieces. Finally, the Black Civ sect's mountain-protecting spell formation was broken. In that moment, Meng Hao emerged from the spell formation and entered the black mist. "Give me Su Qing," he said. His tone of voice made him sound like he was the ruler of the entire world. It was filled with an indescribable potency and madness that filled the entire Black Civ sect. As his voice resonated out, the surrounding mist seethed, and narrow gaps formed. Through one such gap, Meng Hao caught a glimpse of the 99 mountains on the other side of the mist, and the incense burner on the first mountain. Sitting cross-legged inside the incense burner was a trembling figure, indistinct, but with a very familiar aura. Su Qing. It was Su Qing who would live and die with him. Hundreds of thousands of Black Civ sect disciples were refining Su Qing. Meng Hao's mind felt as if lightning bolts were striking it. An indescribable fury rose up inside of him, transforming into an inexhaustible desire to slaughter. Kill, kill, kill. In that moment, Meng Hao's hatred for the Black Civ sect reached the degree where it could never possibly be reconciled. Every single last disciple of the Black Civ sect had to die. "Kill him!" cried the centermost of the 3 old men by the incense burner. The faces of all 3 were currently filled with shock. How could they possibly have imagined that Meng Hao would be able to break through their great lotus spell formation? The first severing cultivator immediately rose to his feet. He had a violent temper, and his face was grim as he flew up into the air. "Disciples of the rear 20 peaks of the 100 mountains," said the old man. "Follow me into the Civ-in formation. We will kill this drudge." With that, he entered the black mist. Simultaneously, 30,000 disciples flew to follow him. The weakest among them were foundation establishment cultivators, the strongest were nascent soul. Even as they entered the mist, Meng Hao's voice, filled with unprecedented bereavement and anger, suddenly sounded out. "Black Civ sect, I hereby vow that I will eradicate your entire sect. The lands of South Heaven will have either you or me, not the both of us." Meng Hao's desire to kill had reached a heinous level. He lifted his right hand and produced the flag of 3 streamers. It swept out in all directions, causing the mist around him to roil, and rumbling sounds to fill the air. As for the Black Civ sect first severing patriarch, as soon as he stepped into the mist, it seemed to come alive, as if it were sentient. Will of the black sieve, understanding of all creation. I shall go to battle, and pluck the stars from heaven. First formation. The voice of the first severing patriarch echoed about as the 30,000 black sieve sect disciples entered the mist one after another. Shockingly, the mist condensed into 8 formations that resembled black dragons. The black dragons looked incredibly ferocious. Roaring with rage, they circulated around each other and then shot toward Meng Hao, attempting to devour him. Meng Hao's eyes flickered with a cold glow as he looked at the 8 dragons. His desire to kill had reached a level it never had before. From the day he had begun practicing cultivation until now, he had never felt a stronger desire to slaughter. As the 8 dragons neared, Meng Hao strode forward and waved the flag of 3 streamers. Blackness spread out, sweeping over 3 of the black dragons. The flag began to glow with a bizarre light, and on its surface appeared countless faces, their features twisted as if with greed and the thirst for blood. At the same time, Meng Hao's body flickered and then reappeared in front of one of the other dragons. Without the slightest hesitation, he punched. A boom echoed out and a huge spasm ran through the black dragon. It began to break apart in layers, accompanied by miserable shrieks. Behind Meng Hao, 3 more black dragons roared and charged. They moved with such incredible speed that even in the moment in which he turned to look at them, they were directly in front of him. Demon Ceiling, 8th Hex, he said, pointing out his right hand. Instantly, the 3 black dragons trembled, as if countless invisible bonds were tying them up. Demon Magic, Art of Righteous Bestowal, Soul Extraction. Meng Hao performed an incantation, and a vicious gleam appeared in his eyes as he pointed forward. The gesture instantly caused the indescribably shrill cries to echo out from within the dragons. Inside the dragons were over 10,000 cultivators, their faces twisting and distorting as they screamed. Ghost images appeared, which were their souls being extracted from within. The 3 dragons instantly collapsed. Over 10,000 corpses suddenly fell to the ground. The art of righteous bestowal was a magical technique of the demon sealers. Righteousness came with a thought, bestowal came with a thought. Life came with a thought, death came with a thought. In the same moment, the 3 dragons caught up by the flag of 3 streamers trembled violently and collapsed into pieces. As for the final dragon, it froze in mid-air. The image of the first severing patriarch magically appeared in the head position of the dragon, and his face was filled with shock. Second formation, he cried. Immediately, what remained of all the dragons fell apart and turned into black mist that shot toward the first severing patriarch. Within the mist were the rest of the disciples who had not been killed, about 10,000 of them. In the blink of an eye, the black mist transformed into a 300-meter-tall giant. It wore black armor and looked like a god. As soon as it appeared, it charged toward Meng Hao. "Die!" roared the giant, the combined voice of 10,000 people echoing out to shocking effect. At the same time, the 100,000 mountains suddenly released a boundless aura that enveloped the giant, causing its body to grow. All of a sudden, it was 1,500 meters tall. Compared in size to the giant, Meng Hao was nothing more than a bug. Meng Hao looked up at the approaching giant, and the coldness in his eyes grew stronger. Then he suddenly realized that he wasn't sure whether or not Su Qing was alive or dead inside of the incense burner, and his heart grew even more anxious. At the same time, he understood that if he didn't destroy this spell formation, then he would be unable to enter into the Black Sieve sect. "Die!" the giant roared, stretching its arms out to either side and then smashing them together toward Meng Hao, as if to crush him between its palms. They moved with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, the hands were almost upon Meng Hao. He did nothing to evade, allowing the hands to smash into each other around him. To any one observer, it would appear as if Meng Hao was completely enveloped by the hands of the giant. However, if you looked closely, you would see that the giant was trembling. Not only was it trembling, its expression was one of disbelief and shock. What fleshly body is this?" said the second severing old man next to the incense burner. He rose to his feet, his face filled with astonishment. "Calm down. There's no need to get agitated," said the third severing patriarch, his voice cool. "That's only the second transformation out of 3 total." Even as they exchanged words, the giant's hands suddenly exploded. Black mist spread in all directions as Meng Hao walked out, not harmed even in the least bit. He stepped up to the giant and then instantly punched out. A huge boom could be heard as the giant opened its mouth and expelled a mouthful of mist to block Meng Hao. At the same time, it retreated at full speed. On the giant's forehead, the image of the first severing patriarch appeared, his expression one of terror and astonishment. Instantly, he shouted, "Third formation!" In response, the body of the giant fell apart into boundless black mist that shot toward Meng Hao and surrounded him. It seethed and spun as it then formed into an enormous globe. Rumbling sounds filled the air as black fire erupted out. Then the globe began to shrink, as if it intended to refine Meng Hao inside of it. It shrank relentlessly. 300 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters, 30 meters. Next to the incense burner, the third severing patriarch coolly commented, "The third transformation, in combination with the power of Mo Li's cultivation base, can easily kill an expert of the second severing level. It doesn't matter how powerful his fleshly body is, the soft can defeat the hard. He will not escape." The other spirit severing patriarch next to him smiled in agreement. "The Civ-in formation can refine all living things. The only sad thing is that it can't produce medicinal pills. Otherwise, that person could be refined into a pill that would definitely be considered a precious treasure." As the two of them chatted, a huge rumbling sound suddenly rang out. Their faces flickered as they looked up. Down below, hundreds of thousands of Black Civ sect disciples all had similar reactions. What they saw was an enormous black globe of mist, shrunken down to only 10 meters in size. Then, a matchlessly vicious aura was released from within the mist globe. The viciousness of the aura was difficult to describe, as was its incredible coldness. Everyone watched on as, in the blink of an eye, a ferocious figure appeared inside the 10-meter mist globe. I was not a person, but rather a flower, a multicolored flower. Its branches and leaves swayed, its petals fluttered. When its aura spread out, the mist globe was incapable of enduring. It exploded with a boom. As it did, blood and gore splattered everywhere, from the corpses of the Black Civ sect disciples. In addition, an old man emerged, his face covered with fear, shock, and disbelief as he retreated at top speed. That old man was none other than the first severing patriarch. "Save me!" he howled as he fled. However, before he could get very far, and before anyone could even do anything in response, a black branch snaked out at high speed. It wrapped around the old man and violently dragged him back. The old man screamed miserably as the branch hauled him down toward Meng Hao, who then grabbed him by the neck. Meng Hao strode forward. Behind him was a 5-colored resurrection lily, fully 60 meters tall, swaying about with unbridled fury as it floated along. This was Meng Hao's spirit-severing treasure, his resurrection lily. The black mist spell formation was broken. Meng Hao was enveloped by killing intent as he emerged. He violently twisted his right hand, instantly crushing the life out of the Black Civ sect first severing patriarch. Bones shattered, and then Meng Hao loosened his grip, sending the old man's body tumbling down to the ground. Meng Hao didn't even think about the man's bag of holding. Behind him, the resurrection lily swayed about, emanating its vicious aura, making it seem as if Meng Hao were silhouetted against a terrifying, pitch-black backdrop. The resurrection lily had actually been ready for use as soon as he completed his second severing. Furthermore, the life force inside of him came from Danu, a 7-colored resurrection lily. Because of that, although he had long been locked in a life-or-death entanglement with the resurrection lily, after erasing its will, it was now fundamentally amiable. Such amiability made it so that there was an unbreakable connection between the two of them. Such a connection superseded that of the spirit-severing treasures created by most cultivators. As of this moment, There was no one else in Meng Hao's world except for the figure inside the incense burner. The instant he emerged from the spell formation, he transformed into a green smoke that shot directly up toward the first mountain. Looks of shock could be seen on the faces of the two spirit-severing cultivators next to the incense burner. The second severing patriarch flew up into the air and shouted, "Stop him!" At the same time, all of the Black Civ sect disciples down below flew up to form a huge spell formation. The power of heaven and earth descended, and the 100,000 mountains emitted spiritual energy. The spell formation surged with power. The third severing patriarch didn't fly up, but rose to his feet and put his hand onto the incense burner. His eyes flickered as his cultivation base rotated. He was using only the intense power of his cultivation base to perform the refining. This man is not weak, he thought. The fact that he made it this far leaves me uncertain of whether or not I can defeat him. Therefore, I will disturb his emotions. Considering Zhou Tai's cultivation base, and the spell formation formed by the other disciples, if his heart is in chaos, then there is a high likelihood that he can be defeated. As soon as Meng Hao emerged, he met the resistance of the second severing patriarch. Dense killing intent filled Meng Hao's eyes, especially when he saw the third severing patriarch next to the incense burner attempting to hasten the refining process. Meng Hao's eyes turned completely red. "Screw OFF!" he roared, waving his sleeve. Instantly, the second severing patriarch was sent tumbling back, blood pouring from his mouth. Astonished as he was, his attempt to block Meng Hao's path had actually slowed him down a bit. Simultaneously, the hundreds of thousands of cultivators down below were rapidly unleashing the power of the spell formation. Bright light shot up into the air and then completely enveloped the area. Shockingly, glowing figures shot up into the air, one after another. They resembled shining souls, and represented all of the countless Black Civ sect disciples down below. They quickly shot in tight formation toward Meng Hao in an attempt to block his path. "Let's see how you break through that," said the second severing patriarch malevolently. As his voice echoed out, the spell formation rotated, causing the colors in the sky and on land to fade. Wind spun and spiritual energy from the 100,000 mountains surged out. "Are you people looking to die?" said Meng Hao, his killing intent surging. He shot forward and lifted up the flag of 3 streamers. In addition, blood immortal divine abilities appeared, instantly wreaking death and destruction. Miserable screams echoed out constantly. The incredible power of Meng Hao's cultivation base made these enemies like nothing more than bugs. However, the sheer number of Black Civ sect disciples was such that it was impossible to kill all of them in a short period of time. The second severing patriarch ambled over to cautiously make sneak attacks when possible. Whenever he and Meng Hao exchanged blows, incredible booming sounds echoed out. Each time, the second severing patriarch would cough up blood, and his heart would fill with astonishment. Outside of the spell formation, the Black Civ sect's third severing patriarch pushed the refining process even faster. Then Su Qing's plaintive cry rang out from within the incense burner, filled with resigned weakness, and Meng Hao went crazy. "All of you, die!" He suddenly jerked his hands up, then pushed them down toward the ground. When that happened, the land below began to quake. Meng Hao's hair flew about wildly, and blue veins bulged out on his forehead. He seemed to be slipping into a hitherto unseen type of insanity. Mountain-consuming incantation. 100,000 mountains. Rise up! Meng Hao tilted his head back and let out a violent roar. Down below, the ground churned like liquid, and the Black Civ sect's 100,000 mountains began to shake. They seemed on the verge of breaking away from their foundations, as if some indescribably powerful force had transformed into 100,000 hands that were now trying to rip the mountains up from the earth. This was the mountain-consuming incantation. The mountain-consuming incantation, powered by Meng Hao's second spirit-severing eternal stratum. When the incantation was unleashed, it was shocking to the heavens and could cause the earth to tremble. "Rise up!" roared Meng Hao. The 100,000 mountains trembled again, and this time 10,000 mountains were violently torn away from their bases. Rocks and stone showered down as the mountains rose up into the air. At their jagged bottoms, plants and roots were snapped and hung down, some only a few meters long, some dozens. This sight left everyone in the Black Civ sect completely and utterly flabbergasted. That included ordinary disciples, nascent soul elders, and even the two spirit-severing patriarchs. Their astonishment had reached the complete, ultimate pinnacle. Who is this? How come he looks so familiar? He looks familiar to me too. What exactly is he doing? Damn it! What divine ability is that? Rumbling sounds filled the air, and everyone was dumbstruck. The 100,000 mountains of the Black Civ sect were being uprooted. By now, quite a few people realized that Meng Hao looked familiar, as if they had seen him somewhere before. However, considering how quickly everything was happening, they couldn't recall exactly when they had seen such a fearsome expert. "Stop him!" bellowed the third severing patriarch. The 100,000 mountains were the foundation of the entire Black Civ sect, what it relied on to ensure long-term growth. In addition, the protective spell formations in the sect required their spiritual energy to operate. As such, if the 100,000 mountains really were ripped out of the ground, even though the sect couldn't be considered completely destroyed, essentially it would be, by this point, the matter of refining Suqing was relatively insignificant. The third severing patriarch immediately strode forward and shot toward Meng Hao. Any other Black Civ sect disciples who hadn't done so already also disregarded all danger to charge at Meng Hao. Meng Hao was now surrounded by the flag of 3 streamers, the vicious resurrection lily, as well as 10,000 magical symbols which had just flown out from inside his bag of holding. The spirits of the magical symbols formed together into a tempest that swept out in all directions. Rumble! Thousands of mountains among the 100,000 mountains were severed from their bases. They floated up to hover in mid-air, their auras shocking, leaking spiritual energy chaotically in all directions. "Tell me, you people, do you know fear now?" He lifted his head up and laughed maniacally. His eyes were red, and his killing intent monstrous. Gritting his teeth, he once again roared, "Mountain-consuming incantation! Rise up! Rumble!" Another 10,000 mountains were ripped up too and began to float in mid-air. By now, more than 20,000 mountains were floating there. The remaining 80,000 mountains trembled violently and let out ceaseless, deafening rumbles. Occasionally, the very peaks of some of the mountains would break off and fly up. Meng Hao was surrounded by divine abilities as the Black Civ sect disciples, including the second and third severing patriarchs, nearly went mad in their attempts to get to him. Blood sprayed from Meng Hao's mouth, but then, the power of his eternal stratum erupted, leaving everyone else in shocked disbelief. Meng Hao's wounds all healed up immediately. He possessed the eternal stratum and a virtually undying soul. With an undying soul, as long as a sliver of the soul remains, then death can be overcome, and one can come back to life. With the eternal stratum, as long as only a drop of blood remains undestroyed, one can live again. "Still haven't risen up yet?" Meng Hao roared. Rumbling filled the air as the bases of another 30,000 mountains crumbled, and they rose up into the air. Currently, more than 50,000 now floated in mid-air. More than half of the mountain range was now afloat. Without their pressure to suppress the veins of spiritual energy that ran through the earth, the spiritual energy in the area was now in complete chaos. Spiritual energy pulsed out, smashing vegetation and trees, causing the entire land to look as if it had been scraped clean. By now, the violent developments had attracted the attention of the whole southern domain. In the Violet Fate sect, Pill Demon was in the midst of meditation when suddenly his face flickered. He rose to his feet and jerked his head up. What he saw was a drop of blood hovering in the air above the Violet Fate sect. The drop of blood was bright red, and as soon as it appeared, it spread out to form a blood shield that covered over the entire Violet Fate sect. "Patriarch Blood Demon, what are you doing?" cried Pill Demon, flying up into the air. Simultaneously, countless other cultivators flew up from inside the Violet Fate sect. Pill Demon waved his sleeve, and the world shook. A massive power shot toward the blood shield, causing an enormous boom. The blood shield trembled, but remained in place. An ancient man wearing a red robe appeared outside of the shield. He looked down at the Violet Fate sect. Fellow Taoist Pill Demon, this blood is from the ancient demon Immortal sect. Do you really think you can break through the blood of a demon king? This old man was none other than the patriarch of the Southern Domain's Blood Demon sect. According to legends, deep within the Blood Demon sect lurked a greater demon of heaven and earth. It had been asleep for many years, and only occasionally awoke. That greater demon was the Tao reserve of the Blood Demon sect. Normally speaking, what people saw outside of the sect was this patriarch blood demon. I bear you no ill will, continued the old man. I have utilized this blood, a special treasure, for the purpose of restraining you for 7 days. After the 7 days are up, the shield will fade away. As for the drop of blood, you can keep it as a form of apology. You, said Pill Demon, his face turning grim. Outside the blood shield, the red-robed old man turned and disappeared off into the distance. Similar scenes played out at the same time in the Golden Frost sect, the Solitary Sword sect, the Li clan, and the Song clan. In total, 5 drops of blood appeared across the southern domain to cover over the headquarters of all the superpowers. The drops of blood became seals, preventing anyone from emerging from the sects, and even preventing their Tao reserves from awakening. Just what is the Blood Demon sect up to? That was what everyone was wondering. However, what shocked them even more was that the sky suddenly turned completely red. Moments ago, 100,000 Blood Demon sect disciples had appeared in the air above the southern domain. Each and every one of the disciples cut open their arms, causing blood to spurt out. Li Shiqi, who floated in their exact center, lifted up an austere magical bottle up into the air. Within this bottle was a drop of golden blood that flew out and soaked up all the fresh red blood. The golden blood then turned bright red, after which all of the drops began to spread out, forming a huge glowing red shield that covered the entire southern domain. The southern domain was sealed. Such a huge seal could not be preserved for very long. At the most, 7 days. In the moment that the sealing occurred, Meng Hao was in the Black Civ sect, having just ripped up 50,000 enormous mountains. The spiritual energy was now in chaos, and spreading out through all of the southern domain. The blood-colored shield prevented the ripples from escaping out. None of the super sects or clans of the southern domain would find out, nor any of the powerful experts. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Blood Demon sect, there existed a blood-colored pond. Within the pond, a man sat cross-legged in meditation. He was extremely withered and looked almost like a corpse. Suddenly, his eyes opened, and they were filled with boundless ancientness. I've been waiting for such a long time. Finally, the day has come. In the southern domain's Black Civ sect, Meng Hao was surrounded by a bright red glow. The crowds of cultivators from the Black Civ sect were sending all sorts of divine abilities and magical techniques against him, as well as magical items. Even with his incredible fleshly body, it was something he couldn't stand up against for long. The flag of 3 streamers was in full retreat, and even the resurrection lily was falling back. The Black Civ sect disciples had gone mad. There was not a single one who could watch the 100,000 mountains, the very foundation of their sect, being pulled up by the roots, and not go mad. No time to wait for all 100,000, thought Meng Hao. 50,000 will do. With that, he suddenly stretched his right arm out and pointed up to the sky. The 50,000 mountains began to rumble, and then descended with shocking speed. They shot directly toward the spell formation made up of the hundreds of thousands of Black Civ sect cultivators, then began to slam into it. Miserable shrieks filled the air one after another. Meng Hao's eyes suddenly flickered with burning madness. "Explode," he said. It was only a single word. That one word caused everything to shake. One by one, 50,000 mountains exploded. The sky ripped and the land quaked. Even the 99 mountains were severely affected and began to crumble. Blood sprayed from the mouths of hundreds of thousands of cultivators as the spell formation collapsed into pieces. At least half of the people who made up the formation let out blood-curdling screams as they were destroyed in body and spirit. "No!" roared the second severing patriarch. He unleashed a divine ability, causing a gigantic Xuanwu turtle with a viciously spiked shell to appear. As it shot toward forward, Meng Hao waved a finger, causing portions from 5 enormous, crumbling mountains to crush down toward the old man. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he was sent tumbling backward. At the same time, Meng Hao pushed his hands down toward the ground another time, causing the ground within the Black Civ sect to split open. Spiritual energy surged out, mountain peaks crumbled, the sky dimmed. Meng Hao strode forward toward the first mountain. However, even as he stepped foot onto it, the air in front of him rippled, and the Black Civ sect's third severing patriarch stepped out. A ferocious expression could be seen on his face, as well as surging hatred. The moment he appeared, he waved his sleeve. Shockingly, 9 white tigers appeared, each of them fully 30 meters long. Behind the white tigers, the third severing patriarch let out a roar and then raised his hand up. A seal mark appeared from within, which rapidly increased in size as it shot toward Meng Hao. Off in the distance, the second severing patriarch gritted his teeth because of the injuries he had sustained, but approached nonetheless. His hand flashed in an incantation gesture, causing black mist to swirl around him and then turn into a statue of a Xuanwu turtle. It emitted a mysterious glow and also emanated the sounds of wailing, which shook everything in the area. Meng Hao's eyes flickered, and he slapped his bag of holding. Immediately, the only time sword tip he still possessed appeared. He grabbed it with his fingers and then suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was directly in front of the second severing patriarch. He waved his hand, and the sword tip flew out. When it slammed into the Xuanwu turtle, the beast instantly began to wither. It let out a miserable shriek and then began to collapse and dissipate. The second severing patriarch's face fell as the sword tip neared him. He was just about to attempt to dodge to the side when Meng Hao stretched out his finger. Hex! It was a single word, but it instantly caused the second severing patriarch to tremble to a stop. The sword tip stabbed through him, causing not only blood to spurt out, but also 10,000 years of longevity. Ah! Physical pain didn't count for much, but the pain caused by the destruction of longevity caused the old man to let out a miserable shriek. By this point, Meng Hao had already turned around. He flicked his sleeve, and a gale-force wind sprang up to send the 9 white tigers sprawling backward. Then he looked up at the ceiling mark that was bearing down on him. By now, it was already 300 meters tall, and causing everything to rumble as it neared. "Suppress!" roared the third severing patriarch, gesturing with both hands, sending the seal mark smashing down toward Meng Hao. "Anywhere that mountains exist, that is my area world," said Meng Hao. He performed an incantation with his right hand and then pointed out. Shockingly, 50,000 illusory mountains suddenly appeared around him. These were the 50,000 mountains that he had just destroyed. As the mountains made their appearance, they turned into Meng Hao's area world. It spread out toward the incoming seal, causing rumbling to fill the air. It also shot toward the second severing patriarch, who was already injured. This new attack caused him to let out a scream of defiance as his body trembled and then exploded. He was dead in body and soul. At the same time, Meng Hao borrowed the momentum of the blast to shoot at high speed past the third severing patriarch. In the blink of an eye, he was on the first mountain, next to the incense burner. Without the slightest hesitation, he anxiously approached and reached out his right hand. Just as he was about to lay hands on the trembling figure inside, an enraged roar echoed out behind him. The roar spread out, and it contained something that caused Meng Hao's scalp to go numb with a sense of crisis. "You want to save that girl? I'd rather let the rebirth pill refinement fail than let you succeed. Heaven and earth furnace. Shatter the pill and destroy the body." The instant the voice rang out, the incense burner trembled and began to emit intense heat. "If you fall back, your beloved in the furnace will be killed. If you don't fall back, then you will die together." Meng Hao's face flickered as he eyed the leaping flames in the incense burner. Critical danger was also approaching him from behind. His eyes flickered with determination. Without hesitation, he stopped in place. He did not fall back. His two hands flickered in incantation pattern and, ignoring both the danger from behind and the blistering heat from incense burner, he shot forward. He entered the incense burner and wrapped his arms around the stiff figure inside. His body was instantly attacked by the intense heat. His hair burned, and the flesh of his face was charred black. His fingers dried and withered, revealing bones. Even his chest was eaten away until his heart was visible. However, he still entered the incense burner to wrap his arms around Su Qing. In that instant, a tremor ran through him as the danger from behind finally arrived. Whhhzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Meng Hao trembled as the 8 white tigers, which had transformed into 8 white spikes, stabbed into his back. Actually, as far as physical pain went, he didn't even notice it. Currently, he was staring blankly at Su Qing as he held her in his arms. She was not beautiful like he remembered. Her body was emaciated and withered, her features ancient. She had no life force in her, no soul. She had nothing. Meng Hao quivered, and his eyes filled with tears. Elder Sister Su. Stabs of pain filled his heart, as if it were being ripped directly out of his body. He instantly fell completely into his madness. At this same time, the voice of the third severing patriarch rang out behind him. 8 tigers, immortal, extinguishing tribulation. In coordination with the words, the 8 spikes that had stabbed into Meng Hao began to emanate an indescribably terrifying power. It instantly filled every corner and recess of his body. Meng Hao's eyes were crimson as he looked at Su Qing. He laughed bitterly, doing nothing to prevent the third severing patriarch from approaching and attacking with a divine ability. Blood sprayed from his mouth, only to be instantly incinerated. First tribulation, said the third severing patriarch. Booming filled Meng Hao's body. Second tribulation. Third tribulation. Booming rang out constantly as, one by one, the 8 spikes inside of Meng Hao shattered. They battered his soul and shredded his body. But he didn't care. The only thing he cared about was the corpse of the woman he held in his embrace. He felt hatred, madness, insanity, and regret. He had arrived too late. You live, I live. You die, I die. If you grow old, then I'll grow old together with you. Meng Hao heard the words from the past echoing in his ears. He laughed bitterly as the explosions racked his body. 5th tribulation. 6th tribulation. 7th tribulation. Suddenly, an intense hope filled Meng Hao's face. He began to breathe raggedly, and even as the words 8th tribulation rang out behind him, he realized that there was a problem. Su Qing's soul. Her soul is not in her body anymore. Her soul. Bodies can be restored. As long as her soul has not dispersed, she isn't dead. However, there are no traces at all of a soul within her. It's almost like someone extracted it. Meng Hao's entire body trembled, and roaring sounds filled his whole body. He slowly put Su Qing's corpse into his bag of holding. As he did, his eternal stratum, seemingly in unison with his sudden lucidity, exploded out along with the 8th tribulation. It was at that point that roaring flames suddenly burst out all over Meng Hao's body. The more than 100,000 remaining Black Civ sect disciples saw this, as did the third severing patriarch. They saw flames, and inside of the flames, a person. Everything else above and below faded, and the Black Civ sect disciples' faces filled with excitement. The third severing patriarch finally breathed a sigh of relief. The menace of Meng Hao was something he couldn't quite handle, and he had even been worried that, because of Su Qing, he wouldn't be able to kill him. Finally, the matter is ended, murmured the third severing patriarch. And yet, even as the words left his mouth, his face suddenly flickered and filled with shock. Without hesitation, he shot backward. Even as he fell into retreat, Meng Hao strode out from within the raging flames, which were then immediately extinguished. Meng Hao was eternal, and what is eternal cannot be exterminated. The only way to kill him was to simultaneously exterminate him in both body and soul. Using any other method would be very difficult. As for the third severing patriarch, he was obviously not qualified to do something like that. Even as the man began to retreat, Meng Hao's killing intent exploded out in shocking fashion. "Where is Su Qing's soul?" he said, glaring directly at the third severing patriarch. He spoke slowly, and his eyes were thoroughly bloodshot. His voice was filled with the thirst for blood and slaughter, and anyone who heard it would feel an incredible sense of danger. The more than 100,000 surrounding Black Civ sect disciples were trembling. By this point, there were a few who finally realized why Meng Hao looked so familiar. Before, they had sensed the familiarity, but didn't have time to think deeply about the matter. Now, though, they suddenly thought of a name from the past. Meng Hao. That's Meng Hao. Violet Furnace Lord Meng Hao of the Violet Fate sect. He even came to the Black Civ sect once to give a lecture about the Tao of alchemy. It had been silent before, but suddenly, the sound of gasping filled the air as everyone suddenly thought the same thing. 200 years ago, he was in core formation, but now, he can slaughter spirit-severing patriarchs. Meng Hao completely ignored the astonished buzz of conversation. He stared straight at the third severing patriarch and slowly walked forward. As he neared, an enormous energy rose up from Meng Hao's body, which transformed into an incredible pressure that covered over everything. The hubbub instantly died down, and even the wind ceased to blow. The only thing left behind was the indescribable pressure. At the moment, it was evening, and the sky was just starting to turn dark. The Civ-Yin sect. Her soul is in the Civ-Yin sect. When the third severing patriarch felt the pressure, and saw Meng Hao's gaze fixed upon him, his heart grew numb, and a sense of despair filled him. He was certain that if he didn't tell Meng Hao what he wanted to know, he would die this day. It was then that he remembered that the Civ-Yin sect was actually the true Tao reserve of the Black Civ sect, so he quickly blurted out the name. The Black Civ sect was divided like yin and yang. In accord with that division, it was split into two factions. On the surface was the Black Yang sect. However, beneath the 100,000 mountains was the Civ-Yin sect. The two factions were inextricably linked, which was how the name of the Black Civ sect came to exist in the southern domain. Of course, Meng Hao was not aware of this, but he did know a bit about the Black Civ sect. He knew about the countless discarnate souls that existed underground. It was years ago that he had first sensed the discarnate soul of Matriarch Phoenix in Su Qing. He also knew that some chosen of the Black Civ sect had Civ-Yin sect souls hidden within them. As for which of the two factions occupied the position of leadership, and which was subservient, well, no outsider knew the answer to that question. Meng Hao said nothing in response. He simply lifted his right hand up, performed an incantation, and then pushed his hand down toward the ground. As he did, his demon sealer's aura exploded out. As a result, the demonic chi of heaven and earth in the area surged toward him in a constant flow. It swept about, causing his view of the entire world to change instantly. Shockingly, he could see that the land was covered with boundless auras of sinister death. The auras swirled together to form a vortex that actually existed in the ground deep beneath the Black Civ sect. Gradually, he could also make out what appeared to be a turbid river flowing underneath the surface of the ground. It was surrounded by countless discarnate souls. Surrounding the river were 10 enormous, illusory palaces that floated in the air, which seemed to be guarding the river. In the center of the 10 palaces was an altar formed from bleached bones. It was filled with a bizarre, awe-inspiring aura, and above it floated a black, crystal ball. Within that crystal ball was a soul apparently sleeping. As soon as he saw the soul, Meng Hao's entire body began to shake. It was Su Qing. Beneath the crystal ball were 4 blurry figures sitting there cross-legged. A sinister aura of death radiated off of them, which made it clear that these 4 figures were corpses that had been there for countless years. The moment in which Meng Hao saw the 4 corpses, they all lifted their heads. Bizarre, underworldly light shone in their eyes as they looked at Meng Hao. There were 4 corpses, but it was 3 wills that suddenly exploded out in Meng Hao's mind. Screw off. Get the hell out of here. This is not a place you can enter. If you don't screw off within 3 breaths of time, you'll end up remaining here forever." In response, Meng Hao lifted his foot up and then stamped it down onto the ground. The surface of the land rumbled, and a huge fissure opened up. Determination filled his eyes as he shot down into the fissure. As soon as he entered, a sinister, cold aura rose up. Furthermore, countless discarnate souls emerged from within the river. Their eyes glowed with strange lights, as well as greed, as they shot toward Meng Hao. An archaic voice echoed out from the turbid waters below. "In the yellow springs, the discarnate souls of heaven and earth see not the sun. They wish only to remain buried in the depths." The countless discarnate souls shot forward, causing an evil wind to spring up. A strange light gleamed in Meng Hao's eyes as he proceeded onward 300 meters. He slowly extended his right hand toward the tens of thousands of incoming discarnate souls. Then, he chopped his hand down, creating an illusory blade imbued with his Tao. The slash of this blade was like the slash of the Tao. This blade contained Meng Hao's Tao of freedom and independence. His life was a journey, and he would be free and unfettered. This Tao was a severing of fetters. Rumbling filled the air as, in the blink of an eye, the blade grew to 3,000 meters in length. It slashed down, sending out monstrous ripples that swept about in all directions. As the blade swept out, countless discarnate souls let out miserable shrieks and burst into flames. Meng Hao proceeded forward another measure, advancing 600 meters. He was now only 1,500 meters from the altar. At the same time, 10 streams of divine will appeared from within the 10 palaces that surrounded the altar. They shot forward, carrying with them auras of death. Shockingly, they transformed into 100,000 discarnate souls, all of them with eyes full of avarice. As they flew through the air, they merged together to form what appeared to be a waning moon that sped toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao lifted his hand again, and when it descended, a second blade appeared. This was his second Tao, the severing of perfection and the acquisition of a new life. It contained his determination, his will, and his enlightenment. As the blade descended, heaven and earth shook, as if a great Tao were arriving. In front of Meng Hao, it transformed into a blade that exceeded the 3,000-meter length of the previous blade. The blade slashed toward the moon. Booming sounds rattled out in all directions. Wherever the ripples of the blade passed, the discarnate souls screamed miserably. The waning moon emitted a bright glow as it attempted to fight back. When the two slammed into each other, the waning moon trembled. Meng Hao's blade slashed directly into its center, completely slicing it in two. It instantly shattered into pieces. When the waning moon exploded, the 10 temples trembled. All of the discarnate souls in the area looked completely astonished. Even as the waning moon began to reform, Meng Hao waved his hand and pointed. Demon Sealing, 8th Hex. Rumble. Demon Sealing magic was incredibly potent when used against the discarnate souls. The waning moon shuddered and instantly began to disperse. At the same time, countless disconsolate wails could be heard echoing about. "It's him. It's the Demon Sealer from that year. He's a Demon Sealer." Even as the voices rang out, Meng Hao advanced a third time, crossing a span of 1,500 meters to directly near the altar. At the same time, 3 of the 4 figures opened their eyes and lifted their hands to point toward Meng Hao. Discarnate Soul Tao. Tao of Soul Destruction. Shockingly, these 3 corpses had cultivation bases at the 3rd spirit severing level. When they attacked simultaneously, the power was shocking, causing the surroundings to suddenly sink into an illusory world where it seemed heaven and earth were transposed. In front of Meng Hao, a vortex appeared. The vortex, which seemed capable of consuming anything living or dead, sped directly toward Meng Hao. If that were all there were to it, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, before Meng Hao could employ any divine abilities, the 4th figure on the altar opened his eyes, rose to his feet, and began to walk toward Meng Hao. "I am the Een Divinity. I neither descend to the underworld nor ascend to the shining heavens. I control my own reincarnation. I possess the yellow springs of the ninth mountain. As he spoke, he passed through the vortex to appear in front of Meng Hao. He lifted his hand and pointed out. The gesture caused what appeared to be an illusory, yellow-colored river to appear above his hand. Something appeared to exist inside the illusory image, and it struggled to emerge, releasing an incredible will of death. The finger attack caused Meng Hao's entire body to fill with rumbling, along with an intense sense of deadly crisis. In his estimation, this person was even stronger than the three people from moments ago. Back on that ancient ship, I came to understand two types of Taoist magic. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he took a deep breath, and then began to perform an incantation. In the blink of an eye, the mountain-consuming incantation appeared. This incantation was something he had acquired in the ancient demon Immortal sect. It was not the most powerful magic, however. As far as Meng Hao could tell, the limits of its power likely depended on which mountain was being replicated. Ordinary mountains, such as the Black Civ Sect's 100,000 mountains, or perhaps other mountains in the southern domain, would be incapable of fighting back against this vortex. The most powerful mountain that I have had a chance to study is the ninth mountain. Meng Hao's eyes went blank. One breath of time later, shockingly, the image of a mountain appeared in his pupils. It was a mountain that towered among the stars, a boundless, enormous mountain that defied description. The ninth mountain. As soon as the ninth mountain appeared in his eyes, it also manifested in his palm. He lifted his hand up, and the ninth mountain grew in size. Along with it, indescribable ripples began to flow out from within it. The self-proclaimed divinity discarnate soul in front of Meng Hao suddenly looked shocked, and it began to tremble involuntarily. That's the ninth mountain. To produce a copy of the ninth mountain requires incredible destiny and good fortune. Not only have you summoned an image of the ninth mountain, but you've summoned it into your palm. Such an action requires incredible luck, as well as vast audacity. How are you capable of all of this? How could you possibly have had a chance to lay eyes on the entirety of the ninth mountain? He was shocked, as were the three discarnate souls on the altar behind him. Their faces filled with complete disbelief as they looked at the ninth mountain. It must be said that South Heaven is only one of the 4 planets that orbited the ninth mountain. That made the ninth mountain something of supreme importance, above all living things. To summon an image of the ninth mountain was like summoning heaven and earth. If he can summon the image of the ninth mountain, that means that if he can achieve immortal ascension, he will have a mountain-consuming chi. This man cannot be allowed to develop any further. He only has the image of the mountain, not the will. Destroy him, seize his blood, wrest away his fortune. Transform this into a great success for the Civ-18 sect. Instantly, the 3 discarnate souls on the altar shot out. It seemed that they were just about to slam into Meng Hao, when suddenly a vast power from the heavens above suddenly descended to the lands of the South Heaven. As it neared, South Heaven shook and trembled. This was a great Tao. This was the arrival of the will of the real ninth mountain. The will arrived because Meng Hao replicated its image. It descended because of the mountain in his hand. In almost the exact moment in which Meng Hao used the mountain-consuming incantation to summon the image of the ninth mountain, far out in the starry sky outside of planet South Heaven, the indescribably majestic ninth mountain suddenly trembled. Along with the trembling, the will of the mountain, as if in response to some mysterious call, neared South Heaven and descended into Meng Hao's palm, onto the rapidly expanding image of the ninth mountain. It was only a sliver of will, but to Meng Hao and the surrounding discarnate souls, it was shocking to the extreme. The astonishment of the discarnate souls was at a pinnacle. Resonance. He actually formed a resonance with the ninth mountain. The discarnate souls trembled, and Meng Hao's eyes were now anything but blank. He suddenly waved his right hand, and the ninth mountain in his hand shot forward. As it bore down on the self-proclaimed moon divinity, the discarnate soul defended with every bit of power it could muster. Countless heavenly bodies appeared around it and shot forward to block the mountain. Bam! The heavenly bodies collapsed, and the moon divinity discarnate soul let out a disconsolate shriek as the ninth mountain slammed into it, completely destroying it in all aspects. Then the ninth mountain smashed into the enormous vortex, shattering it into pieces. It seemed as if the mountain was completely unstoppable. The other three discarnate souls on the altar retreated in complete terror, but they were too slow for the ninth mountain. Amidst the rumbling, one managed to dodge to the side. The other two, however, howled miserably. They unleashed all of their divine abilities and magical items, but in the end, they were completely destroyed. At this point, Meng Hao, his face pale, coughed up some blood. The ninth mountain slowly faded away. As it disappeared, weakness surged through Meng Hao's body. He had never imagined that the image of the ninth mountain would be so shockingly powerful. Just now, he had used it to resist Dao seeking. Unfortunately, the price paid was something his cultivation base couldn't handle. Although his soul contained an undying will, the backlash had still injured him. He now knew that if he used this particular divine ability for too long, it would wither his soul. As for the discarnate soul who had escaped, it was now fleeing in horror. It had completely lost all its nerve, and was panic-stricken because of Meng Hao. Meng Hao completely ignored it as he strode forward onto the altar. He raised his right hand and was just about to grab the crystal ball when suddenly, a desiccated hand appeared out of nowhere in front of his face. It pointed at him, and as it did, Meng Hao could see an incredible ancientness emanating off of the finger and its blackish-yellow fingernail. The finger did not send out any ripples, nor did it emit any of the power of heaven and earth. However, it gave Meng Hao the sense of a great Tao, almost like natural laws of heaven and earth. He was incapable of evading or dodging. He could only watch as the finger tapped him gently on the chest. In response, he heard an incredible roaring, and blood sprayed out of his mouth. He spun up violently into the air, as if he had been delivered a huge blow. He slammed into one of the huge temples, which then shattered into pieces, incapable of sustaining the force of Meng Hao smashing into it. He shot through the wreckage of the temple and then slammed into the roof of the cave up above. The ground trembled, and roaring echoed out in all directions. The earth split and Meng Hao shot up into the air above the Black Civ sect. It was almost like he was passing from the dark of Yin into the light of Yang. When he reached the end of his trajectory, his chest finally exploded into a cloud of blood. Immediately, his undying soul and eternal stratum surged into action, causing the wound to begin to heal. And yet, even after it healed, it exploded once again, a vicious cycle. Meng Hao coughed up blood continuously until his green robe had turned violet. Down below, the disciples of the Black Civ sect watched on with expressions of shock on their faces. At the same time, coughing sounds could be heard from deep within the ground. A black mist began to rise up from down below, which then flooded out to cover the entire Black Civ sect. The coughing sound grew louder, as if someone were lurching out from within the depths of the ground. All of a sudden, an ancient voice could be heard. "I was just sleeping for a bit, and you had to go stir up such a ruckus." A skinny, shriveled old man appeared. He wore a black robe as well as a hat. His features were wizened and ancient, pale in a way that was frightening to look at. His eyes were vacant, and his entire body radiated an aura of death, almost like a vampiric zombie. As he walked out, everything around him became freezing cold, and black snowflakes began to drift about. When the third severing cultivator saw the zombie-like man appear, he immediately began to tremble and sweat. Without even thinking about it, he dropped to his knees and kowtowed. "Greetings from the junior generation, true patriarch 6 Simultaneously, the discarnate soul expert who had survived Meng Hao's attack earlier immediately flew out trembling. He too dropped to his knees and kowtowed. "Greetings from the junior generation, true patriarch 6 Back underground, countless discarnate souls all dropped to their knees to kowtow, their faces filled with awe and terror. At the same time, their voices echoed out in greeting. As for the Black Civ sect disciples standing on the ground, they shook uncontrollably, and although they actually didn't know who this old man was, they kowtowed nonetheless. Meng Hao's face was unsightly, and he could feel the wound in his chest continuing to fight against his eternal stratum. He stared fixedly at the old man for a moment before realizing that the man's cultivation base was at the peak of Tao seeking. Meng Hao could also tell that this man seemed to be slightly stronger than the 10th Wang clan patriarch. This was the true Tao reserve of a great sect. Any of the 5 great sects or 3 great clans in the southern domain would have a similar Tao reserve. Were it not for that, how could they possibly pass their legacies down for 10,000 years or beyond? The old man coughed a bit, then stretched a stiff hand out and made a claw-like gesture toward the ground. The turbid, underground river suddenly surged and then flew up out of the ground. As it did, it shrank down until it could circulate in the air around the old man. At the same time, the old man pointed toward the incense burner on the first mountain, causing it to shudder and then fly through the air toward him. It shrank down until it was the size of a fist, and then opened up, after which the turbid river flowed inside. Finally, the incense burner came to rest on the old man's palm. By now it didn't look like an incense burner, but rather a flagon of alcohol. The old man raised it up to his lips and took a sip. Then, his eyes glowing with a strange light, he looked over at Meng Hao. "You have a pretty good cultivation base," he said. "If it weren't for me, the Black Civ Sect's foundation of 10,000 years would actually have been destroyed." The old man then pointed toward the ground, causing the crystal ball with Su Qing's soul in it to fly out. He clasped it between 2 fingers. "Do you want her?" Wisps of black mist circulated out from the old man's hand to encircle the crystal ball. They transformed into vicious, wicked spirits who peered into the crystal ball with greed and avarice as if they wanted to rush inside. Su Qing's soul immediately began to tremble, as if it was experiencing intense fear. Meng Hao's heart also began to quiver. "I can sense the aroma of rebirth," the old man said hoarsely. "My disciples and apprentices must have been refining her for my use. What is she to you?" "Your beloved." Meng Hao glared at the old man, but didn't respond. Pain stabbed through his heart, and his entire body was trembling. "Not going to say anything?" The old man gently squeezed his fingers down. Cracking sounds could be heard as fissures appeared on the surface of the crystal ball. "She's my beloved." Meng Hao took a deep breath and continued to stare at the old man. "Then it's proper for you to have come," the old man said calmly, the aura of death around him growing thicker. "If you didn't show up, her soul would have become nourishment for me, and her body would have been refined into a medicinal pill to add to my collection." By now, the sky was completely dark, and the moon was out. As its rays shone down, the old man looked up for a moment, then caused the black mist to cover it up. "Unfortunately, you coming here was useless, although I might as well give you a chance." His murky eyes began to glow with a strange light. "Go ahead and use your best divine abilities and magical techniques. If you can handle one blow from me, then I'll let you leave with her soul. What do you say?" Meng Hao stared at this true patriarch of the Black Civ sect, the most powerful person in the entire sect. Inside, he smiled bitterly. In actuality, he knew before coming here that things would probably not go smoothly. However, he had come anyway. Not coming would have violated his own Tao. Furthermore, he came without the intention of leaving. "You live, I live. You die, I die. That is a promise." Meng Hao took a deep breath and then lifted his hand up. In his left eye, a bright glow like day gradually appeared. In his right, I could be seen a darkness like night. This was his most powerful divine ability, which he had acquired after gaining enlightenment about darkness and light from the armored man on the underworld ship. In his right hand, a black mist appeared, along with a white mist. As soon as the 2 streams of mist appeared, the Black Civ sect's true patriarch, Sixdas, stared in shock. "So it's this," he said. The reason he hadn't killed Meng Hao immediately was because he had sensed some type of good fortune on him. Considering the level of true patriarch Sixdas' cultivation base, he could feel premonitions for both crisis and good fortune. He was now eyeing Meng Hao in much the same way that the 10th Wang clan patriarch had eyed Meng Hao for his perfect foundation. He could faintly sense that Meng Hao had something that could be considered incredibly useful good fortune. A stiff smile appeared on the face of true Patriarch Sixdas. His eyes flickered as he watched the black and white mists grow rapidly thicker until they finally formed into two pearls. Black pearl. White pearl. The instant the two pearls appeared, true Patriarch Sixdas' pupils constricted. Despite his cultivation base and level of power, his face still filled with disbelief. This is a Tao. It's not an ordinary Tao either. These black and white pearls give me a sense of limitlessness, as if they contain. Meng Hao's eyes flashed and he suddenly stretched out his right hand. He actually didn't know how to use the two pearls, but they were definitely his most powerful magical technique. As he waved his hand, the two pearls transformed into two beams, one black, one white, that shot toward true Patriarch Sixdas. In that instant, the sky suddenly changed colors. The entire world became one of black and white. There was no third color that existed. Heavenly Tao. This is a heavenly Tao, not of the ninth mountain, but from outside the great 9 mountains. The black pearl represents death and the white pearl represents life. No, wait. The white pearl represents death and the black pearl represents life. That's not right either. How many Taos are represented here? The cause and effect of karma, truth and falsehood, life and death, the cycle of reincarnation, heaven and earth. True Patriarch Sixdas' face flickered. As the pearls neared him, he waved his right hand out in front of him. Immediately, the incense burner flew out and began to expand. Turbid water suddenly exploded out from within. Yellow springs, growled true Patriarch Sixdas, causing the turbid water to emanate a monstrous aura of death. It expanded, transforming into a river that swept toward the two pearls. However, even as it neared the pearls, the yellow springs began to tremble and then fall apart. Countless souls appeared and began to dissipate out in all directions, looking blank and confused. Next, the incense burner trembled, and images of burning incense sticks from inside began to float up. True Patriarch Sixdas' face flickered, and he quickly flashed an incantation gesture with his right hand and then pointed out. Joss fire! The incense burner began to shake, and illusory worlds suddenly sprang into being. All of them contained countless living beings who were kowtowing on bended knees. Along with their obeisance, their auras pulsed up into the air and then merged together. Next, the worlds themselves transformed into statues, each one of which bore the semblance of true Patriarch Sixdas. They then shot at top speed toward the black-white pearls. The two pearls closed in, and a shocking boom rattled out. All of the worlds and statues instantly turned black and white, then began to collapse. The incense burner trembled and then shrank down rapidly. True Patriarch Sixdas' face once again flickered. He stretched his right hand out and pushed down toward the ground. Yin-yang rotation. Heaven and earth transformations. He held his right hand aloft, causing an enormous flag to appear. As the flag swept out, shockingly, countless souls could be seen inside, howling. 1 billion Joss souls. Astonishingly, 1 billion souls were inside the unfurling flag, which flew directly toward the black-white pearls, emanating the shocking howls of the billion souls. It only took a moment for the billion souls to be dispersed. However, the black-white pearls were incapable of maintaining their form, and once more transformed into black and white mist that shot toward Sixdas. Sixdas' eyes filled with a strange light, and he did nothing to evade. In fact, he strode forward as the black and white mists neared, and then opened his mouth to swallow them. At the same time, a 3-headed, 6-armed figure appeared behind him, which also opened its gaping mouth. Sixdas directly swallowed the black and white mists, whereupon his body began to tremble. His face paled as he tried to endure the force, but it was clearly too great. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and then cracking sounds could be heard coming from inside his body. Suddenly, the black and white streams of mist burst out from his chest and then faded away into the air. The surrounding Black Civ sect disciples were completely shocked. Meng Hao stood there silently, looking at true Patriarch Sixdas. This was in fact his most powerful technique he could employ. Interesting. Very interesting, said Sixtes, lifting his head up and laughing loudly. Great! What an excellent divine ability. Well, you accomplished the task I arranged for you. Therefore, it's time to fulfill my end of the bargain. With that, he tightened his left hand, causing cracking sounds to fill the air as nearly half of the crystal ball Su Qing's soul was shattered. Her soul did not emerge, however, and the discarnate souls in the area all shot forward with expressions of insatiable greed. You! Roared Meng Hao, his eyes bright red. Right now, he didn't care about life or death. He didn't care about anything in the world except for the soul in that crystal ball. The soul's eyes suddenly opened and looked at Meng Hao. It was a gaze filled with gentleness and longing. In my years of practicing cultivation, said Sixtes, his voice hoarse, I've never kept my promises, and since you've managed to piss me off, do you really think I would spare you a painful death? With a ghastly smile, he waved his hand, causing an altar to appear next to him that resembled a pagoda, with 9 steps leading to its top. On top of the altar were countless discarnate souls with bulging eyes, who emitted soundless screams. Next, Sixtes sent the crystal ball shooting toward the altar, where it floated in the air, emitting cracking sounds. Bang! The crystal ball completely shattered, and Su Qing's soul emerged. The discarnate souls around her let out excited howls as they pounced. If you can save her, said Sixtes, looking at Meng Hao, then I'll keep my promise this one time. Meng Hao, in a frenzy, shot directly toward the altar. Before he could even get near it, though, the discarnate soul's mouth bit into Su Qing's soul. Trembling, she looked over at Meng Hao, and it seemed as if there were tears in her eyes. He felt like his heart were being ripped to shreds. His voice filled with misery. He howled, "Eat my blood and flesh." With that he slashed at his chest with his hand, causing blood and gore to splash out in all directions. The aura of a demon sealer spread out explosively. The discarnate souls froze, then turned their heads. The insatiable greed in their eyes surged to an apex, and they charged toward Meng Hao. In the blink of an eye, they bored into Meng Hao's chest and began to feed. Pain. Indescribable pain. However, Meng Hao didn't care. He forced himself to continue onward. One by one, he proceeded toward the stairs that led to the top of the altar. More and more discarnate souls latched onto him, and they didn't even bothering to bore into him before beginning to consume his flesh and blood. However, none of that could prevent Meng Hao from walking onward. The Black Civ sect disciples in the area were completely astonished, even the ones who harbored intense hatred for Meng Hao. Sixtes' eyes narrowed. Black mist billowed around Meng Hao, and his flesh and blood were rapidly disappearing. However, he still had his eternal stratum, which caused his body to rapidly heal itself. Of course, that only led to more pain. Step after step led him to the staircase and finally Su Qing. He reached out with trembling hands to take a hold of her. However, it was in this moment that Sixtes' eyes glittered with evil. He gave a cold snort and then stretched out a finger causally. Immediately, black mist shot toward Su Qing's soul. "This is over," he said. The black mist shot toward Su Qing. Meng Hao then let out the most desolate roar he ever had in his life. "Nu!" Disregarding anything and everything, he stretched his hands out to grab Su Qing. However, the black beam didn't stop. It slammed into Su Qing's soul, enveloping her, transforming into what appeared to be black flames. It was at this point that Meng Hao's hands landed on Su Qing's soul. They passed through the black flames to take a hold of her. The instant he touched her, the tears in his eyes finally spilled out. He had descended thoroughly into madness now. All he could do was watch as Su Qing slowly faded away within the black flames. Su Qing began to murmur, although no sound came out. Only her lips moved. "You live, I die. Promise me that you will keep on living." Meng Hao was desolate, helpless. His cultivation base was useless, and the world was useless. "I just want to practice cultivation in happiness. I just want to be with Su Qing. Cultivation? Just what kind of life is cultivation?" It was in this moment that suddenly, a voice rang out in Meng Hao's mind. Promise me something, and I can help you. The voice was completely unexpected, but as of this moment, Meng Hao didn't care. As soon as he heard it, he responded without hesitation, without taking time to think about how strange it was. I promise. Anything you want. I promise. As soon as he spoke the words, Su Qing, who seemed just on the verge of fading away completely, was suddenly enveloped by a blood-colored beam of light that shot down from the sky. Instantly, the black flames were extinguished. Sixdao's face fell as suddenly. A seething red cloud appeared up above. The sky turned red, and an enormous face appeared in midair. It was the face of an old man, his eyes crimson, with a blood-red horn protruding from his forehead. As soon as the face appeared, the disciples of the Black Civ sect felt the blood in their bodies starting to boil, as if it might burst out from within them. The entire world, the sky, the land, was now the color of blood. Everything visible was completely blood-colored. Sixdao's pupils constricted, and his energy surged. He waved his right hand, causing the incense burner to circle around his head. Blood demon, do you really dare to interfere with the matters of the Black Civ sect? Why wouldn't I dare? Replied the face in the sky. Sixdao's entire body filled with a roaring sound, as the scant amount of blood that actually existed inside of him suddenly exploded out, showering in all directions. His face flickered, and he flew up into the air, transforming into a beam of light that shot toward the face. Everybody says Blood Demon is the top expert of the Southern Domain. Well, I don't believe it. Southern Domain? The face shook its head. An uncivilized land at best. Shockingly, a wrinkled, blood-colored hand appeared that emanated a shocking blood will. It shot toward Sixdao's, grabbed him and squeezed lightly. A boom echoed out as the incense burner shattered. The yellow springs vanished, and more blood sprayed from his mouth. Sixdao's was astonished to the extreme. You. I'm not going to kill you, the face said coolly. That task will be accomplished in the future, by the blood prince of the Blood Demon sect. The hand loosened its grip, allowing Sixdao's to drop to the ground, his body oozing blood. The surrounding Black Civ sect disciples watched on with pale, astonished faces. The face in the sky slowly turned to look at Meng Hao, as if he were the only existence in the world it would deign to look upon. You made a promise. Meng Hao's face was devoid of blood, but his expression was calm as he looked down at Su Qing's soul, enveloped as she was in the red glow. She was no longer in pain and was now slowly recovering. He looked back up at the face in the sky. Even if it's demonic transmigration, Junior is willing. There is no need for demonic transmigration. What I want you to do is experience bedevilment. Join the Blood Demon sect. Turn into a one-of-a-kind devil. Become the Blood Prince of the Blood Demon sect. The League of Demon Sealers will finally become devilish. How amusing. This is not the desire of the heavenly Tao. This is my desire. Experience bedevilment. From now on, you are a devil, a position above demons. Continue on your path. What I want you to do is no longer seal demons. No. I want to see if you can use your demon sealing powers to seal the heaven of the ninth mountain and sea. The voice belonging to the face up in midair was ancient, and as it echoed about in all directions, an enormous red hand descended. The hand snatched up Meng Hao and Su Qing's soul, then shot up into the sky. In the blink of an eye they vanished. The only thing left behind was the wreckage of the Black Civ sect, and tens of thousands of ashen-faced disciples. True Patriarch Sixdao's stood there, an unsightly expression on his face. He glared with clenched jaw at the redness in the sky as it faded away. Blood Demon sect, his heart dripping with blood. He had been defeated, thoroughly and utterly defeated, leaving him with unmitigated terror that raced through his heart. The Southern Domain's top expert, he thought. Previously, he had despised the thought, but after this day's battle, he had no choice but to admit that Patriarch Blood Demon absolutely was the top expert in the Southern Domain. I don't think even Jian Qinzi from the Solitary Sword sect is a match for Blood Demon. His face sank further. Finally, he flicked his sleeve, transforming into a black smoke that shot down into the ground. The Black Civ sect had not been completely destroyed. However, the majority of the 100,000 mountains had been crushed. Only about 20,000 remained. Whether it be in terms of the Black Yang or the Civian factions, the sect had been severely damaged. For spirit-severing experts had died. Innumerable nascent soul and core formation cultivators had also lost their lives. Thanks to the Black Civ sect's Tao reserve, they could still technically be considered a great sect. However, the sect was so badly mangled that it would be difficult to match their previous pinnacle even after 10,000 years passed. Meanwhile, the blood-colored shield covering the southern domain vanished. The blood-colored shields that had been erected over the Violet Fate sect, Solitary Sword sect, Golden Frost sect, and the Li and Song clans also disappeared. The sects and clans were no longer sealed. Their powerful experts immediately sent divine sense out into the southern domain to settle accounts with the Blood Demon sect. However, when they saw the wreckage of the Black Civ sect, they gasped. Instantly, they concealed any desire they had to settle accounts. Gradually, word of the ancient title of top expert once again began to spread throughout the southern domain. A few hours after Meng Hao's departure, Pill Demon appeared in the air above the Black Civ sect. His face looked more ancient than ever as he looked down silently at the wreckage below. After a long moment passed, he sighed and began to murmur to himself, "I'm the master, and I couldn't even save my apprentice. Do I even qualify to be his master?" He kowtowed 3 times and called me master. Finally, Pill Demon raised his head up, determination glowing in his eyes. "I've been living an easy life for far too long now. I've long since reached the point where I'm not willing to search for the Tao of immortality. Is it because I'm afraid? Perhaps. The time has come for severing." Shaking his head, he left and returned to the Violet Fate sect. 3 days after returning, a great Tao descended. In that moment, the eyes of all the powerful experts in the southern domain turned toward the Violet Fate sect. In truth, it was not a single great Tao which descended, but rather a succession of 3. In the Solitary Sword sect was an old man wearing a white robe, in front of whom floated a sword of moonbeams. "Violet East is finally performing his severing," he said softly. In the Golden Frost sect, deep in a restricted area, within a field of blackness, a mysterious glow suddenly appeared that looked like eyes. "He's been simmering for all these years. Did he finally reach a conclusion?" Li and Song clan experts, as well as many others, all gazed toward the Violet Fate sect to bear witness to the goings-on. In his previous life, Reverend Violet East refused to become a false immortal of the G clan. He longed to be a true immortal. Unfortunately, he passed away in meditation before his immortal tribulation arrived. He transmigrated his next life from the cycle of reincarnation into a medical pill, and when the spirit of that pill awakened, it became Grandmaster Pill Demon. Won 3 great Taos and 3 severings in a row. Based on the knowledge he has from his last life, it seems he's going from spirit severing directly into Tao seeking. Considering the latent talent of Reverend Violet East and the nature of this severing, it won't be long before he's at the peak of Tao seeking. The only question is, will he be able to reach true immortal ascension this time? True immortal. Either reach immortal ascension, or experience the soul scattering in death. After that there is no reincarnation, only a complete blotting out of one's existence. In addition, there was one other powerful expert who appeared, someone who sat in a blood-colored mountain, wearing a blood-colored robe. The path to true immortality that opens every 10,000 years has once again opened. The opportunity to become a true immortal has once again appeared. I wonder how many will experience the downfall of their Tao, dispersing their bodies and souls? Meng Hao, destiny links both you and me to the League of Demon Sealers. Although it was for selfish reasons that I forced you to join the Blood Demon sect, I have absolutely no ill intentions toward you whatsoever. I'm just not too pleased with the inflexible, pedantic 8 generations of your league. The League of Demon Sealers, wardens of the Great 9 Mountains and Seas. Is your heart with the 9 mountains and seas, or outside? If it is outside, then you are not worthy of the mountain and sea realm. If your heart is here, then why haven't you sealed the heavens, Demon Sealer? Starting in ancient times, the League of Demon Sealers has always been heartless. Could it be that the 9th generation is the same? I refuse to believe it. I won't harm you, and in fact, I will give you great good fortune. I will help you to grow up, and I will be your Tao protector. When you wish to leave this place, I won't stop you. I just hope that your experiences and time here in the Blood Demon sect will make you pause for thought when it comes time to make those critical decisions in the future. The man sighed as he muttered to himself, and it echoed throughout the southern domain. The name of the mountain the man stood on was Mount Blood Demon. The Blood Demon sect was one of the 5 great sects of the southern domain. In the past, it was a place of incredible mystery that struck fear into the hearts of anyone who heard its name. In fact, few people knew exactly where it was. They only knew that Blood Demon sect disciples were all decisive killers. For example, Li Shiqi. Another well-known figure among the rising stars of the sect was Wang Yukai, who was surrounded by the glow of blood wherever he went. Actually, the Blood Demon sect was not a very large place. It consisted of only 5 mountains. The centermost mountain was Mount Blood Demon, which was surrounded by 4 other mountains that had no true names, but rather were called by the names of whoever occupied them. Currently, Meng Hao sat cross-legged on Mount Blood Demon. Behind him was a cave mouth that emanated a glow of blood and pulsed with a cold, imposing aura. In front of him was Su Qing's soul, surrounded by a glowing sphere of red light. He looked at her and she at him. They were as separated as yin and yang, but their gazes seemed capable of lasting an eternity. Also standing there on Mount Blood Demon was a figure surrounded by an aura of blood. It was impossible to see his face, but he was currently staring off into the sky. "Have you thought it through?" he said slowly. Meng Hao didn't reply. He had been in the Blood Demon sect for several days now. When he first arrived, the blood-colored figure had spoken a few words to him. "Do you wish to accompany your beloved for your whole life, or for a single lifetime?" A whole life includes a single lifetime, but a single lifetime does not include whole life. A single lifetime is a simple matter, and I can help you with that. As for a whole life, I can't help you. That was the choice which had been set before him. Meng Hao didn't respond. He only looked at Su Qing. She didn't say anything either. She only looked back at him. That lasted all the way to the moment in which the blood-colored figure spoke again. Finally, Meng Hao responded, his voice soft. "Su Qing and I have an agreement. She lives, I live. She dies, I die." The blood-colored figure was silent for a long moment before his ancient voice once again echoed out in Mount Blood Demon. "If you choose a single lifetime, then I will fuse her soul into her fleshly body. By nourishing it with a miraculous object of heaven and earth, she can be completely recovered in 100 years. However, her soul has been damaged, and her body weakened. The fusion is difficult, and if it fails, she won't last even 100 years. Even if it does succeed, she will be incapable of spirit severing. You will be able to spend 1,000 years with each other, until her longevity reaches an end. If you choose a whole life, then she must enter the cycle of reincarnation. Her soul will travel to the underworld of the 4th mountain, and she will be born anew. As to which mountain she is born in, it is impossible to say. Before reaching immortal ascension, she will remember nothing from her previous life. However, in the moment she does reach immortal ascension, she will remember everything. Then, she will be able to accompany you for your whole life. You have a choice to make. Take her to the underworld to be reincarnated, or live with her here for 1,000 years. If you take her to the underworld, then I can make you a promise. I'm on good terms with Kshitigarbha, the Earth Store Bodhisattva. Your beloved will be able to avoid any suffering in the underworld, and upon reincarnation, she will be accompanied by incredible good luck. Afterward, there will be a high likelihood that she can achieve true immortal ascension. You have a month to decide. I'll be waiting for you in the blood pond. Gradually, The blood-colored figure transformed into a glow of blood that faded away into the surroundings. The sun rose and set. Meng Hao looked at Su Qing, and she gazed tenderly back. They didn't speak. They just looked into each other's eyes. Day after day, after day. Half a month went by, although it seemed like an eternity. Finally, she smiled. Send me into the cycle of reincarnation. I don't want 1,000 wonderful years. I want to spend my whole life with you. Meng Hao didn't respond. She looked at him for a moment. We agreed, didn't we? I want to grow old with you. Meng Hao shook his head. He was about to open his mouth to speak when Su Qing smiled and interrupted him. You're scared that you won't be able to find me, aren't you? Senior Blood Demon said that if we pick reincarnation, then it's impossible to tell which mountain I will end up on. However, let's make an agreement. You come looking for me, and I'll wait for you. There's no need to fear, junior brother. Our agreement in this lifetime is an agreement for a whole life. In my next lifetime, I'll definitely dream of you treading through the heavens to come find me. You'll hold out your hand to take mine, and then we will live the rest of our lives together. There's no need to talk any more about what decision to make. We can live together for 99 years. In the final year, I'll enter the cycle of reincarnation. Su Qing looked at Meng Hao earnestly. Meng Hao looked at her and then nodded, pain stabbing through his heart. She smiled a beautiful smile. He reached up toward the glowing red pearl that contained her soul, and it floated down onto his palm. He closed his eyes and clutched it as if he was embracing her. He would never forget how her beauty had turned into old age. He would never forget how some of his life force contained hers. Finally, he opened his eyes and stood up. It doesn't matter which mountain you are reincarnated to, I will find you. With that, he carefully took Su Qing's soul into the mouth of the cave behind him, which glowed brightly like blood. Meng Hao walked into the shallow cave, quickly reaching its end. Up ahead was a blood-colored pond, within which was a withered corpse. It emanated invisible ripples that made it look incredibly ferocious, and growing out of its forehead was a blood-colored horn. He wore a tattered blood-colored robe, and the skin visible through the tears was dark red flesh covered with blue veins. The entire image was quite terrifying. His lips were shriveled, his eyes sunken in, his entire body dried up. Visible within his mouth were razor-sharp fangs. His body was the shape of a human, but this was clearly no cultivator. This was a demon, Patriarch Blood Demon. This was his true self. Whenever he appeared outside the sect, he used clones. Be it that year in the Reliance sect or earlier in the Black Civ sect, everything were clone incarnations. His true self slumbered here eternally. From the beginning until now, he had never stepped even half a foot out of the cave, nor moved out from the pond. As Meng Hao laid eyes on him, his head slowly raised up and he looked back. His gaze was archaic, seemingly filled with countless years of time. Anyone who saw him would think that they were watching time move in reverse. It was as if they were looking far into the past, into ancient times, and the stars. I'm already aware of your choice, he said, his hoarse voice echoing about in the cave. A withered, emaciated hand lifted up and waved through the air gently. Blood rose up from within the pond, moving in accord with the gesture of his finger to congeal into a magical symbol. As soon as the magical symbol finished forming, its color changed. It was no longer blood-colored, but rather glowed with a golden light. An incredibly powerful life force emanated out from it, as if the symbol itself were alive. As soon as the life force appeared, Patriarch Blood Demon visibly became even more ancient and withered. He didn't offer an explanation to Meng Hao, but this gold magical symbol was created from some of the essence of his life force. The power of such life force was developed through ages of cultivation, and was something that could not be restored. The golden symbol flickered a few times and then flew toward Meng Hao. Place this magical symbol on her old fleshly body, he said, his voice hoarse and his tone casual. After 9 nine-day cycles of nourishment, a total of 81 days, your beloved's soul can re-enter her body, and she can once again walk about in the lands of South Heaven. If she does not enter the cycle of reincarnation within 100 years, then her longevity of 1,000 years will be cut short. Once she enters the cycle of reincarnation, this magical symbol will guide her through the void. When she is in the underworld, it will protect her. It will also help her when she reaches immortal ascension. Meng Hao looked at the symbol. Considering the level of his cultivation base, how could he not see the terrifying life force that existed inside of it, and how Patriarch Blood Demon had grown weaker after it appeared? Complex emotions suddenly rose up inside of him. It didn't matter that Patriarch Blood Demon had coerced him into accepting the title of Blood Prince. He still felt incredible gratitude in his heart. Meng Hao carefully accepted the magical symbol and put it away, then clasped hands and bowed deeply to Blood Demon. "My respects, Patriarch." Blood Demon's eyes shone with a strange light, and his hoarse laughter echoed out throughout the Blood Demon sect. Meng Hao didn't say anything more. He knew that originally, there was little reason for his life to have much of anything to do with the Blood Demon sect. And yet, Patriarch Blood Demon had already showed him incredible kindness. It wasn't limited to the events which occurred outside the Reliance sect that year. If you traced matters back further, Patriarch Blood Demon had actually made an appearance inside the Reliance sect as well. Obviously, Meng Hao had long-standing connections to the Blood Demon sect. Of course, Meng Hao was aware that his hand was forced back in the Black Civ sect. Despite that, he still chose to walk down this path in front of him. "I make no requirements of you," said Patriarch Blood Demon. "Even if you want to lead the Blood Demon sect out into the southern domain to wage war on the Black Civ sect, to destroy them, I won't stop you. You can do anything you want here. My only wish is that you cultivate the Blood Demon Grand Magic. Cultivate it all the way to the 6th level, and then you can leave without any hindrance from me." Meng Hao's head jerked up to look at Patriarch Blood Demon, a shocked expression on his face. He would never have been able to guess that there would only be one requirement laid on him, and that it would be something like this. "When you cultivate it to the 3rd level," said Patriarch Blood Demon, his gaze fixed upon Meng Hao, "I will bestow upon you some good fortune. After that, each additional level will come with further good fortune. I didn't kill 6 Daos of the Black Civ sect. I only crippled his foundation. His cultivation base will quickly fall to the early Dao seeking stage. When your Blood Demon Grand Magic reaches the 4th level, you will easily be able to slaughter that very stage. At that time, you can personally wipe out the entire Black Civ sect." Meng Hao didn't say anything in response, but his eyes gleamed with a strange light. "All I am giving to you is a title in the sect. As to whether or not you can stand on your own, can convince everyone to follow you, and to acknowledge your position, well, that depends on your capabilities." Blood Demon gave Meng Hao a profound look, then waved his right hand. A drop of blood flew out to hover in front of Meng Hao. He took hold of it, and when it touched his palm, it turned into a blood-red crystal, within which flickered magical symbols that seemed to contain a mysterious, great Tao. After delivering the drop of blood, Patriarch Blood Demon once again grew visibly weaker. The drop was obviously made of lifeblood, which contained some of his will, and was indestructible. It also contained good fortune. This was a legacy, the legacy of Patriarch Blood Demon. After watching Meng Hao accept the blood drop, Patriarch Blood Demon looked at him with warmth. "I've lived far too many years," he murmured in his heart, "and my condition worsens on a daily basis. Eventually, my soul will disperse, and I will die. When that happens, I will finally be able to accompany my long-dead friends in the underworld. They died, and I live on alone. Wait for me, my sister. Wait for me, friends. We can reunite soon. When I die, my death will have the greatest value of them all. My death will change the League of Demon Sealers. In fact, that is the reason I chose to descend here into the lands of the Southern Domain. This is the homeland of the Demon Sealers. Wait for me, all of you. The day is coming soon." Meng Hao clasped hands and bowed deeply, then turned to leave the cave. Just as he was about to step out of the cave mouth, he suddenly stopped in place. "Patriarch," he said, "as the Blood Prince, I have a license to kill, right? How many disciples' lives are covered by it?" As soon as Patriarch Blood Demon heard the words, his eyes flickered, and he lifted his head up once again from within the blood pond. 100 per year. Regardless of status? Regardless of status, was the calm reply. To him, none of the other disciples in the blood demon sect were as important as Meng Hao. Meng Hao didn't say anything further. He left the Immortal's cave, and as he did, Patriarch Blood Demon's voice echoed out to fill the entire sect. From this day forward, Meng Hao is the blood prince of the blood demon sect. The words rumbled like thunder throughout the 5 mountain peaks of the blood demon sect. Instantly, streams of divine sense appeared from within the 4 outer mountain peaks, all of which focused on Meng Hao as he stood there on Mount Blood Demon. His expression was the same as ever as he strode down the steps. His calm face seemed reticent and taciturn. After dying, his personality had changed dramatically. That was especially so after the massacre at the Black Civ sect. After that, he was more ruthless and vicious, and it showed. Even more influential was everything that had occurred with Su Qing. As far as Meng Hao was concerned, his entire life was different now. He walked silently, doing nothing to stop the countless streams of divine sense that began focusing on him. Each and every stream was filled with hostility. After all, to the blood demon sect, Meng Hao was a stranger. For a stranger to suddenly come to the blood demon sect and then immediately be promoted to blood prince was something that affected the interests of more than a few people. Clearly, many people were resentful. Their resentment could not be displayed in Patriarch Blood Demon's presence. But when it came to Meng Hao, they didn't care about him one bit. Even if he had been appointed the blood prince, in the blood demon sect words need to be backed up by strength. As for what had occurred in the Black Civ sect, only Meng Hao knew about it. The other experts in the blood demon sect only knew that their patriarch had set up a spell formation and then returned from the Black Civ sect with Meng Hao. Regarding the particulars of what had occurred, the Black Civ sect obviously wouldn't be spreading the news. For the rest of the blood demon sect to learn the details wouldn't likely happen in a short period of time. There were powerful experts who occupied all 4 of the outer mountain peaks of the blood demon sect. They built their own organizations within the sect that eventually caused the blood demon sect to be divided into 4 major powers or sections. Generally speaking, the 4 sections did not get along, and it was difficult to determine who was in the superior position. On the surface, things were harmonious, but in reality, there were ceaseless secret struggles that occurred. Whether it be outside of the sect or inside, it had always been that way. As for the position of blood prince, that was something that each of the powers wished for their own. If they could acquire the position of blood prince, it would change everything and would give them the qualifications to take control of all of the mountain peaks. The first mountain peak was referred to as Mount Ironblood. 50,000 cultivators called it home, and all of them were demonic cultivators and cold-blooded killers. Currently, all of their cold gazes were fixed on Mount Blood Demon. They didn't care a whit about the new blood prince nor his extraordinary cultivation base. Even were it more extraordinary, he was still nothing more than a stranger. How could he possibly stand up to all of Mount Ironblood? In an Immortal's cave at the highest point on the mountain were the 2 Ironblood patriarchs. They were not cultivators but rather demonic incarnations. As for their true selves, few people knew what they looked like. Normally, they didn't venture out very often, and currently, they sat there cross-legged, eyes open as they looked at Meng Hao. "Nothing more than some member of the junior generation," said one of them. There was also a middle-aged man who stood outside of the 2 patriarchs' Immortal's cave. His eyes flashed with killing intent as he stared toward Mount Blood Demon. "The title of Blood Prince was intended for me, Chang'e. This Meng Hao dares to snatch food out of the tiger's mouth. He's looking to die." His body began to glow with a bloody light, and seas of blood surged inside his eyes. The man was clearly in a rage, and countless bloody souls appeared around him, all of them emitting miserable shrieks. Gritting his teeth, he dropped to his knees and kowtowed toward the Immortal's cave. "Masters, please allow Disciple to take action. He might be the Blood Prince," said one of the 2 Ironblood patriarchs. "But the only difference between his position and yours is that he has unique access to the Blood Demon Grand Magic. If you're skilled enough to make him bow his head, then he can become your puppet." "That's right," said the other, his voice cold. If you're skilled enough to make him capitulate, then as the operators of the torture chamber, your masters will be within their rights to crush him. Of course, he was appointed by the patriarch, so you can't be the first one to make a move. The middle-aged man looked up, and his eyes flickered with viciousness. Without hesitation, he left the peak of the mountain. At the same time, on the second mountain peak of the Blood Demon sect, which was known as Mount Darkheaven, a cultivator rose up from meditation to look at Mount Blood Demon. This was respected Patriarch Darkheaven, who was referred to as a demon, but was in fact a cultivator. Behind him were his 7 apprentices, none of whom seemed to be people of goodwill. Their eyes flickered with red light and killing intent. The tens of thousands of disciples on Mount Darkheaven, all of whom were commanded by Patriarch Darkheaven, silently stared with cold eyes toward Mount Blood Demon. Interesting, murmured Patriarch Darkheaven. The Patriarch did not assign him a mountain peak, nor any followers, huh? What does that mean? He appeared in the form of a boy wearing scholar's garment, and he stood there with his arms clasped behind his back. Master, said one of the apprentices standing behind him, why the hell does a stranger get to be the Blood Prince? I can't accept this. Yeah, allow us to go fight this Meng Hao guy, Master. Let's see whether or not he has the skill to act as the Blood Prince. What's your rush? The boy said with a ghastly chuckle. There will most certainly be others who are in much more of a hurry than you. Without another word, he turned to head back into his Immortal's cave. The 7 apprentices' killing intent filled the air. They exchanged glances and then stared back at Meng Hao as he descended the stone steps of Mount Blood Demon. A similar scene played out on the 4th mountain peak of the Blood Demon sect, albeit with much more intensity. The 3 demon fire patriarchs did nothing to restrain themselves, and their fury and arrogance exploded up. Only the 5th mountain peak was silent. At the very peak of the mountain was a white-haired, hunchbacked old man who supported himself with a walking stick as he looked off toward Mount Blood Demon. Next to him stood a girl who was quite pretty, yet also radiated killing intent. Master, said the girl, why prevent the disciples of Mount Ghostcrutch from expressing their discontent with the Patriarch's arrangement? It's inherently unfair. I could accept it if Chang'e from Mount Ironblood became the Blood Prince. But I've never even heard of this Meng Hao before. The old man smiled. His voice hoarse, he said, your master has lived for a long time. Although I used to be a bit of a fool, I've become much more sensible over the years. You know, I was there on Mount Blood Demon the year the Patriarch descended. Throughout the years, the position of Blood Prince has been filled 7 times. I was there every single time. I've lived a long time and seen many things. These eyes of mine can pierce through the ancient and archaic. I can tell that this Meng Hao carries something very unusual. The girl beside him frowned. Don't provoke him, continued the old man. Don't even get near him. Master needs to observe him a bit more before making a decision. His eyes glittering, the old man returned to his Immortal's cave. Meng Hao's expression was calm as he walked down the steps. When he was about halfway down the mountain, he suddenly paused as he caught sight of a white-robed woman up ahead. She stood on a boulder off to the side, in front of which was a cliff that stretched down into swirling fog. The woman's robes swayed in the wind, making her look quite otherworldly. She was beautiful, and in this moment, looked like a graceful immortal. Meng Hao glanced at her for a moment and then looked away as he continued down the mountain. The woman turned and stared at Meng Hao. Elder brother Meng, she said. We last ran into each other in the demon Immortal sect. Could it be that you've forgotten about humble little me? This woman was none other than Blood Demon sect Dao child Li Shiqi, who had been dressed like a man the first time Meng Hao met her. Meng Hao didn't say anything in response. He merely looked at her and nodded, then continued on his way down the stairs. Elder brother Meng, she continued. The only people who live on Mount Blood Demon are myself and the Patriarch. I've been waiting in this spot because I need to give you a warning. The other 4 mountains won't approve of you being appointed as the Blood Prince. She waved her graceful hand, sending a jade slip flying out. This is a bit of information about the other 4 mountain peaks, she went on. Take a look. It should be helpful. Meng Hao accepted it and was silent for a moment. Finally he said, "Thank you," and proceeded on his way. How is fellow Taoist Su Qing?" "Thank you," he repeated, his voice drifting up from further down the mountain. After leaving Mount Blood Demon, Meng Hao found himself in a bleak and desolate forest. The Blood Demon sect was not like other sects, where grand temples existed at the bottoms of the mountains, filled with outer sect disciples. Although there were outer sect disciples, they also resided on the mountains. As for the region beneath the mountains, there existed only forests. They weren't completely uninhabited, though. Log cabins could be seen throughout them, belonging to disciples who had descended from the mountains to practice cultivation in isolation. There were quite a few visible, although some were in states of disrepair. Occasionally, disciples could be seen and, without exception, they looked at him coldly and without an ounce of respect. Meng Hao's expression remained calm in the face of the coldness. He had sensed that he was the subject of many such gazes when he made his way down the mountain. Therefore, he proceeded until he found a remote corner of the sect where he then sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and retrieved the soul orb of the exhausted and slumbering Su Qing, who he examined for a long moment before stowing away. At the same time, quite a few streams of divine sense from the surrounding mountain peaks were retracted by their owners, not a few of which were filled with disdain. "What kind of blood prince is this Meng Hao? I thought he was supposed to be super skilled. He can't even fight with somebody for a log cabin at the bottom of the mountains. He's not even willing to provoke anyone over a log cabin? In the Blood Demon sect, everything depends on your strength and viciousness. Immortal's caves, mountain peaks, one's beloved, techniques, cultivation resources, everything goes to the strongest. And that includes the position he holds. Humph. He wants peace and quiet. Huh? Well, considering he acquired a position that wasn't his to begin with, he better give up that idea. Although, there's no reason to act too quickly. We only know a little bit about him, so let's just observe for a bit longer." Meng Hao closed his eyes and ignored all of the gazes and streams of divine sense, which he couldn't care less about. Instead, he sent his own divine sense into his bag of holding. There, he found the blood mastiff, who had been seriously injured defending him against the 10th Wang clan patriarch. It had now regrown a physical body, although it was still weak and small. And then there was the matter of the parrot and the meat jelly. When Meng thought of them, he frowned. He hadn't seen any traces of them since he awoke on the underworld ship. However, he had the strange sense that the two ninnies were definitely in the southern domain. Silently, he rotated his cultivation base until night fell. Finally, he opened his eyes and produced Su Qing's desiccated corpse. He slowly fused the golden magical symbol into it, whereupon she instantly began to show signs of life. Gradually, she began to recover. Her skin slowly changed, and her entire body began to look more limber and charming as she showed signs of awakening. It was a process that would take 9 9-day cycles, a total of 81 days, to complete. Meng Hao suppressed the excitement he felt, looked her over for a long moment, then carefully put her body away. "Elder Sister Su, your eyes will open in 81 days, he murmured. After a long moment, he finally took out the blood crystal given to him by Blood Demon. He looked at it for only a moment before unhesitatingly pinching it between his fingers. Immediately, all the blood in his body began to seethe as if it were boiling, and emanate an indescribable bloody aura. Simultaneously, magical symbols appeared in his head. They emanated a crude, ancient aura that transformed into a legacy. At the same time, the blood-colored mask inside of his bag of holding suddenly began to emit intense ripples. The blood mastiff inside trembled, seemingly instinctively responding to the aura coming out of Meng Hao, which it in turn absorbed. "Blood Demon Grand Magic," murmured Meng Hao. The Blood Demon Grand Magic was actually a taboo art in the Blood Demon sect. Only Patriarch Blood Demon himself possessed it. Even previous blood princes of the sect had only been introduced to the art orally. Meng Hao was the only one to acquire the true lifeblood legacy. The magic was organized into 6 levels, which were organized 2 to a stratum, meaning there were 3 strata in total. Qi and blood, spirit meridians, blood soul. He murmured, and a red glow appeared in his eyes. He suddenly discovered that he was possessed of incredible latent talent in regards to the cultivation of the blood demon grand magic. After only a moment, he reached the first level and was halfway through the Qi and blood stratum. The Qi and blood stratum was terrifying. It was capable of absorbing the power of someone else's Qi and blood. Immediately, Meng Hao's eyes turned as red as fire. He slowly lifted up his hand, which had now turned bright red. It was almost like his hand was covered with innumerable black holes, all of which were ready to consume Qi and blood. I can't believe I was able to cultivate this art so quickly, thought Meng Hao. It must have something to do with my cultivating the blood immortal divine's abilities. Blood immortal, blood demon. There must be some relationship between the two. After a moment of thought, he realized there might be another explanation. He reached inside of him and realized that his demon sealing magics were now slightly different than before. It was as if some intangible change had occurred, although he was unsure of the exact details. Patriarch Blood Demon cares about my status as a demon sealer. In that case, perhaps that is why the Blood Demon Grand Magic was so easy for me to cultivate. He contemplated the matter a bit further, and after a moment, decided that he might as well make another attempt at cultivating the Blood Demon Grand Magic. Following the prescribed method, he continued on. 2 hours later, his eyes snapped open, and the bloody glow in his eyes seemed to have completely filled the pupils. He looked terrifying to an astonishing degree. The great circle of the Qi and blood stratum. Meng Hao took a deep breath. By now, he could see just how tyrannically frightful the Blood Demon Grand Magic was. By consuming the Qi and blood of others, it could strengthen the fleshly body. As for how strong, there seemed to be no limits. Unfortunately, it's not permanent and is only a borrowed power. His eyes glittered as he suddenly was filled with the strong desire to enter halfway into the spirit meridian stratum of the Blood Demon Grand Magic. All cultivators build up vast quantities of spiritual energy in their bodies. Because of that, spirit meridians exist. The spirit meridians level allows me to consume the spirit meridians of others, which I can use to add to my cultivation base. He closed his eyes and sank into cultivation. The sun was high in the sky before he finally opened his eyes and frowned. I can't cultivate it. I'm missing something. He was in the middle of considering the matter when suddenly the archaic voice of Patriarch Blood Demon echoed in his ears. Very good. You reached the 2nd level of the Blood Demon Grand Magic. When you reach the 3rd level, I will give you something that is sure to leave you astonished. It has something to do with your League of Demon Sealers. With that item, you will be able to acquire a demon sealing magic. Meng Hao looked up toward Mound Blood Demon. He didn't speak, but his heart trembled. As of this moment, he was now absolutely certain that Patriarch Blood Demon placed importance upon his identity as a demon sealer. Just what secrets have I yet to uncover about the demon sealers? He thought. Despite being a demon sealer for many years, he still could use only the 8th demon sealing hex and righteous bestowal. The sky was clear, and cultivators bustled about the blood demon sect. It actually did have the air of a sect, although many of the people were actually engaged in deadly combat. The sound of mutual slaughter was intense, and the glow of blood glittered up radiantly. If disciples from other great sects in the southern domain came here, they would be quite out of sorts. However, as far as Meng Hao was concerned, it was just like the Reliance sect, so it actually felt quite familiar. He stuck to his remote corner of the sect, ignoring everyone else. No one else cared to come to him, either. It was as if they didn't even notice his existence. Because of Meng Hao's experiences, a single glance was all it took for him to perceive the deep-seated feelings behind the cold expressions on their faces and the scorn in their eyes. That's fine, he thought, his face calm. He wasn't the type of person who enjoyed rowdiness. He didn't care about mountain peaks and fighting over resources. He was happy to be left alone to practice cultivation in peace and quiet. At noon, Meng Hao rose to his feet. He casually felled some of the trees in the area and built a log cabin. Naturally, people noticed this and everyone stared in shock, especially the people who harbored strong hostility toward him. He's actually building a log cabin? It looks like he's really made up his mind to immerse himself in cultivation. But does he really think that this will allow him to remain separate from sect affairs? Up on Mount Ironblood, middle-aged Chang'e saw what was going on and frowned. It was at this point that Meng Hao opened his eyes and looked out of his log cabin. Approaching slowly on foot was a somewhat emaciated-looking middle-aged man. His body emanated the ancientness of time, and he was very thin. There was a ruthlessness to him, which presently seemed to have been replaced by complex emotions. The ripples of a nascent soul cultivation base spread out from him, and when Meng Hao saw him, many different feelings filled him, along with a sense of reminiscence. As he walked up slowly, his appearance caused many of the surrounding disciples to be shocked. That's Elder Brother Wang Yukai. What is Elder Brother Wang doing here? Wait, look at his expression. Something strange is going on. People watched as Wang Yukai walked up to Meng Hao and looked at him silently. Clearly, he was recalling past times. He didn't say anything, and neither did Meng Hao. As they looked at each other, both of them seemed to be recalling Mount Daqing. That was the place where they both began to walk their path of cultivation, and also the place where Meng Hao and Su Qing met. After a long moment passed, Wang Yukai clenched his jaw as if to some inner pain. "Do you drink?" he asked. With that, he sat down cross-legged and tossed a flagon of alcohol over to Meng Hao. Meng Hao caught it and immediately took a long drink. The alcohol burned as it slid down his throat. It felt almost like a knife stabbing into his guts. "Li Fuguei told me about what happened with elder sister Su," Wang Yukai said, keeping his voice low. Meng Hao nodded and took another drink. His earliest memories of the cultivation world contained the group from Mount Daqing, Wang Yukai, Fatty, and Dong Hu. The four of them, including Meng Hao, were taken by Su Qing to the Reliance sect. Later, Dong Hu and Wang Yukai apparently had a falling out, and Wang Yukai disappeared. Regarding Dong Hu, his disposition changed completely, and as for Fatty, well, out of all four of them, he seemed to have ended up far, far happier than the rest. Wang Yukai and Meng Hao sat together drinking silently, each one wrapped up in various memories. Of course, there was one thing that existed in both of their memories, and that was Mount Daqing. "Did you ever run into Dong Hu again?" Wang Yukai suddenly asked. "Not after I left the state of Zhao," replied Meng Hao. He looked at Wang Yukai, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "Back then, the two of you?" "His body was physically weak, so I ended up caring for him like a younger brother," replied Wang Yukai, his voice cool. "I would help him when it came time to haul water, and if people picked on him, I would handle it. In the end, he shoved me off a cliff because of a pearl." Meng Hao didn't respond. He picked up the alcohol flagon and took a big mouthful. "Be careful of Chang'e," continued Wang Yukai. "In fact, be careful of everyone in the Blood Demon sect. There is no such thing as camaraderie here. The only thing that matters is who is more vicious." With a sigh, he rose to his feet and prepared to leave. "You shouldn't have come," said Meng Hao, looking up at him. Wang Yukai didn't reply. He knew that what Meng Hao said was true. He shouldn't have come. The entire sect currently viewed Meng Hao with hostility, which meant that after leaving, he would most certainly face some difficulties. And yet, he came anyway. In fact, in almost the same instant that Wang Yukai rose to leave, Chang'e stood there on the first mountain peak, a cruel smile on his lips. "So, they know each other." He flicked his sleeve and flew up into the air. "Follow me, junior brothers." Immediately, 19 beams of light rose into the air from Mount Ironblood and teleported down toward the bottom of the mountain. "You don't have to make a move, Meng Hao," he thought. "You can sit there and refuse to provoke anyone. But now, the time has come to see exactly what amazing abilities you have, and why the hell you deserve to be the Blood Prince. I'll test you out and see exactly how profound you are. If you don't fight back hard, then I'll just keep pushing until you reach the boiling point. After all, I have plenty of methods to deal with you. If you fight back hard, well, that's what I'm waiting for. Hopefully, You'll end up killing someone, and then my masters will have every right to throw you into the torture chamber. As Wang Yukai emerged from Meng Hao's log cabin, 20 beams of light, including Chang Yi, shot down toward the very same area. Their appearance on the scene instantly caught the attention of the Blood Demon sect disciples in the surrounding forest. Their expressions turned lively. They knew that an entertaining drama was about to unfold. Meanwhile, back on the second mountain peak, the 7 apprentices of the spirit-severing patriarch were all paying very close attention. Merciless gleams glittered brightly in their eyes. Now we'll see exactly how profound this Meng Hao actually is. That Chang Yi has an irascible personality. A whole day hasn't even passed, and he already reached the limits of his patience. No wonder he's behaving like that. This is a good opportunity to test out Meng Hao. We'll be able to learn a bit about him by observing how things turn out. On the 4th mountain peak, 3 figures wreathed in flames watched on coldly from outside their immortal's caves. The disciples of the 4th mountain peak were also watching on, expressions of derision clear on their faces. One among their number was a young man, who held a magical fan in his hand. He exuded an air of coldness as his lips twisted into a smile. Chang Yi really couldn't hold on very long, he said. That's good, though. This is only a test. Presumably, there won't be too much of a ruckus. It does have to be said, though, that Chang Yi is quite the fool. It's only been a single day, and Meng Hao was appointed directly by the patriarch. If someone really tries to subdue him, the patriarch will intervene. It's too bad a good opportunity will have been lost. On the 5th mountain peak, the pretty young woman's eyes were fixed on the scene that was playing out, and she was starting to get excited. As for the hunchbacked old man, he casually looked over to watch. Master, do you think this Meng Hao will really be subdued if the matter turns serious? Her eyes flickered with viciousness. Serious? Said the old man, his tone one of pride in his own wisdom. Oh no, it won't get serious. It's a small matter. At worst, the harmony will be broken temporarily. You have only practiced cultivation for a short time, but Master has lived for far too long, and has seen many things. I've watched things like this play out too many times. You just watch, the dispute regarding Meng Hao being the Blood Prince is just starting. It will take quite some time before it gets resolved. On Mount Blood Demon, Patriarch Blood Demon rested in the blood pond. His eyes opened, and he looked over at what was happening. So, what will he do? Li Shiqi was also paying close attention, and a profound glint could be seen in her eyes. Everyone in the whole Blood Demon sect was looking in Meng Hao's direction. They all knew that this was his first time making a true public appearance in the sect. They all wanted to see exactly how he would respond to the test. Of course, it was only a test. Meng Hao's face was calm as he looked at the 20 beams of light approaching from Mount Ironblood. It didn't matter if it was Chang Yi up in front, or the other 19 of his followers. They were all the same to Meng Hao. Of the 19, 8 were nascent soul cultivators, and 11 were at the Great Circle of Core Formation. As for Chang Yi, he had the highest cultivation base, the peak of the nascent soul stage. Wang Yukai! Cried out someone from the group. The sound of the voice was like springtime thunder echoing out in all directions. They didn't even bother with any pretenses. As soon as the voice rang out, its speaker turned into a red beam of light that shot out from the group toward Wang Yukai, filled with killing intent. Blood-colored magical items also flew out, whistling through the air. 3 of the nascent soul cultivators directly shot toward Wang Yukai. As for everyone else, they surrounded the air, their eyes filled with coldness and derision as they eyed Meng Hao. That was especially true of Chang Yi, whose eyes were sinister and cold as he hovered in mid-air, his hands clasped behind his back. He looked at Meng Hao, waiting to see what he would decide to do. If Meng Hao didn't make a move, then it meant allowing Wang Yukai to be seriously injured. If Meng Hao did make a move, well, that was exactly what Chang Yi was waiting for. He firmly believed that in that moment, his masters would appear and subdue Meng Hao. Rumbling sounds echoed out, causing Wang Youcai's face to turn grim. He immediately teleported forward to escape, and at the same time transmitted an urgent message to Meng Hao. Don't do anything. This is Chang Yi. His masters control the torture chamber. and you can't give them any reason to subdue you down. Don't worry about me. Even as Wang Yukai teleported forward, Chang'e laughed coldly and waved his right hand. 7 tiny flags flew out, which rapidly expanded in midair to form seals that forced Wang Yukai back to the ground. Wang Youcai's face flickered as the 3 nascent soul cultivators closed in, their faces filled with vicious killing intent. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Booms echoed out, and blood poured out of the corners of Wang Youcai's mouth. He retreated, performing an incantation gesture that caused a divine ability to appear. At the same time, he shouted, "Elder Brother Chang'e, I'm a disciple of the second mountain peak. Do you really dare to attack me?" "The second mountain peak?" replied Chang'e, laughing. An arrogant expression appeared on his face as he glanced in the direction of that very mountain. Immediately, a voice echoed out from the second mountain peak. "As is customary, we won't interfere with the matters of the torture chamber. Elder Brother Chang, if Wang Yukai violated any rules, then you can do anything you wish. However, if he didn't violate any rules, then you'll be held responsible." Wang Youcai's face grew grimmer as he looked at the incoming vicious nascent soul cultivators. He gritted his teeth, and was just about to employ one of the sect's restricted techniques to stimulate his qi and blood, when suddenly Meng Hao stood up. His expression was calm as he arrived next to Wang Yukai with a single step and gripped his shoulder. In the moment that he appeared, all eyes instantly fixated on him. Everyone from all of the 5 mountain peaks were watching. That was especially true of Chang'e, who was inwardly going wild with joy. "Blood Prince," he said coolly. "What is the meaning of this? Don't tell me you're really going to interfere with torture chamber matters." He suddenly glared angrily at the other Mount Ironblood cultivators, who looked a bit hesitant. "Why haven't you apprehended him yet?" The cultivators gritted their teeth. Ignored Meng Hao, they advanced on Wang Yukai, their killing intent radiating about intensely. It was at this point that a shocking coldness suddenly appeared in Meng Hao's placid eyes. A whistling sound filled the air as the 3 Mount Ironblood nascent soul cultivators gritted their teeth, ignored Meng Hao, and shot past him toward Wang Yukai, radiating killing intent. They wouldn't kill him, of course. However, they would seriously wound him, especially considering that they represented the torture chamber, and their elder brother Chang'e had personally given the orders. In their opinion, they clearly occupied the superior position, especially considering that they were essentially backed by the 2 Ironblood patriarchs. A trifling blood prince, even if he did have a cultivation base exceeding their own, couldn't possibly fight back against the 2 Ironblood patriarchs. Because of this line of reasoning, their killing intent grew even more intense than before. Magical items appeared as they shot forward, and the blood-colored glow rose to the heavens. Under the eyes of everyone in all of the mountain peaks of the sect, they shot forward. A cold smile could be seen on the face of Chang'e as he glared icily at Meng Hao, waiting to see how he would respond to this test. "There is ruthlessness in my heart," murmured Meng Hao. "It's been there since I perished in the Milky Way Sea." He lifted his right hand and casually waved a finger. Although it appeared that the finger didn't actually point down onto anything but air, in the blink of an eye, the fastest of the 3 Mount Ironblood cultivators immediately began to tremble. An expression of confusion flashed across his face, and then he coughed up blood. A moment later, he literally exploded. It was as if an enormous, invisible pair of hands had crushed him into a pulp. The speed with which it happened was incomparable. It was so sudden that everyone who was observing was flabbergasted. Behind Meng Hao, Wang Youcai's face fell, and his heart began to pound. "Not good," he thought. "Meng Hao is far too impulsive. What should I do?" Anxiety welled up in his heart. He could tell that Chang'e was just testing Meng Hao, and could never have imagined that Meng Hao would act so rashly. Chang'e's eyes went wide. Previously, he had never thought that the Blood Prince would attack with lethal force. However, this twist caused joy to surge up inside of him. He couldn't help but muse that the Blood Prince was clearly far too inexperienced. Coldness gleamed in Chang'e's eyes as he strode forward. "Blood Prince," he bellowed. "How dare you violate sect rules?" At the same time, The 7 shady-looking apprentices on the second mountain peak watched on with glittering eyes, clearly interested in what was happening. On the 4th mountain peak, the young man with the fan smiled faintly, and a strange light gleamed in his eyes. As for the hunchbacked old man on the 5th mountain peak, his eyes flickered. Next to him, the pretty young woman stared in shock. She could never have guessed that Meng Hao would actually kill anyone. "So, this blood prince turns out to be quite a vicious person," said the hunchbacked old man, sighing emotionally. "However, he is a bit reckless and also a tad young. He's not like me, a person who has lived far, far too long." Meng Hao completely ignored the reactions of everyone around him. He seemed to be immersed within a world of regrets. The ruthlessness grew stronger in the rebirth cave. He sighed. He waved his finger again, and the second incoming nascent soul cultivator's face fell. He suddenly stopped in place. Rumbling sounds echoed out, and then he exploded, completely dead in body and soul. Another person slain. The sight of it caused Chang Yi's face to flicker, not with happiness, but with shock. Moments ago he had assumed Meng Hao would stop after killing one person, but unexpectedly he killed again. Simultaneously, the surrounding cultivators' eyes began to shine with a strange light. The disciples on the mountains felt their hearts filling with shock. "In the Black Sieve sect, the ruthlessness exploded out," murmured Meng Hao. "And yet it was not sated. Instead, it festered at the bottom of my heart and became even more intense, transforming into what Patriarch Blood Demon mentioned. Devilishness." The third nascent soul cultivator, seeing his 2 companions killed right in front of him, was completely dumbstruck. His eyes went wide, and he began to retreat, but it was in that moment that Meng Hao raised his hand and gestured a 3rd time with his finger. "Eldest brother, save me," the man screamed, but then, his body exploded with a bang that echoed out in all directions. Everyone trembled violently, as they were shaken out of their reveries from the events of moments ago. He actually killed 3 people in a row. How moronic! This guy is a real idiot. He just arrived in the Blood Demon sect, but won't bow his head in submission, and even dares to act with unbridled aggression. He's in big trouble now. Not only did he dare to kill fellow sect members in the sect, but he chose to kill torture chamber disciples. As the buzz of conversation echoed out, Chang Yi flew up into the air, glaring at Meng Hao the entire time. At first, he had been shocked, but that shock was been replaced with boundless elation. Inwardly, he was roaring with laughter. "My master said not to take the initiative in provoking him," he thought. But as it turns out, the dolt decided to start killing. Considering his position, killing 1 could be tolerated, but he killed 3. In that case, if I could get him to kill some more, he would definitely be flirting with death. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Chang Yi smiled. "I offered respect to you as the Blood Prince," he called out. "And in response you dared to make deadly attacks in the sect, and even offended the torture chamber. It doesn't matter how high your cultivation base is, you will be put down. Men, take him into custody." The faces of all the Mount Ironblood disciples flickered in hesitation. However, it was at this moment that 2 shocking pulses of spirit-severing energy erupted from Mount Ironblood. "When the Blood Prince commits a crime, he will be treated as anyone else," rumbled an ancient, somber voice. "Take him into custody and bring him to Mount Ironblood. If he resists, subdue him immediately." As the words echoed out throughout the entire sect, Chang Yi's expression flickered, and he almost started to laugh out loud with self-righteous laughter. "He's dead," he thought. At the same time, the other disciples with Chang Yi started to look excited. Now that they knew they had the support of the 2 Ironblood patriarchs, they were completely confident. They instantly surged forward toward Meng Hao, completely sure that the Blood Prince would never dare to attack them. If he did, then the 2 Ironblood patriarchs would instantly reveal themselves. Meanwhile, on the second mountain peak, Mount Darkheaven, in a temple on the peak, Patriarch Darkheaven sat cross-legged in the form of a young boy. He wore a scholar's garment, and his expression was grim as he cast his gaze down the mountain. Outside of the temple were the 7 apprentices, all of whom sneered coldly as they watched the scene play out. Their contempt for Meng Hao was even greater than before. They believed his ability to think and plan was clearly lacking. In response to a simple test, he instantly revealed his weaknesses. On the 4th mountain peak, the young man with the fan laughed to himself. This blood prince is far too inexperienced, he thought. His cultivation base is incredible, but he doesn't know how to conduct himself. Well, let this be a lesson to him. In the end, he isn't worthy of his title. He will bow his head in submission soon enough. The hunchbacked old man on the 5th mountain peak sighed. Too young. Meng Hao looked up, and his eyes were frigid. In fact, his entire person was like a block of ice, and the ruthless aura within him radiated out explosively. My ruthlessness turned into devilishness, he murmured. And I can't suppress it. It does not conform with my Tao, but it is what it is. I might as well let it out. He stepped forward, and in the blink of an eye, his killing intent erupted out. At the same time, he swished his sleeve. It was a simple wave of an arm, but it caused an astonishing gale-force wind to rage up. It was like a wind of heavenly destruction that swept out in all directions, slamming into more than a dozen incoming cultivators. As soon as it touched them, their faces fell, and blood sprayed out of their mouths. Regardless of the various levels of their cultivation bases, they were incapable of standing up to the mightiness of the wind, and their bodies were ripped into shreds. Blood and gore sprayed out in all directions. As for Chang'e, his face instantly went as pale as death, and his pupils constricted. His cultivation base was at the great circle of the nascent soul stage, so it was with great astonishment that he was barely able to stand up to the wind. However, the wind then wrapped around him, transforming into an enormous hand that grabbed him violently. It squeezed down and cracking sounds could be heard. Chang'e screamed miserably, "Masters, save me!" When the onlookers saw this, their faces flickered with astonishment. Up on the 2nd mountain peak, Patriarch Darkheaven shot to his feet. The hearts of the 7 apprentices outside of the temple filled with shock. On the 4th mountain peak and the 5th mountain peak, similar scenes played out. What is he doing? I can't believe he actually killed so many people. Is he challenging the torture chamber to battle? This was just a test, but he responded in this way? At this point, a cold snort echoed out from Mount Ironblood, and 2 streams of divine sense shot down toward the land below to rescue Chang'e. Meng Hao's expression was calm as the huge hand in midair suddenly began to squeeze shut. "Stay your hand!" roared the 2 streams of divine sense. Even as the sound rang out, Chang'e's screaming reached a fever pitch. "No!" he cried. "This was just a test." Before he could finish speaking, a boom echoed out as his body was crushed into a pulp of mutilated flesh. His nascent soul was also completely destroyed. He was dead in flesh and soul. To him, it was just a test, but to Meng Hao, when it came to attacking, there was no such thing as any so-called testing. Deathly silence filled the air. No one could ever have predicted that a simple test would unexpectedly end this way. Moments later, the 2 streams of divine sense descended toward Meng Hao. "Are you looking to die?" roared one. "How dare you kill my Mount Ironblood disciples? I'm going to crush you." The 2 Ironblood patriarchs were furious. At the moment, it didn't matter that Meng Hao was the blood prince, or that they could sense something strange about his cultivation base. Those things didn't matter. Truth be told, there was something strange about Meng Hao's cultivation base. The life force of a resurrection lily obscured the traces of his 2nd severing, making it seem that he was only in the 1st severing level. He looked up, and not a trace of hesitation could be seen in his eyes as he sent his divine sense shooting out with intense ferocity. Bam! His divine sense was simply too powerful. The fact that the 2 Ironblood patriarchs were spirit-severing cultivators didn't matter. Their streams of divine sense were completely incapable of standing up to Meng Hao's, and were immediately shattered. Massive ripples raged through the blood demon sect, whipping the trees and vegetation into a fury. All of the surrounding cultivators gasped in astonishment. "There's no need to come down here to try to subdue me," said Meng Hao coldly. "I'll head up there to subdue the two of you." With that, he flew directly toward the first mountain peak. As of this moment, the entire blood demon sect was in a complete uproar. It took Meng Hao only a single step forward to reach the first mountain peak. The instant he stepped foot onto it, all of Mount Ironblood shook. Inside their temple at the peak of the mountain, the faces of the two Ironblood patriarchs flickered, and they erupted with shocking first-severing energy. Rumbling filled heaven and earth, and the clouds and mist in all directions seethed. At the same time, an enormous face appeared in midair up above Mount Ironblood. It was completely the color of blood, and two horns protruded from its forehead. It looked matchlessly vicious. As for the two Ironblood patriarchs, their robes whipped madly in the wind, and in their hands they held enormous battle axes. The battle axes were demon weapons. The two patriarchs were facing a mortal enemy, and their hearts were trembling with great waves of shock. "I can't believe he's so powerful. What level is his cultivation base? I can't see any traces of a second severing. But even at the great circle of the first severing, he shouldn't have such powerful divine sense. Could it be that he cultivates some technique to specifically enhance his divine sense?" The moment the two patriarchs appeared was the same moment that Meng Hao stepped foot onto the stairs leading up to the peak of the first mountain. Slowly, he began to make his way toward the top. All eyes were fixed on him, and everyone was thinking that, as of this moment, Meng Hao really was worthy of his title after all. On the second mountain peak, the scholarly-looking child, Patriarch Darkheaven, could sense the result of the confrontation between the divine sense of Meng Hao and the two Ironblood patriarchs. His face was covered with shock as he hastily stood, then instantly teleported out of his temple. Outside, his 7 apprentices gasped, and their faces filled with disbelief. He resisted the divine sense of the two Ironblood patriarchs all by himself. Just what type of cultivation base does he have? What is he doing? Wasn't this just a test? "Quiet!" barked Patriarch Darkheaven. Shocked, his 7 apprentices instantly went as silent as cicadas during winter. On the fourth mountain peak, the 3 old men wreathed in flames also rushed out of their temple. Their expression were that of astonishment as they looked toward the first mountain peak. Off to the side, the young man with the fan who had previously been observing the events with a look of disdain on his face, now stood there slack-jawed, seemingly incapable of even breathing. He suddenly realized that this was not a situation in which the Blood Prince was being immature. Quite the opposite, his cultivation base was so high that he didn't need to bother with any sort of strategy or planning. He took out all of his opponents in one blow. As soon as Meng Hao started up the staircase, the first, second, and fourth mountain peaks were sent into complete, reeling shock. In that same moment, the wind and clouds surged. A black fog appeared, within which could also be seen a white fog. In the blink of an eye, black and white began to swirl around each other and form into the shape of 2 enormous pearls. Furthermore, beneath the 2 pearls was a mountain wreathed in mist and clouds. The 9th mountain, the black-white pearls, and the 9th mountain. Together, this was something that Meng Hao had come up with after his battle with Patriarch Sixdaos of the Black Civ sect. Although it was not complete, he was still able to use them to shocking effect. Rumbling echoed out as the black-white pearls and the 9th mountain crushed down onto the 2 patriarchs of Mount Ironblood. Rumble! The ground trembled, and rumbling filled the air. The 2 Ironblood patriarchs' faces quivered. Meanwhile, back on the 5th mountain peak, the hunchbacked old man's eyes widened, and he took a deep breath. The pretty young woman who stood next to him was utterly shocked. What is he doing? Could he really be trying to fight back against Mount Ironblood? "Master, didn't you say things wouldn't get serious?" The hunchbacked old man blinked and cleared his throat. "Calm down, all right? Based on my experience, I can tell you that the matter definitely won't get extremely serious. At the most, the first mountain peak will be involved. Ha ha ha. It seems this Blood Prince is going to take it as a show of force." In the central mountain peak, Mount Blood Demon, Patriarch Blood Demon's face was tranquil, but a smile of contentment could be seen on his face. The ruthlessness in your heart is too intense and can't be dispelled. You might as well let it condense into devilishness. This has been a long time coming. It wasn't that I wanted to coerce you. Rather, this was the only method that would count as being helpful to you. You don't understand now, but when you reach your third severing, you will be enlightened. Li Shiqi was also on Mount Blood Demon, and her eyes shone with a strange light as she watched the scene play out. After all, she knew Meng how much better than anyone else in the Blood Demon sect. The events in the ancient demon Immortal sect were imprinted indelibly in her heart, and she hadn't forgotten about anything that happened there. Furthermore, after returning, she told no one in the sect about what had happened, with the exception of Patriarch Blood Demon. Most shocked of all was Wang Yukai. He stared blankly as everything happened, then began to breathe deeply. Determination began to glow in his eyes. Meng Hao is so strong. I can't let myself fall behind. Rumble. A massive clamor filled the air as Meng Hao took his third step up the stairs. Up in midair, the pearls in the black and white mist, as well as the ninth mountain they orbited, shot toward the peak of the mountain. Under the force of the incredible pressure, the two iron-blood patriarchs' gigantic, ferocious face suddenly revealed an expression of pain. Meng Hao's face was cold as he took his fourth step. Shocking rumbling caused everything to shake. The face formed by the energy of the two iron-blood patriarchs struggled and howled. However, it did no good. Under the crushing pressure, it shattered into countless fragments. To the observers, it almost looked like half of the sky had been ripped apart, superseded by the black-white pearls and the ninth mountain. Having seen their vicious face destroyed, the two iron-blood patriarchs trembled and coughed up blood. In the blink of an eye, they seemed to age, and their faces filled with astonishment. Just how powerful is he? They thought, their minds reeling. In their wildest imaginations, they could never have guessed that Meng Hao, using only his own aura, could suppress them to this extent. On the second mountain peak, Patriarch Darkheaven's face flickered as he stared at the black-white pearls and the ninth mountain. What divine ability is that? The apprentices next to him were trembling, and so were rest of the 50,000 cultivators of the first mountain peak. They looked up at the sky and at Meng Hao and were terrified. The three flame-cloaked figures on the fourth mountain peak watched on in shock. Crushing. Now that is crushing. He didn't even attack them directly. He just used energy to pound the two iron-blood patriarchs into such a tattered state. Blood Prince. He really is the Blood Prince. Everyone was panting. In the Blood Demon sect, respect was shown to the strong. Other than some of the elite apprentices who earned their place because of their bloodline, everyone else was now completely astonished by Meng Hao's show of force. He took a fifth step. Everything shook as the black-white pearls and the ninth mountain continued to emit crushing pressure. The two iron-blood patriarchs' faces flickered, and with growling roars, they shot up into the air. However, even as they flew up, rumbling echoed out and they were swatted back down. They slammed into the top of the mountain, causing it to tremble violently as it sank down into the ground by a full 3 meters. All observers were dumbfounded. The two iron-blood patriarchs coughed up blood. Their bodies were covered with wounds, and their astonishment regarding the ninth mountain and the black-white pearls could not grow any further. If we can't fight the divine ability, then we'll battle with his true self. His magical techniques are monstrous. We can't fight from a distance, we need to get closer to attack. The two patriarchs roared, and their bodies emitted thumping sounds as they began to grow. They rapidly turned into 30-meter-tall, four-armed giants that looked like devilish fiends. Their foreheads sported double horns, and they looked nothing at all like humans, but rather, demons. Their energy exploded out violently as they hefted their battle axes and then transforming into streaks of light that shot down toward Meng Hao with monstrous killing intent. Die! Kill! Meng Hao was taking his sixth step as they bore down on him. He glanced at the two demons coldly, then lifted his right hand and slapped out violently. His fleshly body had experienced sanctification and was essentially at the great circle of spirit severing. It was second only to Tao seeking. His cultivation base was at the second severing, but his true power placed him as the #1 person under Tao seeking in all the lands of South Heaven. His palm roared through the air to land directly onto the two demons. A huge boom echoed out as the battle axes shattered into pieces. The faces of the two demons filled with astonishment, and blood sprayed out of their mouths. Miserable shrieks could be heard, and they appeared to be on the verge of exploding. Blood spurted out everywhere as they were sent tumbling backward. Meng Hao's palm slammed them back up toward the peak of the mountain. At the same time, the black-white pearls and the 9th mountain began to descend. No! Patriarch! Save us! Dark heaven! Demon fire! Help us! When the two iron-blood patriarchs called out, bloody glows rose up from the 2nd and 4th mountains. As they shot forward, a voice echoed out. Enough! Your power has been established. Why haven't you stayed your hand? The ruthlessness in Meng Hao's eyes flickered as he took his 8th step. Screw OFF, he said, sending his divine sense exploding out. It transformed into a monstrous blood-colored beam that shot toward the incoming bloody glows. Its explosive intensity instantly shattered the two opposing beams, and they vanished. Still want test me? Well then, take a good long look. I've taken a liking to this Mount Ironblood. As his voice rumbled out, the black-white pearls and the 9th mountain slammed down onto the peak of Mount Ironblood. Crush. Everything quaked, and a riot of colors flashed across the sky. The 50,000 disciples of the first mountain peak trembled as the two Ironblood patriarchs screamed miserably. Their bodies were instantly smashed by the 9th mountain. As their bodies were destroyed, their nascent divinities flew out, but were unable to escape. The black-white pearls immediately absorbed them, and they were sealed inside. In that moment, Meng Hao finished taking his 8th step, and reached the peak of the mountain. As he stood there alone, all of the disciples of the first mountain peak dropped trembling to their knees and began to kowtow. We offer our respects, Blood Prince. We offer our respects, Blood Prince. The voices echoed out from the first mountain peak, rising into the air and spreading out like massive waves. The entire blood demon sect was filled with the sound of it. However, even as the sound rolled out, a grim, penetrating voice could be heard. Meng Hao, you might have a high cultivation base, but this is the blood demon sect. Killing the torture chamber patriarchs to usurp their position is against sect rules. You will provide compensation. Crushing the two Ironblood fellow Taoists requires that you provide compensation. The voices came from the 2nd and 4th mountain peaks. Patriarch Darkheaven and the 3 Demon Fire patriarchs refused to give in, and in their minds, Meng Hao had already established his power. In their opinion, Patriarch Blood Demon would certainly appear soon. Since that was the case, they spoke up to maintain their own face, and make sure everyone knew that they did not fear the Blood Prince. In their opinions, there was no way that Meng Hao would be willing to make enemies of the entire Blood Demon sect. The price had already been paid for the test, so they would naturally speak up to preserve their dignity. Therefore, they made up their minds to worry later about how to deal with Meng Hao. In their reckoning, the next that would happen was that Patriarch Blood Demon would appear and smooth things over. On the 5th mountain peak, the pretty young woman raised her hand to her chest. Everything that had occurred so far had left a deep impression upon her. As for the hunchbacked old man, he took a deep breath, cleared his throat, and then coolly said, Patriarch Blood Demon will appear now, and the matter will be concluded. This Blood Prince. Too young. Too impulsive. I've lived for too long and... However, before he could finish speaking, Meng Hao completely ignored the mangled corpses at his feet and turned his head to look at the 2nd mountain peak. The icy ruthlessness in his eyes grew even stronger. How about I give you your compensation right now, he said. To the disbelief of all onlookers, he began to move straight toward the 2nd mountain peak. The Blood Demon sect instantly went as quiet as a graveyard. On the 2nd mountain peak, Patriarch Darkheaven's face fell. Lunatic, he thought. This damned bastard is a lunatic. Face flickering, he backed up. I was just babbling, he thought. But he's actually, damn it. The 3 demon fire patriarchs on the 4th mountain peak were also shocked. Gritting their teeth, they flew in succession toward the 2nd mountain peak. Meng Hao moved with incredible speed, so it only took a moment for him to close in. He raised his right hand, and the black-white pearls appeared, circulating around the 9th mountain. As they hovered above the 2nd mountain peak, the sky shook and the land quaked. The disciples of the blood demon sect were flabbergasted to the extreme. Gasps could be heard as they looked up at their matchlessly domineering blood prince. "There's no need to come down here to try to crush me. I'll head up there to crush all of you. How about I give you your compensation right now?" That's what the blood prince said, domineering to the max. "He's definitely the blood prince of our blood demon sect." The bloodline disciples of various other patriarchs in the sect were now all panting as they realized that their blood prince was completely domineering. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism as they stared at Meng Hao. To have a blood prince like this was something incredibly impressive. In contrast, Patriarch Darkheaven of the 2nd mountain, as well as his 7 apprentices, were all pale-faced and trembling. Previously, they had sneered at Meng Hao and looked down with scorn at his youth. By now, they had come to their senses, and could do nothing but stare at him in astonishment. As for the young man with the fan on the 4th mountain peak, his face was pale white with shock. He suddenly realized that the blood prince might look harmless, but was in fact completely overbearing when provoked. He did not give second chances, and when he decided to establish his might, he did so completely and thoroughly. Meng Hao sped toward the 2nd mountain peak, and when he stepped foot onto it, the entire mountain rocked back and forth. Meng Hao raised his hand toward the retreating Patriarch Darkheaven and extended his finger. "You want compensation? Here's my compensation. Compensation to the 2nd mountain peak. Delivered by me for Wang Yukai." The reason Meng Hao chose to make a move against the 2nd mountain peak really was Wang Yukai. Meng Hao had noticed how they treated him earlier, and was not pleased. As he extended his finger, wind blasted out that seemed to split the heavens. The black-white pearls and the 9th mountain transformed into a blur that shot toward the boy in the scholar's garments, who was none other than Patriarch Darkheaven. Patriarch Darkheaven's face fell, and he immediately performed an incantation. A bloody glow erupted around him, transforming into a blood-colored blade that slashed toward the blast of wind from Meng Hao's finger. The slashing blade was filled with the energy of the Great Circle of the First Severing, an explosive power that appeared to be almost on the verge of second severing. Meng Hao snorted and waved his finger again. "How dare you!" howled one of the 3 demon fire patriarchs, an old man who emanated the aura of second severing. "Meng Hao, you've gone too far. You think you're tough because you're in the second severing? So what if you are?" Meng Hao didn't even turn to look at them. He simply waved his sleeve. An enormous boom echoed out as the finger attack slammed into the blood-colored blade. The blade immediately fell to pieces, and blood sprayed out of the mouth of Patriarch Darkheaven. Even as he tumbled back like a kite with its string cut, Meng Hao's second finger attack slammed into him. Another boom rattled out, and Patriarch Darkheaven let out a blood-curdling scream as over half of his body directly exploded. His nascent divinity flew out, which was the exact moment in which the 3 demon fire patriarchs from the 4th mountain peak arrived. "Well," said Meng Hao calmly, "since you're here, I guess I might as well provide some compensation to you as well." He stepped toward them. The 3 were shocked. However, the 2nd severing patriarch, who was the eldest of the 3 demon fire patriarchs, waved his hand, causing a sea of blood to appear. "Why do you keep attacking us? What are you, a spy from another sect? Did you trick Patriarch Blood Demon?" "My license to kill will cover 78 more deaths this year," replied Meng Hao calmly. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire Blood Demon sect uttered a collective gasp, even the 3 demon fire patriarchs, whose eyes went wide. As for the nascent divinity of Patriarch Darkheaven, his face was a picture of shock. The surrounding disciples immediately broke into an uproar in response to Meng Hao's shocking words. "License to kill? The Blood Prince has... Don't tell me he has a license to kill? Heavens! Does the license to kill cover all cultivation bases? He has so much power. The lives of all disciples are in his hands. On the fifth mountain peak, the hunchbacked old man stood there blankly. Next to him, the pretty young woman's eyes were wide and she was panting. Master, what's this license to kill all about? Without even thinking about it, the old man started to talk. Ahem, there's no need to worry. I've lived for too long, and this is just a test, it won't. He was only about halfway through his speech when he noticed his apprentice staring at him with a strange look in her eye. He cleared his throat again. Master, you said the same thing in the very beginning except that Chang'e got killed. You repeated yourself and afterward the first mountain peak was crushed. You said the same thing after which the second mountain peak and the fourth mountain peak took action. Now, you're saying the same thing yet again. The young woman trailed off and didn't continue speaking. In the same moment that her voice trailed off, Meng Hao waved his arm, causing the ninth mountain to appear and shoot toward the three demon fire patriarchs. As it bore down on them, the three demon fire patriarchs' expressions were extremely serious. They immediately unleashed divine abilities. As for the second severing cultivator, he spit out a fireball that set the sea of blood aflame. Bloody fire roared up around him, rapidly transforming into the shape of a gigantic deer's head. The deer's head was formed completely of fire, and it had two enormous antlers. It shot toward the incoming ninth mountain. As it flew through the air, the other two demon fire patriarchs combined their power to cause the body of a deer to form around them, which then connected to the deer head. The massive, fully formed deer then hurtled toward the black-white pearls and the ninth mountain, emanating incredible ripples of second spirit severing power that were only a hair away from the power of third severing. Meng Hao's eyes glinted with coldness. Without hesitation, he waved his right hand, causing the power of his cultivation base to explode out. Fissures appeared in the air all around him. The wind surged and the clouds seethed. Rumbling sounds echoed about in all directions as the black-white pearls and the ninth mountain suddenly expanded, doubling in size and might. The increase caused an incredible pressure to radiate out. Inside the deer, the three demon fire patriarchs' faces filled with disbelief. Boom! The ninth mountain slammed into the giant deer, sending a huge explosion blasting out in all directions. The deer was torn into pieces, and the three old men inside coughed up blood as they were sent spinning backward through the air. Their cultivation bases were in chaos, their faces pale, and their hearts surged with waves of shock. This is impossible. He's so strong. He wasn't even fazed by the combined power of all three of us. They weren't the only incredulous ones. All of the disciples in the blood demon sect had similar reactions. Even Li Shiqi, who knew a bit about Meng Hao's cultivation base, was shocked. She never expected Meng Hao to be powerful to such a terrifying level. After all, she only knew a bit about what had happened in the Black Civ sect. Nobody knew the true level of Meng Hao's strength. Were it not for Patriarch Sixdas, the Black Civ sect would have been completely annihilated. The hunchbacked old man on the fifth mountain peak had an incredibly serious look on his face, and his eyes shone with a strange light. "I'm old," he muttered. "Really and truly old. I finally ran into one of those legendary inhumans, and yet didn't recognize it. He's clearly a Tao-severing inhuman. There is a rare type of cultivator whose lives are filled with such twists and turns that they either perish or shock the heavens. When they mature, they can slay the Tao-seeking stage even when in the spirit-severing stage. People like that are called Tao-severing. His ruthlessness has already turned into a devilish will. However, the devilish and the Tao are linked. Both contain a will of persistence. Both are ultimate achievements. The path of Tao severing is a difficult one. Sever the Tao, become a devil. Of course, devil severing is another path, an even more difficult one. Sever the devil, achieve the Tao. Patriarch, is that why you made him the blood prince of the blood demon sect? Tao severing requires a Tao heart. Devil severing requires a devilish will. I suddenly have a very strong desire to be there the day he performs devil severing. Sever the devilish. Seek the Tao. Even as the old man muttered to himself on the fifth mountain, his eyes grew bright, and he turned to look at Mount Blood Demon. In Mount Blood Demon, Patriarch Blood Demon sat cross-legged in the blood pond. His eyes gleamed with abstruseness, within which infinite ancientness seemed to flow. "Sever the devilish," he murmured. "Seek the Tao. Meng Hao, you can't blame me. I planted the devilish seed within you, but the reason is that the path of the League of Demon Sealers is incorrect. I will use my remaining years to help you mold your devilish will, and then wait for you to sever the devil. That is Tao seeking. Sever the devilish. Seek the Tao, then sever the immortal. What's so difficult about that? When that time comes, you will have sown great karma with the demonic. When the day arrives in which you reach the true pinnacle, don't forget your demonic destiny. Wait for me, my sister, my friends. We will be meeting again soon. Soon, I will be able to accompany you once more." The aura of death which surrounded him continued to grow stronger. The enormous deer collapsed, and the three demon fire patriarchs were sent tumbling backward. Trembling, Patriarch Dark Heaven's nascent divinity attempted to flee with all the speed he could muster. His heart was currently filled with infinite regret at the words he had spoken earlier. He also felt incredible hatred toward the two Ironblood patriarchs, and especially the now-dead Chang'e. Were it not for them, he and the others wouldn't be in such a tough situation now. Damn it! If I had known earlier that it would end up like this, I would never have provoked that jinx. Why hasn't the patriarch appeared? Don't tell me this Meng Hao is really going to kill all of us? As they rushed to escape, Meng Hao's eyes flashed with coldness. He sped forward with unspeakable speed that caused the four cultivators' scalps to go numb. As he neared, he began to unleash the blood demon grand magic. As soon as the magic began to stir, a blood chi exploded up around him, and his right hand turned completely crimson, as if it were made of blood. The first stratum of the blood demon grand magic. The chi and blood stratum. Meng Hao stretched his hand out toward the three demon fire patriarchs and Patriarch Dark Heaven's nascent divinity. Although they were separated by dozens of meters, as soon as he reached his hand out, their bodies were surrounded by an enormous blood-colored vortex. The shocking vortex began to rumble, and from a distance it actually didn't look like a vortex at all, but rather a gigantic hand. The four cultivators were now stuck in the middle of the palm and were unable to extricate themselves. The faces of the four filled with even more intense shock than they had been. They could sense that because of the vortex, the chi and blood in their bodies was boiling. Furthermore, they couldn't even control their cultivation bases. The more they tried, the more they found themselves unable to suppress the boiling. Immediately, countless cries rang out through the blood demon sect. Blood demon grand magic. This is the blood demon grand magic. Countless disciples' eyes gleamed with covetousness as they looked at Meng Hao. Only the Blood Prince is qualified to cultivate the blood demon grand magic. I can't believe that the Blood Prince actually acquired the first stratum in only a single day. The disciples looked up at Meng Hao and the blood-colored vortex spinning in mid-air, and were filled with both shock as well as unprecedented levels of fanaticism. There was no other magical technique that could inspire such a craze among the Blood Demon sect's disciples like the Blood Demon Grand Magic did. After all, the Blood Demon Grand Magic was the #1 magic in the entire Blood Demon sect. Once the Blood Demon Grand Magic was unleashed, the three patriarchs began to struggle violently. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the power of their cultivation bases exploded out. However, it doesn't matter what they did. They were completely incapable of freeing themselves. Their fleshly bodies began to wither as blood and chi pulsed out from inside of them to be absorbed by the vortex and then fused into Meng Hao. His mind trembled as he sensed the power of his fleshly body shooting up at high speed. As the chi fused into him, an intense sensation of strength rose up from deep within. So this is the Blood Demon Grand Magic, he thought, his eyes shining with a strange light. The three demon fire patriarchs howled. "New! The power of my chi and blood. Damn it! Stop! Meng Hao, if you slaughter members of your own sect, you'll meet a horrific end. Patriarch Blood Demon, save me!" They were unable to prevent the qi and blood from flowing out of them, only to be replaced by a sensation of incredible weakness. The only one who wasn't affected was Patriarch Darkheaven, who had already been reduced to his nascent divinity. Nevertheless, he was still frightened and astonished. The entire scene was incredibly shocking to all the onlookers. Hovering in midair, Meng Hao lifted up his right arm and made a grasping motion toward the blood-colored hand, causing more pulses of qi and blood to emerge from the men in front of him, which he then absorbed. "Do you submit or not?" he asked coolly. "Never!" cried one of the 3 Demon Fire Patriarchs. "We 3 Demon Fire Patriarchs serve Patriarch Blood Demon. Do you really think we would submit to a trifling brat like you?" In their rage, the 3 Demon Fire Patriarchs continued to struggle to free themselves from the vortex, and yet were completely incapable. Their bodies were visibly withering, their skin was smeared with blood. And yet that did not leave them in despair. What truly left them without hope was, Patriarch Blood Demon still had not appeared. That cleared up any doubts about one matter. The license to kill that Meng Hao mentioned truly did exist. And even the lives of spirit-severing patriarchs were covered by it. That also made it obvious that, to Patriarch Blood Demon, no one in the entire Blood Demon sect could compare to Meng Hao. Because of that, the heart of the Demon Fire Patriarch with the weakest cultivation base began to quiver. Blood was oozing out of him, and he could feel the shadow of death looming over him. "I submit!" he cried through gritted teeth. "I submit! Blood Prince! I give you my allegiance!" The other 2 Demon Fire Patriarchs were furious. "Third brother, what are you doing? How could you possibly give your allegiance to a brat like that?" His voice cool, Meng Hao said, "Swear a Dao oath." "You!" The 3rd Demon Fire smiled bitterly, then looked over apologetically at the other 2 Demon Fire Patriarchs. He had no choice but to submit to Meng Hao. The terror he felt because of Meng Hao caused coldness to rise up from within the depths of his heart. That was especially true after he realized that Meng Hao really could kill him. It didn't matter that he was a spirit-severing patriarch of the Blood Demon sect. He really had no other option. He dared not rebel against the sect, and was already terrified of Patriarch Blood Demon. Adding one more terrifying person into the mix, especially since it was the Blood Prince, was something he could accept. He quickly swore a Dao oath, after which the gravitational power of the vortex surrounding him ceased to affect him. Because the qi and blood stratum of the Blood Demon Grand Magic now had one less person to split its power amongst, the other 2 Demon Fire Patriarchs felt even more pressure than before. Qi and blood flowed madly into Meng Hao. At the same time, he suddenly seemed to slip into a strange, indescribable state. He suddenly sensed a sort of boundless awareness that existed outside of the lands of South Heaven. It seemed to be faintly connected to the universe in myriad, uncountable ways. "Is that Dao seeking?" thought Meng Hao, his eyes glittering. "I submit. I'll swear allegiance," roared the 2nd Demon Fire Patriarch. He gritted his teeth and swore a Dao oath. His body was already extremely withered, and his energy almost completely depleted. If he tried to hold on any longer, his fleshly body would be crushed into dust. Now that he swore allegiance, the most powerful of the 3 Demon Fire Patriarchs, the 2nd Severing Cultivator, was alone. His body was stained red from blood, and rips could even be seen in his skin. Clearly, he was on the verge of collapsing. "I submit," he said, letting out a long sigh. Under the Blood Demon Grand Magic, he had no other choice but to submit. He too was incredibly intimidated by Meng Hao, whom he was simply unable to contend against, whether it was in terms of cultivation or combat skills. As soon as the Demon Fire Patriarch submitted and offered up his Dao oath, Meng Hao's eyes flashed over to Patriarch Darkheaven, who had been sucked into the vortex. Though the vortex had no effect on him due to his lack of a physical body, his whole body shuddered when Meng Hao's gaze landed on his body, and he hastily squeaked, "I submit too!" When the leadership of the 2nd and 4th mountain peaks submitted, the hunchbacked old man on the 5th peak raised his voice and called out, "I am Yuan Daozi. I offer my respects, Blood Prince." Behind him, The pretty young woman was looking at Meng Hao with ardor burning in her eyes. She immediately dropped to her knees and kowtowed, as did all of the disciples on the fifth mountain peak. Respects, Blood Prince. Up in midair, the three demon fire patriarchs as well as Patriarch Darkheaven unhesitatingly clasped hands and bowed deeply. Respects, Blood Prince. The fourth mountain peak, the second, the first, all of the 200,000 disciples of the Blood Demon sect joined their voices together. It far exceeded the sound of the combined voices of the 50,000 disciples of the first mountain peak. The massive sound waves exploded out, shaking everything. As he hovered in midair, Meng Hao waved a hand, causing the blood-colored vortex to vanish. At the same time, the absorption of any qi and blood ceased. I can't waste any of it, he thought. I need to see exactly how powerful this blood demon grand magic is. A strange light appeared in his eyes, and he clenched his fist. Then, he focused all of the power of the qi and blood he had absorbed into a single blow aimed at the sky. Bright colors flashed, and a huge roaring sound filled the air as Meng Hao's fist shot out. The sky shook, and the air was rent by rifts. An enormous black hole appeared in midair, which then transformed into a twisting beam of light that shot off into the void. From a distance, it almost looked like a black dragon, incomparably vicious, with a desire to cause the fall of the heavens. The rip in the heavens emanated an aura that left even the spirit-severing cultivators trembling. These were the vibrations of Tao seeking. Everyone was shocked to the core, even the spirit-severing patriarchs. That attack contained the will of Tao seeking. That was comparable to the early Tao seeking stage. As of this moment, everyone was completely convinced of Meng Hao's qualifications, and no one dared to show him even the slightest scrap of disrespect. As for the ordinary disciples, they were in awe to the point of fanaticism, and cries to the Blood Prince echoed out with increasing intensity. Meng Hao took a deep breath. He had viewed the blood demon grand magic as incredible before, but as of now, he realized that it was actually far more powerful than he had ever imagined. This art far exceeds the 9 heavens treasured body seal. It's probably on the same level as the mysterious withering flame demon magic true self Tao. Meng Hao's eyes glittered. And this is only the first stratum of the blood demon grand magic. If I can cultivate it all the way through the third level and the fourth, thus unleashing the great circle of the second stratum, then I can summon 10 vortexes. The hand formed by those 10 vortexes would have the power to absorb cultivation bases. If I can complete the fifth and sixth levels, which is the third stratum, the blood soul stratum, according to the description of the technique, the sky will turn the color of blood, and the heavens will transform into an enormous hand that can wrest away souls. No wonder Patriarch Blood Demon said that if I can reach the fourth level, I can slay Patriarch Sixdas of the Black Civ sect. When I reach the fourth level, the great circle of the Spirit Meridian's second stratum, then I can definitely strike down the early Tao seeking stage. This art is a demon magic. He looked up in the direction of the Black Civ sect, and the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. Deep in his heart, even more ruthlessness took hold, and his devilish will grew stronger. Of the magic that I cultivate, the 9 heavens treasured body seal can strengthen my fleshly body, and the blood demon grand magic along with the blood immortal divine abilities can act as my trump cards. Furthermore, by fusing the black-white pearls with the 9th mountain, I have created my own divine ability. Now, all I have to do is cultivate the withering flame demon magic true self Tao, and I can form a true self clone. When all of them have reached the great circle, then I will definitely be able to find enlightenment regarding my third severing. Meng Hao hovered in midair. Up above was the massive rift ripped in the sky, the sight of which was incredibly shocking. The surrounding blood demon sect disciples, regardless of who they were, looked at Meng Hao with trembling minds and hearts. As of this moment, he had everyone's complete attention. Even the sect's spirit-severing cultivators felt awe in their hearts, an awe that was now permanently branded there. The complete and utter silence that filled the blood demon sect was suddenly broken by an archaic voice that echoed out from the centrally located Mount Blood Demon. The voice, hoarse and filled with the feeling of countless ages of time, filled the entire blood demon sect, and was heard by all disciples. Meng Hao was originally a scholar, born 300 years ago in the state of Zhao in the southern domain. By chance, he began to walk the path of cultivation. He had a perfect foundation with 10 Dao pillars and slew core formation cultivators. The voice, of course, belonged to Patriarch Blood Demon. As it echoed about, all of the cultivators of the Blood Demon sect listened intently. When the state of Zhao was mentioned, Wang Youcai's expression was one of reminiscence. After all, the state of Zhao was his hometown, too. Later, he made his way to the southern domain. In the Song clan's search for a son-in-law, he clinched victory in the competition, but then abandoned his status as a son-in-law of the Song clan to join the Violet Fate sect. In the Violet Fate sect, his skill in pill concocting reached the highest of levels. He was promoted to Violet Furnace Lord and became known as Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. By the time these words rang out in the Blood Demon sect, the silence was impossible to maintain. Gasps could be heard, and a massive commotion erupted. Once again, all eyes came to focus on Meng Hao, who hovered there calmly in midair. Meng Hao, I remember now. Meng Hao was Grandmaster Pill Cauldron back in the Violet Fate sect. Heavens! Last year I went to an auction where a pill marked with Grandmaster Pill Cauldron's emblem was sold at an astronomical price. It's him, Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. I remember. Meng Hao caused a huge disaster that year, and then just disappeared. People were now staring at him with even more fervor than before. Earlier, they had submitted to Meng Hao's cultivation base, but now, his experiences were shaking them, filling them with incredible admiration. Li Shiqi gazed silently at Meng Hao as images of all the past events flitted through her mind. In Foundation Establishment, he could vanquish core formation. In core formation, he could slay nascent soul. All of you have heard stories about Meng Hao over the years. He left the southern domain and went to the Black Lands, where he quickly rose to prominence. He entered the Western Desert, where he single-handedly led his tribe out of the Violet Rain apocalypse. He slaughtered countless enemies and his name rocked the Western Desert. Later, he sank to the bottom of the Violet Sea, the waters of which have the power to decay all living things. It was on the seafloor that he gained enlightenment of a great Tao and entered the great circle of the nascent soul stage. Patriarch Blood Demon's voice was as ancient as ever. When all the disciples heard his words, it gave rise to massive waves of shock. They stared in disbelief at Meng Hao. To them, his experiences were the stuff of legend. Even the previously hostile legacy apprentices of the spirit-severing patriarchs were now staring at Meng Hao with awe and fanaticism. He's done so many things. Compared to him, our lives are soft and easy. Sure, we might kill a few people here and there, but compared to him, our experiences aren't even worth mentioning. Meng Hao said nothing. Hearing Patriarch Blood Demon recount his experiences was almost like listening to the stories of a stranger. However, he wasn't surprised that Patriarch Blood Demon knew so much about him. When Meng Hao was in the great circle of the nascent soul stage, he battled with a first severing cultivator. In a war that rocked the Black Lands and shocked the Western Desert, he exterminated the man's entire tribe. The war didn't last long, nor did word of it spread very far, before he left for the ancient demon Immortal sect. As for the details of what happened there, I'm not entirely clear. One thing I do know. The events that occurred there because of him were nothing short of incredible. After leaving the ancient demon Immortal sect, Meng Hao encountered the 10th Wang clan patriarch, a peak Dao-seeking expert. Meng Hao slew his clone, and was then forced to go to the Milky Way Sea. After multiple encounters, his cultivation base was stolen away, and he became mortal. At this point in the tale, gasps rang out. The listening disciples could scarcely believe what they were hearing. What they had heard before already left them with the sensation that Meng Hao's experiences were a legend. But then the story encountered an even more shocking twist. He became mortal? He lost his cultivation base? He made an enemy of a Dao-seeking expert? The Blood Prince? He's incredible. He lost his cultivation base? But look at him now. He's obviously incredibly fierce and valiant. What happened in the meantime? The buzz of conversation filled the air. The three demon fire patriarchs were gobsmacked, and Patriarch Darkheaven was staring at Meng Hao with an expression of intense astonishment. As for the hunchbacked old man from the fifth mountain peak, his eyes radiated a strange glow. The pretty young woman next to him, as well as the other legacy apprentices, were hearing the story of Meng Hao for the first time. All of them were panting as they looked up at him floating there calmly in midair. Gradually, they began to realize that there was something about him that seemed lonesome. Wang Yukai was staring at Meng Hao in a daze. He was aware of the rest of the story, although he wasn't sure of all the details. Meng Hao continued his silence. He wasn't surprised that Patriarch Blood Demon even knew about his encounters with the 10th Wang clan patriarch in the Milky Way Sea. What happened in the Black Civ sect showed that. Clearly, Patriarch Blood Demon was not holding back anything about Meng Hao. He revealed everything he knew. After becoming mortal, Meng Hao chose to go to the Rebirth Cave. There, his beloved chose to give up everything for him. In the end, he was reborn. He performed his second severing, becoming the number 1 figure under Tao Seeking. As for his beloved, she was captured by the Black Civ sect. Meng Hao, acting alone, slaughtered his way into the sect. He killed tens of thousands of Black Civ sect disciples, including several spirit-severing cultivators. In the end, he fought with the Black Civ sect's number 1 patriarch, Six Das. I intervened in that battle, which is how the Blood Demon sect came to have a new blood prince, Meng Hao. This is his story. Who among you choose not to submit? As the echoes of Patriarch Blood Demon's archaic voice faded away, the heart of each and every disciple surged with waves of shock. They were completely shaken by hearing of Meng Hao's experiences. The shocking path which he had walked, as well as his cultivation base, filled them with intense zealotry. In their astonishment, the 3 demon fire patriarchs and Patriarch Darkheaven now understood everything. As for the 7 legacy apprentices of Patriarch Darkheaven on the 2nd mountain peak, the fan-wielding young man on the 4th mountain peak, and the pretty girl on the 5th mountain peak, they gazed at Meng Hao with minds and hearts reeling. They now clearly understood how powerful Meng Hao was, and it filled them with a terror that far exceeded that which any other chosen could impart. To them, this was not just a matter of Meng Hao being worthy of becoming Blood Prince. In fact, few sects could ever have a sect prince like this. A person like him could actually found his own sect. One by one, everyone began to clasp hands and bow to Meng Hao. Blood Prince, we offer our respects. Meng Hao's cultivation base had crushed anyone who refused to bow their head in submission. The recounting of his experiences had shocked the hearts of anyone who inwardly refused to acknowledge him. Patriarch Blood Demon's words ensured that Meng Hao was now truly worthy to be Blood Prince of the Blood Demon sect. Meng Hao said nothing. He waved his right hand, causing the black-white pearls and the 9th mountain to vanish. At the same time, the nascent divinities of the 2 Ironblood patriarchs were released. Meng Hao had not truly wiped them out of existence. Their nascent divinities trembled. From their position within the black-white pearls, they had seen everything that had happened, and had also heard Patriarch Blood Demon's words. Currently, they didn't even have the tiniest intention of provoking Meng Hao. Quite the opposite. They were filled with deep awe, and went along with everyone else to bow to Meng Hao. Meng Hao's gaze swept across the crowds. Then, he turned silently and made his way off into the distance. He did not choose to occupy one of the mountains within the area of the 5 mountain peaks. Instead, he chose to occupy a beautiful valley on the outside. The valley had no name, but after Meng Hao occupied it, the Blood Demon sect disciples came to view it as a holy land second only to Patriarch Blood Demon's mountain peak. There were plenty of disciples who were more than happy to stand guard outside, transforming the valley into one of the most important locations in the Blood Demon sect. Because of Meng Hao, Wang Yukai became even more famous in the Blood Demon sect. In fact, the hunchbacked old man from the 5th mountain peak personally appeared to take him as an apprentice. As a result, Wang Yukai became a legacy apprentice of the 5th mountain peak, a position far higher than what he had occupied before. As for the valley Meng Hao occupied, the Blood Demon sect disciples secretly began to refer to it as Blood Prince Gorge. The Blood Prince liked peace and quiet, and therefore no one dared to enter Blood Prince Gorge unless they were summoned. Time passed. 9 day cycles later, on the 81st day, Meng Hao sat in his log cabin in the valley. The fragrance of flowers drifted through the air, and green grass carpeted the entire area. It was like a utopia hidden away from the turmoil of the world. A woman lay in front of Meng Hao, her eyes closed. She was beautiful, and she radiated the aura of an immortal spirit. Her skin was as pure as flawless white jade. Meng Hao looked down at her and continued to wait patiently. Around dusk, the woman's eyelashes trembled, as if she were gathering the strength to awaken. A moment later, she slowly opened her eyes. At first, her eyes were filled with a confused look, as if countless memories were streaming into her mind. The process continued for a long moment before finally, the blankness vanished and transformed into lucidity. It was then that she realized that someone was sitting next to her, looking at her with warmth in his eyes. Meng Hao. Su Qing looked at Meng Hao and smiled a warm, beautiful smile. She slowly sat up and then reached out to stroke the side of Meng Hao's face. It feels wonderful to wake up. Meng Hao looked back at her and also smiled. However, it was a smile that, deep down, contained sadness. He knew that what he was experiencing now could last no more than 99 years. "I won't leave this valley for the next 99 years, Su Qing said. "I'll accompany you until the time for reincarnation comes." 1 year. An entire year had passed since Meng Hao had arrived in the Blood Demon sect. During that time, he didn't even step half a pace outside of his valley, nor did anyone disturb him. In the utopia of his valley, he and Su Qing watched the sun rise and set. Everything was calm and peaceful, and they spent their time enjoying the warmth and sweetness of each other's company. During that year, Su Qing did not practice cultivation. She lived like a mortal woman, accompanying Meng Hao. Occasionally, her laughter would drift out from within the valley, and the Blood Demon sect disciples standing guard on the outside would smile and look back toward the valley. This was their Blood Prince and their Blood Prince's beloved. During that year, Meng Hao's reputation inside the Blood Demon sect did not lessen. Furthermore, stories of what had occurred in the Black Civ sect began to spread out from the Blood Demon sect into the rest of the southern domain. Soon, Meng Hao's name became even more illustrious. He was a spirit-severing expert, Grandmaster Pill Cauldron, Blood Prince of the Blood Demon sect, and had waged war against the Black Civ sect. The stories spread, and soon the name Meng Hao was on the minds of everyone in the southern domain. As for Meng Hao, he learned of the tragic fate of the Wang clan, and heard about the broken-souled lunatic who raved of immortal ascension and wandered around, having lost everything. During that year, Meng Hao did not give up on cultivating the Blood Demon Grand Magic. However, on repeated occasions he sensed that he was incapable of reaching the 3rd level. He was missing something. He had reached a bottleneck, that much was obvious. Patriarch Blood Demon did not provide him with any tips or reminders. Actually, during the entire year he didn't even speak to Meng Hao at all. It seemed he had delivered the entire Blood Demon sect into Meng Hao's hands. Meng Hao now had authority over the life and death of everyone in the sect. Although he experienced no breakthrough in the Blood Demon Grand Magic, he did gain enlightenment regarding the cultivation of the 9 heavens treasured body seal. The art was crude and simple, but it could temper the fleshly body to an incredible degree. Unfortunately, it required a vast number of magical items to fuse into the flesh. Essentially, it was a divine ability that could refine one's body into a treasured magical item. Most people, even if they could gain enlightenment, would find it difficult to cultivate. After all, it required incredible amounts of magical items. Just to cultivate the 1st level required 10,000 spirit-severing level magical items. Thankfully, the requirement wasn't spirit-severing life essence treasures. Were that the case, Meng Hao would have given up immediately. He simply could not cultivate something like that. However, if he could successfully cultivate the 1st level, then his fleshly body would exceed spirit-severing, and would reach the Tao-seeking stage. When the fleshly body reached Tao-seeking, the qi and blood contained a natural law of heaven and earth. Such a body was like a precious treasure. If the second level was cultivated successfully, the fleshly body could break through Tao seeking and then experience fleshly body immortal tribulation. If transcended, the chi and blood could reach immortal ascension. There are a total of 4 levels to this art. If I can cultivate the highest level. His eyes gleamed with a brilliant light for a moment, quickly faded. The items required to cultivate the 4th level were things the like of which he had never even heard of. And then there's the withering flame demon magic true self Tao, he thought, his eyes shining with a strange light. During the year, his greatest achievement was not related to the 9 heavens treasured body seal, but rather the withering flame demon magic true self Tao. After much pondering, Meng Hao had finally gained a bit of understanding. It was actually an art that could be used to create a clone. Granted, clone magic was not common in the southern domain, but neither was it rare, and most spirit-severing cultivators had found a way to create clones. After all, if a clone died, the true self could continue on living. Likewise, if the true self died, the clone could also continue on living. Creating an additional clone was like creating an additional life. There were many magics that could be used to cultivate clones, and they all had their various unique aspects. As for the withering flame demon magic true self Tao, it was one of the highest-ranked Taoist magics in the ancient demon Immortal sect. Furthermore, it was the life-essence Taoist magic of the withering flame demon, one of the 3 demon paragons ranked directly beneath Lord Li. In terms of how powerful it would be hard to find something more illustrious in all the 9th mountain and sea. Other clone magics require extracting a strand from one's own soul, then inserting it into a flesh and blood body, or perhaps a spirit body. Another option is to use some sort of magical item to create a body, then link it to the true self. Those are the safest methods, and avoid any problems that can arise from the clone revolting. However, the withering flame demon magic true self Tao can create a homologous clone body. The clone body also requires a strand of soul, except not from one's own soul, but rather the soul of an outsider. The stronger the soul, the stronger the clone. In fact, more than one soul can be fused into it, which would make the clone even more powerful. It is not a matter of controlling the body with the soul, but rather controlling the soul with the body. The soul withers, transforming into a flame that nourishes the clone. This is not a Taoist art, but rather demon magic. Once the clone is created, the physical bodies will transform it into a true self, suppressing the clone soul and becoming the true self Tao. The body is like a sheath and the soul is like a blade. The key to it all is controlling that razor-sharp blade. This art is incredibly overbearing. Withering flame demon magic true self Tao. What this magic cultivates is not actually a clone, but a second true self. An incredibly powerful true self. Many things happened in the outside world during the year that passed. One of the most shocking events was not the reappearance of Meng Hao, but rather, the fact that one of the 3 danger zones of the southern domain, the ancient Tao lakes, had begun erupting. Furthermore, the eruptions were occurring with increasing frequency. At first, they were limited to Tao geysers on the periphery of the Tao lakes, but eventually even the Tao lakes themselves began to erupt. The ancient Tao lakes are erupting again. I heard that last month, one of the smaller Tao lakes erupted, and a spirit-severing magical item appeared. You don't even need to mention the Tao lakes. The Tao geysers are also erupting. Cultivators are gathering. And I heard that many people are gaining enlightenment. Such cries could be heard frequently in the Blood Demon sect in recent days. More than a few disciples left the sect and traveled to the Tao lakes to seek good luck and fortune. As time passed, more and more of the disciples became interested in the Tao lakes. Of course, at first, it was only core formation up to mid-nascent soul cultivators who were most interested. However, a month later, a great circle nascent soul cultivator from the Solitary Sword sect received enlightenment and entered the spirit-severing stage. This shook the entire southern domain, and caused virtually all the great circle nascent soul stage cultivators who were stuck beneath the spirit-severing stage to immediately rush to the ancient Tao lakes to seek good fortune. Soon, witnesses began to spread reports of an eruption which had occurred within the ancient Tao lakes. Apparently, It gave rise to incredible ripples that could allow spirit-severing cultivators to experience enlightenment regarding a great Tao. The news gave rise to a virtual storm that swept across the southern domain. Spirit-severing patriarchs from all sects and clans went wild with eagerness. The Blood Demon sect was no exception. After obtaining permission from Meng Hao, the 2 Iron-Blood patriarchs, Patriarch Darkheaven, and the 3 Demon Fire patriarchs entered the valley and approached Meng Hao, who sat cross-legged outside of his log cabin, a flagon of alcohol placed in front of him. Blood Prince, the Tao lakes are erupting. The patriarch is in secluded meditation and has not inquired about any sect affairs. Will the Blood Demon sect be allowed to participate in this opportunity for good fortune? It's true, Blood Prince. The other sects and clans are beginning to stir. As a matter of fact, a few days ago the Solitary Sword sect sent a large group of cultivators to the ancient Tao lakes, led by a spirit-severing patriarch. The Tao geysers in the border region of the ancient Tao lakes don't erupt according to any sort of pattern. However, the small lakes in the inner region erupt once every 2,000 years. As for the prime lake, it erupts once every 10,000 years. According to the calculations, now is the time when virtually all of the ancient Tao lakes will be erupting. Su Qing stood quietly off to the side. The spirit-severing patriarchs treated her very courteously. After all, the fact that Meng Hao had single-handedly fought the entire Black Civ sect because of her showed the place she held in his heart. Meng Hao opened his eyes, and a profound light could be seen therein, as well as a ruthlessness that was difficult to conceal, so intense that it could not be dispelled. The instant his eyes opened, the 6 spirit-severing patriarchs' hearts shuddered, and they respectfully bowed their heads. "The ancient Tao lakes," murmured Meng Hao. His cultivation base was now stuck at a bottleneck. Although he had some ideas, he was still not clear regarding his third severing. Furthermore, even further secluded meditation would not help him to progress with the Blood Demon Grand Magic. He turned his head to look at Su Qing. "I'll be fine," she said with a smile. "I'll be waiting here for you. Wouldn't the best thing be for you to acquire some good fortune?" Her gaze was filled with warmth as she looked at him. During the past year, she had been very happy. She didn't worry about cultivation or about the complications of life. She was with Meng Hao, and it almost felt like the simple life back in the Reliance sect. The spirit-severing patriarchs all looked expectantly at Meng Hao, waiting for his answer. It was at this point that Yao Ming, the second severing expert of the 3 Demon Fire patriarchs, suddenly seemed to notice something. He looked down toward his bag of holding and then produced a glowing jade slip. He looked at it deeply for a moment, his expression flickering. "Blood Prince, we can't hesitate for too long. Now that the Solitary Sword sect has taken action, the Golden Frost sect, Violet Fate sect, Black Civ sect, Song clan, and Li clan have followed suit. All have sent forces led by spirit-severing experts to the ancient Tao lakes." With that, he handed the jade slip over to Meng Hao. When Meng Hao heard the words Black Civ sect, he saw Su Qing's expression darken. Killing intent flickered in his eyes as he accepted the jade slip. After examining it, he looked up, and his eyes shone with determination. "Let's go," he said, rising to his feet and striding forward. The 6 Blood Demon sect spirit-severing patriarchs' expressions brightened. Considering the level of Meng Hao's cultivation base, with him as their leader, the Blood Demon sect would definitely reap an abundant harvest. Meng Hao walked out of the valley followed by the 6. There were already tens of thousands of disciples gathered outside, looks of anticipation on their faces. Meng Hao glanced over them. "Each mountain peak shall select 10,000 disciples to come with me to the ancient Tao lakes. Yes, Blood Prince. Yes, Blood Prince." The excited cries instantly rang out through the Blood Demon sect. Under the direction of the 6 spirit-severing patriarchs, arrangements were made, and soon a crowd of tens of thousands of beams of light shot up into the air to follow Meng Hao. Li Shiqi was among them, but as for Wang Yukai, he remained behind to maintain guard cross-legged outside of Meng Hao's valley. In the same moment that Meng Hao led the disciples flying away, Patriarch Blood Demon sat in the blood pond in Mount Blood Demon. Slowly he opened his eyes. To sever the devil, one must first accept bedevilment. His devilishness is not profound enough yet. The three danger zones of the southern domain: the Rebirth Cave, the ancient Tao Lakes, and the ancient Temple of Doom. The most mysterious of them all was the Rebirth Cave. The most ferocious was the ancient Temple of Doom. However, to cultivators, the site that offered the most benefits in terms of cultivation were the ancient Tao Lakes. However, it was still considered a danger zone. After entering, it would be difficult to predict whether you could come out alive or not. Only when the Tao Lakes region was in a state of eruption would the danger be slightly reduced, and the opportunities for good fortune increased. Within the Tao Lakes region, invisible rifts often appeared that could cut through anything except perhaps certain precious treasures. In addition, there were many restrictive spells which had existed for countless years. If you stumbled into one, there was a 90% chance that you would end up dead. In addition, there were many teleportation traps. They would appear without any warning whatsoever, and would randomly teleport you to certain areas in the region of the Tao Lakes. If you got lucky, then you might walk away completely unharmed. If you were unlucky, however, you might get teleported into one of the rifts or even into one of the Tao Lakes. Even Tao-seeking experts would either be killed or wounded in such a situation. No one could escape unscathed. There was an even more terrifying possibility. It was possible to enter into a cycle of teleportation in which you entered a teleportation trap that constantly teleported you in and out to various locations without letting you leave. It was an endless cycle, and cultivators who entered one would be tormented by continuous teleportation until they died in body and spirit. Such a tragic outcome was something not unheard of in the ancient Tao Lakes. In fact, sometimes it was even possible to see corpses passing in and out of various teleportation traps. Few people were aware of exactly how the ancient Tao Lakes were formed. In the very center of the entire region was the largest Tao Lake, which was surrounded by numerous smaller lakes. These lakes had mirror-like surfaces, which to onlookers seemed to reflect the entirety of the heavens. Further out were the Tao geysers. Normally they were dry and empty, but when they erupted it was possible to see Tao projections. In addition to the Tao projections that would become visible in the Tao geysers and lakes, they would sometimes spit out precious treasures, ancient records, or even bizarre and terrifying beasts. Occasionally, heavenly materials and earthly treasures would appear, or jade slips with special techniques. Some were worthless, whereas others were priceless. In summary, it was possible for just about any type of item to erupt out. Over time, some people came to suspect that beneath the ancient Tao Lakes were the ruins of some ancient structure or city that had fallen ages ago. Many people wished to make their way into those ruins, but even peak Tao-seeking cultivators were incapable of doing so. Even the cultivators of the Ji clan of South Heaven were incapable, much to their chagrin. Currently, hundreds of thousands of cultivators were gathered outside of the ancient Tao Lakes. The vast majority were rogue cultivators who didn't dare to enter into the inner region of the Tao Lakes. They couldn't do anything more than squabble with each other over control of the Tao geysers. Those who had enough strength could occupy a Tao geyser, which would allow them to establish a foundation for their future. However, there were less than 3,000 Tao geysers, which led to bitter fighting on virtually a daily basis. Of course, even with all the violence, one cultivator after another would gain enlightenment and rise to prominence in the area. That in turn led to even further excitement among the crowds of cultivators, who would go mad at the chance to acquire good fortune. As time passed, more and more cultivators arrived. Of course, some attempted to venture into the inner region where there weren't just Tao geysers, but 30-meter Tao lakes. As far as the Tao geysers were concerned, 99% of the time, they spit out Tao projections. Only occasionally would they erupt with other items. When it came to Tao lakes, it was an entirely different matter which tended to depend on the size of the lake. For example, the 30-meter Tao lakes had a 10% chance of spitting out items other than Tao projections. The 300-meter Tao lakes further in had a 30% chance. Then there were the 3,000-meter Tao lakes that had a 60% chance. Finally, there was the 30,000-meter Tao lake, which had a 90% chance of erupting with precious treasures. As for the Tao geysers, once they erupted, a Tao projection would appear. Afterwards, that particular Tao geyser would be locked with that one single Tao projection, which would appear in every subsequent eruption. The Tao lakes were different. Even if a Tao projection did appear, it would eventually vanish. Then, you could wait at the edge of a lake for a certain period of time for another eruption. Within the region of the ancient Tao lakes, there were roughly 1,030-meter lakes, each one of which was occupied by small-scale sects, making it difficult for any outsider to get near. There were a few hundred of the 300-meter lakes, the majority of which were occupied by mid-scale sects or clans. As for the 3,000-meter Tao lakes, there were 10 in total which great sects or clans like the Solitary Sword sect were qualified to occupy. By this point, the number of southern domain cultivators that had gathered did not exceed 1 million, but rather was more in the range of 700,000 to 800,000. As more arrived, there was more fighting and killing. Boom! A group of cultivators suddenly appeared up in the sky. Each and every one shone with a golden light, the reason being that they were all wearing golden suits of armor. Altogether, they looked completely wild and rough. As they shot through the air, the sky and land grew dim, and ripples spread out in all directions. They didn't look down, but instead fixed their gazes on the inner region of the ancient Tao lakes. When they entered, they didn't fly, but rather proceeded carefully under the leadership of sect experts. The Golden Frost sect has arrived. Those are cultivators from the Golden Frost sect. The one in the front is Golden Frost sect Patriarch Ling Dong. Don't tell me that the guy behind him is Grandmaster Eternal Mountain? See that fat guy off to the side? That's the guy who swore to take 100 beloved. The shamelessly Fuguwei, right? Cries of alarm began to ring out from the interior region of the Tao lakes as the small-scale and even mid-scale sects began to grow anxious. That was especially true of the female disciples, whose countenances flushed with trepidation at the mention of the name Li Fuguwei. Soon, more voices rose up from the region outside. The Li clan is here. That's the 19th Li clan patriarch. They say he's a second severing expert. Look at the people behind him. They seem to have an equal status. Don't tell me they're also spirit-severing patriarchs. The Song clan's here too. I can see the Song clan's inkstone puppets. The Black Civ sect. The Black Civ sect people are here. Just about all the sects and clans in the whole southern domain have arrived. Voices echoed about in all directions throughout the ancient Tao lakes. The person in the lead position of the Black Civ sect was none other than the third severing patriarch who had survived Meng Hao's attack. Clearly, his cultivation base had recovered quite a bit, but his face was grim as he glanced around and led his people into the Tao lakes. Within the group from the Song clan was Xianxia. Her expression was placid, and she was followed closely by a middle-aged man. Somehow, he looked threatening despite the lack of any sort of anger on his face. Also in the group was eccentric Song, whose cultivation base was slightly higher than before. He was now in the great circle of the nascent soul stage, just half a step from spirit severing. Behind them were over 10,000 junior members of the Song clan, as well as more than 10,000 puppets. The puppets were black, emanated an intense coldness, and were completely shocking in appearance. Almost in the same instant in which the Song clan entered the inner region of the ancient Tao lakes, a violet-colored auspicious cloud appeared in the sky off in the distance. As it neared, a sallow-faced old man became visible within. He was surrounded by several other old men who all bore similar auras. Their faces were grim and they did not speak. Behind them within the cloud were tens of thousands of disciples, as well as an enormous pill furnace, around which circulated a sword. Their energy was bright and colorful, and as they neared, the cultivators outside the Tao lakes immediately realized who they were. The Violet Fate sect. That's Reverend Wither Tao of the Violet Fate sect. He's a spirit-severing expert. Look behind him. It's the two beauties of the Violet Fate sect, Chu Yuyan and Han Shuashan. Within the crowd of Violet Fate sect disciples, Chu Yuyan's gaze swept over the scene down below. Her delicate brow was furrowed, as if she was looking for someone in particular, only to find that person not present. Next to her was a charming young woman with skin like snow, incredibly attractive. She was none other than the holy daughter of Holy Snow City in the Black Lands, Han Shuashan. She also seemed to search through the crowds, after which her expression grew somewhat gloomy. Next to her was a taciturn, middle-aged man with handsome features. Occasionally, he would look over at Xianxia Shan with a tender look in his eye that he kept well hidden. He was none other than Yi Feimu, the same person who vied with Meng Hao that year for the title of Violet Furnace Lord. He was a chosen of the Tao of Alchemy, and after the hundreds of years that had passed he was now in the late nascent soul stage. For there was another person within the group who seemed somewhat nondescript, and yet had an early nascent soul cultivation base. He also looked down below as if he were searching for a figure that existed somewhere in his memories. "He didn't come?" the old man sighed. "Oh well, I bet he wouldn't even remember who I am." Within the old man's mind flickered countless memories of past times in the Violet Fate sect. "Elder brother Feng Mu, do you still remember by Yun Lai?" 5. Surprisingly, among the forces of the Violet Fate sect could also be seen An Zai and Lin Hailong, the two Violet Furnace Lords. Their gazes swept about, and complex expressions could be seen on their faces. 6. The auspicious cloud carried the group from the Violet Fate sect into the region of the ancient Tao lakes, and then vanished. Finally, the region outside the lakes returned to its previous state. 3 days later, far off on the horizon, a blood-colored light shone out. The bloody glow spread out in all directions as something that bore the semblance of a blood-colored demonic beast appeared. It shot forward at incredible speed, whereupon a gigantic face could be seen. The vicious, blood-red sported a spiraling horn, which emanated an astonishing energy. If you looked closely, you would be able to tell that, shockingly, the face was actually made up of tens of thousands of cultivators. As for the horn, at its tip was a young man wearing a blood-colored robe. His long hair whipped about his dispassionate face. Within his eyes could be seen a streak of ruthlessness. He was handsome, but there was nothing scholarly about him. Instead, he seemed cruel and cold. This was Meng Hao, who, after experiencing death, had the ruthlessness of a devil. Behind him were 6 spirit-severing patriarchs of the Blood Demon sect, as well as 40,000 disciples. The Blood Demon sect. That young man, could he be Meng Hao? He used to be called Feng Mu Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. Now, he's the Blood Prince of the Blood Demon sect. To save his beloved, Su Qing, he single-handedly battled the entire Black Civ sect. "It's Meng Hao." Instantly, the region outside the Tao Lakes was thrown into a huge commotion. By now, more than a year had passed since the incident at the Black Civ sect, and the news had long since spread out through the masses. Within the crowds, more than a few female cultivators gazed at Meng Hao with shining eyes and thought, "I want a beloved just like Meng Hao." As the buzz of conversation rose up from all the cultivators, Meng Hao and the group from the Blood Demon sect entered the region of the ancient Tao Lakes. In that moment, the entire region suddenly began to tremble. Along with the quaking, one Tao geyser after another, along with a succession of Tao lakes, all began to erupt. Innumerable Tao projections appeared, and a riot of colors flashed in heaven and earth. The Blood Demon sect had arrived just in time for a Tao lake eruption. The rumbling of the sky echoed out in all directions, and the land quaked violently. It seemed almost like a giant was buried under the ground, roaring, the power of its voice exploding out through the Tao geysers and lakes. From a distance, it almost looked like volcanoes erupting, except what was exploding out was not lava, but numerous colorful Tao projections. These Tao projections were images of cultivators wearing ancient attire. Some were engaged in magical combat, others were practicing cultivation or gaining enlightenment regarding heaven and earth. A variety of cultivation bases could be seen, the lowest being foundation establishment and the highest being nascent soul. Looking at the scene as a whole, there were quite a few Tao projections. It was in this moment of eruption that Meng Hao and the force from the Blood Demon sect entered the region of the Tao Lakes. At the same time, cries of shock spread out. "That's a spirit-severing Tao projection. It's actually a spirit-severing Tao wait, no. That's a Tao projection of a great circle nascent soul cultivator in the moment of his first severing." Great numbers of cultivators swarmed at top speed toward the spirit-severing Tao projection. Meng Hao stopped for a moment and looked back. Off in the distance, he saw a Tao geyser erupting with shocking blue light, Inside the light was a Dao projection of a tall, slender cultivator performing spirit severing. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the area were spurred into action. Many among the tens of thousands who were with Meng Hao were also visibly moved. Meng Hao did nothing to stop them. "Why don't you try to gain enlightenment here?" he said. Immediately, 20,000 cultivators clasped hands and bowed to him, then flew off. Not all were of the nascent soul stage. There were other items in the area that were of interest to other stages as well. Rumbling, as well as intense ripples, echoed out from the area up ahead of Meng Hao. Numerous 30-meter Dao lakes, as well as countless Dao geysers, were erupting with intense booms. "Dao treasure. It's a Dao treasure. Look at that sword. It's fragmented, but the sword aura is still incredibly sharp." A black sword flew up out of one of the 30-meter Dao lakes at incredible speed, and the sword chi it emanated was monstrous. Further off, other Dao treasures erupted up into the air. All of the 30-meter Dao lakes were being defended by various small sections. When the eruption began, everyone became incredibly excited and began to fight. In the blink of an eye, the entire area dissolved into chaos. The remaining 20,000 disciples of the Blood Demon sect wore expressions of hope on their face as they looked at Meng Hao. "Do as you wish among these Dao lakes," he said. "If you run into danger, remember to call for help from fellow sect members." In response to his words, the majority of the 20,000 or so cultivators sped off, some rushing towards the inner regions, and others toward the various 30-meter Dao lakes to join the fighting. Still following Meng Hao were the 6 spirit-severing patriarchs as well as several thousand disciples. These were people who couldn't care less about the 30-meter Dao lakes, and they joined Meng Hao as he sped onward. All of them transformed into streaks of colorful light that shot forward. Although they appeared to be moving quickly, Meng Hao had plenty of time to send his divine sense up ahead. What he saw was cultivators flying back and forth, some of them letting out blood-curdling screams as their bodies were slashed by the rifts. The lucky ones lost arms or legs, and unlucky ones were completely ripped apart. Everything was in chaos, and without exception, deadly battles were taking place next to the Dao lakes and geysers. Rumble. Up ahead, the air started to rumble. 7 or 8 cultivators neared the area, and suddenly seemed to be swallowed up into nothing. They vanished, leaving behind only the echoes of miserable shrieks. Rivers of blood flowed down below, especially in the areas where Dao treasures appeared. Massacres were being carried out in all directions. "Kill them!" Cries such as this echoed out constantly. Meng Hao ignored all of that and proceeded forward. After advancing about 3,000 meters, he suddenly stopped in place and raised his right hand to signal those behind him to do the same. As they ground to a halt, they saw a 30-meter Dao lake up ahead, above which floated a Dao treasure that looked like a bottle gourd. Several hundred cultivators could be seen near it, locked in heavy combat. However, it was at this point that the ground in the area suddenly began to glitter with light. Magical symbols appeared, which flickered for a moment and then caused a shocking power of teleportation to surge out. At the same time, a dozen or so corpses suddenly appeared out of thin air. There was no time for anyone to react. The moment in which the corpses appeared, the power of teleportation rumbled out. The several hundred cultivators who were fighting next to the Dao lake, as well as the corpses that had just appeared, all vanished in the blink of an eye. Even Meng Hao couldn't prevent his eyes from going wide. The 6 spirit-severing patriarchs behind him had serious expressions on their faces, and the other disciples gasped. Was that a teleportation trap? That sort of thing happens all the time in the ancient Dao lakes. The fearsome teleportation traps can appear randomly, without any warning. When the teleportation trap appeared just now, I could swear I saw more than 10 desiccated corpses inside. After the teleportation trap disappeared along with the cultivators that it snagged, the bottle gourd floating above the Dao lake glittered as resplendently as ever, attracting even more attention. More cultivators surged toward it. However, Meng Hao was already on the move. In the blink of an eye, he was above the 30-meter Dao lake, where he flicked his right sleeve to collect up the bottle gourd. His actions immediately caused all of the cultivators who had been rushing over to stop and turn to fly off towards other areas. "Let's go," he said. He and his followers transformed into beams of light that shot onward. As they proceeded onward, they saw more than 10 teleportation traps and more than 100 instances in which the rifts appeared. On one occasion, a single rift slashed through over 100 people at once. At one point, Meng Hao noticed that the teleportation traps contained living people inside of them, and he grew even more cautious. The people stuck inside were madly trying to break free, but as they only materialized for a split second, they were powerless to escape and were helpless to do anything but be continuously teleported around. For the lucky ones, the power of the teleportation traps might dissipate after 3 or 4 activations. The unlucky ones ended up being stuck in the cycle until they died. As they proceeded deeper into the Dao Lakes region, there were fewer people, but the fighting was far more intense. Soon, 300-meter Dao Lakes appeared, all of which were forcibly occupied by mid-scale sects and clans. For the most part, it was Great Circle nascent soul cultivators who stood guard. Such cultivators were locked in combat as Meng Hao and the Blood Demon sect forces approached. These cultivators were instantly shaken, and at the same time, there were thousands of Blood Demon sect disciples whose eyes began to shine with a strange light. After asking for permission from Meng Hao, they shot forward to join the fray. The sounds of intense fighting caused everything to shake, and as Meng Hao looked over the chaotic scene, the ruthlessness in his eyes grew even stronger. He continued onward, refraining from joining the fighting. After all, the Dao projections and treasures here were of no interest to him. They proceeded onward, and soon only 300-meter Dao lakes were visible. Suddenly, Meng Hao turned his head to look at one such lake not too far off, above which was a Dao projection of a cross-legged figure in meditation. It appeared to be a nascent soul cultivator in the midst of gaining enlightenment regarding heaven and earth. A Dao projection like that was actually a common sight both outside and in this area. Surrounding the Dao projection were 7 or 8 early nascent soul stage cultivators, all fighting over the chance to gain enlightenment. Anytime one of them got close to the Dao projection, the others would join forces to prevent that person from seizing the opportunity. The methods being used were ruthless, the attacks deadly. Furthermore, the surrounding area was littered with corpses. Meng Hao looked the scene over, and his eyes glittered slightly. He moved forward toward the Dao projection, which caused the 6 spirit-severing patriarchs and the other Blood Demon sect disciples to stare in shock. Seeing Meng Hao nearing at high speed caused the 7 or 8 early nascent soul stage cultivators' faces to fall. The Blood Demon sect. Don't tell me that's the Blood Prince of the Blood Demon sect. It appeared as if their hearts were trembling in fear, and they were just about to approach as if to cover something up, when Meng Hao stretched his hand out and made a grasping motion. He then jerked his hand up. Riot. It was like the surface of a painting had just been peeled away. Ripples spread out, revealing another world. There was still a Dao lake, but instead of a Dao projection, floating above it was a 30-meter tall mountain peak. Also visible were 3 old cultivators fighting each other. The air around the mountains twisted and distorted, as pulsating ripples were sent out. The mountain seemed to contain some sort of magnetic force that caused the magical items of the 3 old men to be gradually sucked toward it. As soon as Meng Hao appeared, the faces of the 3 old men flickered. "Who's there?" said one of them. All 3 looked toward Meng Hao, and when they saw his clothing, as well as the 6 experts behind him, they gasped. Earlier, they had used a deception spell to prevent outsiders from seeing what was really happening in the area. That way the 3 of them could focus on their own fight. Of course, they had never imagined that someone like Meng Hao would appear. Thought Meng Hao, looking over the mountain peak with glittering eyes. It was obvious that the mountains were not ordinary items, and he could even sense a bit of spirit-severing aura on them. "Spirit-severing level magical item," he murmured. With that, he stretched his arm out toward the mountain and made a grasping motion. The 3 old cultivators were simply too slow to react and were incapable of doing anything to block him. The mountain peak rumbled, then transformed into a huge hand that flew down into Meng Hao's palm. After putting it away, His entire person flickered as he proceeded onward. The forces of the blood demon sect followed. As for the three old men, they stamped their feet, but were not truly angry. After all, the items that appeared in the ancient Tao lakes had no owner. They belonged to anyone who had the power to take them. Damn it, what a waste of time. Fine. Let's stick with the old plan and go rob some things from somebody else. Hurry up. If we wait any longer, this eruption is going to end. Just as the three old men were about to head to another Tao lake, an unprecedentedly loud rumbling sound could be heard coming from deeper within the region. At the same time, a 3,000-meter pillar of light shot up into the air off in the distance. Shockingly, a black hammer could be seen floating inside of it, surrounded by crackling lightning. The incredible sound echoing out caught the attention of quite a few onlookers. 3000. Is that a 3,000-meter Tao lake erupting? A 3,000-meter Tao lake. They don't erupt very often, usually it's only the 300-meter Tao lakes. But look, it's erupting now. This is the first time a 3,000-meter Tao lake has erupted during this flare-up of the ancient Tao lakes. It's too bad only the great sects and clans can survive over there. We can't win against them. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he looked in the direction of the 3,000-meter beam of light. The 6 spirit-severing patriarchs behind him also had looks of fervor in their eyes. Along with the few thousand disciples who remained in the group, they sped forward at top speed. From their current position, the 3,000-meter Tao lake didn't seem to be very far away from Meng Hao and his group. However, considering the dangers that lurked in the ancient Tao lakes, it was not a distance that they could traverse rapidly. Furthermore, the other sects and clans had arrived earlier than the Blood Demon sect, and had already reached the innermost ring of the ancient Tao lakes. There, the 10 3,000-meter Tao lakes had already been divided up, as had the 300-meter Tao lakes in that area. One might think that the fighting in the area would be intense, but in reality this was not the case. Once a great sect or clan occupied a Tao lake, others would not take the initiative to try to fight with them over it. Unless, of course, the item spit out by the lake was incredibly valuable. Otherwise, all parties would abide by customs and rules. A Tao lake belonged to whoever occupied it. In reality, the battles over the treasured items were really battles for the Tao lakes themselves. In fact, what the sects and clans really came to this area to fight over was something located in the centralmost position of the recesses of the ancient Tao lakes. That was the 30,000-meter Tao lake. The eruption of the Tao lakes was shocking in the extreme. As Meng Hao and the others sped onward, the air in front of them suddenly began to distort. Meng Hao's eyes flashed, and he waved his right hand behind him. The group immediately dodged to the side as a huge rift suddenly slashed through the air. It was in such a fashion that they slowly made their way forward. More and more rifts appeared, and many of the Blood Demon disciples eventually gave up on going onward, deciding instead to stay behind and search for good fortune on their own. Eventually, only the 6 spirit-severing patriarchs and less than 100 of the most powerful Blood Demon sect disciples were able to keep up with Meng Hao as he continued further into the inner ring of the ancient Tao lakes. Soon, it was possible to see that there were less than 3,000 meters between them and the Tao lakes. By this point, the other sects and clans had caught sight of their group. There were many familiar faces there. However, as soon as their gazes fell upon Meng Hao, all of a sudden, countless magical teleportation symbols appeared all around him. The moment the magical symbols appeared, the faces of Meng Hao and the other Blood Demon sect disciples flickered. As for Meng Hao, although he was at the edge of the teleportation trap, he was still fully inside its borders. As for the other Blood Demon sect disciples, there were only a few that were trapped inside with him, including Patriarch Darkheaven, the 2 Ironblood Patriarchs, as well as the most senior member of the 3 Demonfire Patriarchs. Off in the distance, there were quite a few members of the Violet Fate sect who suddenly shot to their feet. The faces of Fatty of the Golden Frost sect and Chun Fan of the Solitary Sword sect fell, as the power of teleportation rose up around Meng Hao. The teleportation happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, Meng Hao and the other patriarchs began to vanish. Before disappearing, Meng Hao had only enough time to bark out, "Go to the central zone and wait for me there." When he vanished, A look of wild joy appeared on the face of the Black Civ sect third severing patriarch, who was occupying one of the 3,000-meter Dao lakes. Die! I hope that Jinx dies in there. For the most part, the members of the Solitary Sword sect and the Golden Frost sect, as well as the Li clan, were all gloating at Meng Hao's misfortune. Only Chun Fan, Fatty, and many of the Violet Fate sect cultivators looked worried. That was especially true of Chu Yuyen, whose face was deathly pale. The members of the Song clan were silent and pensive, and as for Song Jia, a complex expression could be seen on her face. The middle-aged man next to her watched as Meng Hao vanished, then closed his eyes mutely. When the teleportation trap vanished, it took only a few moments for the remaining 2 Demon Fire patriarchs to conceal their anxiety and lead the rest of the disciples to the central zone of the ancient Dao lakes. Without Meng Hao there to protect them, the journey was even more fraught with danger, and they ended up losing several dozen disciples in the process. By this point, there were only about 30 survivors. Even as they hurried along, the 2 Demon Fire patriarchs noticed that all of the 10 3,000-meter Dao lakes were occupied. Many of the people among those forces glared at them as they passed, which caused the Demon Fire patriarchs to frown. Furthermore, the surrounding sects and clans suddenly erupted with spirit-severing auras. There were multiple spirit-severing auras near each and every lake. The sect with the fewest spirit-severing cultivators was the Black Civ sect, although their patriarch was in the 3rd severing. Blood Demon sect, you came late. There's no place for you here now. Your luck is bad. You only have 2 spirit-severing experts. Do you really think we're going to share with you? Why don't you just scram? There aren't any extra Dao lakes here. However, considering your strength, you could always go occupy some of the 300-meter lakes. There are more than enough to spare. Your fellow Blood Demon sect disciples who fell into the teleportation trap just got unlucky. About half of the spirit-severing cultivators who fall into them never make it out alive. Of the 10 3,000-meter lakes, the Solitary Sword sect had occupied 3, the Golden Frost sect 2, the Black Civ sect 1, and the Violet Fate sect 2. As for the Li and Song clans, they each had 1. Surrounding each of the 3,000-meter lakes were 10 300-meter lakes, all of which were also occupied by the sects and clans. The 2 Demon Fire patriarchs' eyes filled with anger. The words of ridicule from the other sects and clans caused their pupils to glow with the color of blood. They exchanged a frustrated glance. If Meng Hao were here, they wouldn't be afraid at all. But he wasn't. If the other 4 spirit-severing patriarchs were there, they would be a force that could contend with anyone. But they weren't. Unfortunately, they simply weren't capable of contending for any of the 3,000-meter Dao lakes. "Why don't you hurry up and beat it?" said an old man from the Solitary Sword sect. He wore a gray Taoist robe and sat cross-legged with a wooden sword resting on his legs. His words echoed out like thunder. The sound rumbled in all directions, causing the 2 Demon Fire patriarchs' faces to flicker. Sir Jian. There had always been serious grievances between Blood Demon sect and the Solitary Sword sect, and it seemed that now, they were on the verge of exploding out. It was at this point that the emaciated old man from the Violet Fate sect suddenly rose up from his cross-legged position. "Fellow Taoists from the Blood Demon sect," he said coolly, "this Dao lake is yours." Instantly, the Violet Fate sect disciples backed away from the 3,000-meter Dao lake that he pointed to. The eyes of the cultivators from the other sects flickered. As for Sir Jian from the Solitary Sword sect, he turned his head to look coldly in the direction of the Violet Fate sect. Reverend Withered Dao. Reverend Withered Dao of the Violet Fate sect calmly looked back at him. Their gazes met, and then Sir Jian looked away and gave a cold snort. He did nothing to interfere with what was happening. The 2 Demon Fire patriarchs were shocked, but then seemed to remember something. Clasping hands, they bowed politely and then led their group over to the Dao lake. The Blood Demon sect disciples thanked the Violet Fate sect, but their inward frustration didn't lessen. They had arrived late, losing any advantage, and then their most powerful experts had been teleported away. The once domineering Blood Demon sect was suddenly in an incredibly weak position in the ancient Dao lakes. They were in such a bad position that they couldn't even compare to the severely weakened Black Civ sect. Furthermore, the solitary sword sect was clearly in the position of greatest power. They had 3,000-meter Tao lakes, and would obviously be difficult to contend with. The two demon fire patriarchs exchanged a glance. Enduring the frustration, and ignoring the words of ridicule from the other sects, they closed their eyes and began to meditate. As for the other Blood Demon sect disciples, they couldn't hold back from commenting. "Blood Prince, when are you going to return?" "Wait until the Blood Prince returns. He'll take care of them. That teleportation trap might be strong, but considering the Blood Prince's cultivation base, he'll definitely get out of it soon." Meanwhile, in another location in the ancient Tao lakes, Meng Hao was frowning. Next to him were Patriarch Darkheaven, the two Iron Blood Patriarchs, and the first Demon Fire Patriarch, their faces flickering with various emotions. There were also 7 or 8 other Blood Demon sect disciples, all of whom were sitting cross-legged in meditation, although it seemed like they wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. The teleportation continued on without stop. Just now, it had paused, but before anyone could do anything, another teleportation commenced. Plop! One of the disciples coughed up blood, and then his entire body withered up into a desiccated corpse. More sounds rang out as others suffered the same fate. In a relatively short period of time, they had already teleported 13 times. The world in front of Meng Hao changed over and over. Every time they teleported, an intense force would slam into their bodies, causing their souls to shudder. Apparently there was some sort of power inside the teleportation trap that was consuming their energy. "Blood Prince, we can't keep going on like this," said the first Demon Fire Patriarch, his voice gloomy. "Blood Prince, what do we do?" Rumble. The teleportation ceased, and they found themselves in a grassy area. Then they vanished again. Meng Hao stood there the entire time. Finally, he raised his hand, and the black-white pearls appeared, swirling around the 9th mountain. His eyes were fixed ahead of him, and he waited for a few more teleportation cycles, until they reached the 30th teleportation. Up ahead he saw some Tao lakes. It was at this point that his eyes glittered. Without hesitation, he sent the black-white pearls and the 9th mountain out ahead. Rumbling filled the air, and the teleportation trap once again began the teleportation process. "Expand," said Meng Hao, his voice echoing out. Inside the teleportation trap, the 9th mountain suddenly began to grow. It expanded to 1,000 meters in height, 10,000, until it appeared as if an enormous mountain peak were growing up out of the land. As soon as the mountain appeared within the ancient Tao lakes, it was noticed by quite a few other cultivators. As for the Blood Demon sect disciples by the 3,000-meter Tao lake, as soon as they saw it, their expressions brightened. There were even cultivators in the region with the 30-meter Tao lakes who saw it and stared with gaping mouths. It's someone trying to break out of a teleportation trap. Once you get into one of the teleportation traps, it's impossible to get out. Rumble. In order to attempt to move the enormous mountain, the teleportation trap had to condense huge amounts of power, and it began to shudder. In that instant of pause, Meng Hao shouted, "Go!" Immediately, Patriarch Darkheaven flew out, taking advantage of the pause to break out of the teleportation trap. Meng Hao was right behind him. However, even as they neared the border, the teleportation trap surged with more power in its attempt to block their way. "Suppress," said Meng Hao, his brow furrowed. Intense rumbling filled the air as the 9th mountain began to expand once again. The teleportation trap was forced to a standstill. In that moment, Patriarch Darkheaven and the other spirit-severing patriarchs burst out. However, at the same time, the teleportation trap began a shocking teleportation, the likes of which were rarely seen in the ancient Tao lakes. A pillar of light rose up into the air that closely resembled the eruption of a 3,000-meter Tao lake. Amidst the rumbling, Meng Hao and the 9th mountain vanished. Blood Prince. Considering the Blood Prince's strength, he should be able to free himself within a few teleportation cycles. We should head to the central zone and seize a Tao lake as soon as possible. That's right, let's go. The 4 patriarchs had the utmost faith in Meng Hao. After exchanging glances, their eyes filled with determination, and they transformed into colorful beams that shot toward the central zone. In a valley in a particular area of the ancient Tao lakes, the glow of teleportation rose up into the sky. Rumbling sounds echoed out as a figure emerged at high speed from within the valley. As soon as the figure emerged, the light of teleportation faded away. Flying through the air was none other than Meng Hao. His face was pale white, and as soon as he flew out from the valley, he landed on the ground and looked behind him, a trace of fear on his face. After getting Dark Heaven and the others out, I was teleported 70 more times. The cycle of teleportation is astonishing. Toward the end, it started going faster and faster, and my chi and blood was being sucked out, weakening me. He took a deep breath and then produced some medicinal pills, which he quickly consumed. Then he flew up into the air and looked around to gain his bearings. The eruption of the Tao Lakes had ceased, as had most of the fighting. The disciples from the Blood Demon sect most likely followed my instructions and went to the central zone. Having determined the general direction of the 3,000-meter Tao Lakes, Meng Hao started flying. The entire way, he sent out his divine sense out to avoid the rifts and also employed teleportation techniques. Meanwhile, near the 3,000-meter Tao Lakes in the central region, the Solitary Sword sect and the Blood Demon sect were faced off with proverbial daggers drawn. The Blood Demon sect are cultivators of a demonic Tao. If they only occupied one lake, that's one thing, but they even dare to covet more. Are you looking to die? The Solitary Sword sect was the most powerful force in the area. They had seized the initiative and taken control of 3 Tao lakes. They had 8 spirit-severing cultivators, all of whom had cold expressions and iridescent auras. In addition to the 8, the old man called Sir Jian, who sat cross-legged off in the distance, glared at the Blood Demon sect. As for the Blood Demon sect, Patriarch Dark Heaven and the others had arrived a bit earlier. Killing intent swirled around the 6 spirit-severing patriarchs as they faced off against the Solitary Sword sect. The Blood Demon sect is simply borrowing the Violet Fate sect's lake, and it must be returned to them. Your Solitary Sword sect is occupying 3 lakes. You need to give one up. Look, Solitary Sword sect. You can fight or share. You decide. Both parties' killing intent radiated out. The Blood Demon sect and the Solitary Sword sect were already mortal foes, which meant that fights between the two could break out easily at any time. That was not even to mention the current situation in the ancient Tao lakes, where so much potential benefit was on the line. Suddenly, the 3rd severing patriarch from the Black Civ sect rose to his feet and started laughing uproariously. His eyes glittered with coldness as he looked over at the Blood Demon sect. Blood Demon sect, I couldn't care less that your Tao is demonic. However, the Tao lakes represent good fortune for all cultivators of South Heaven. If you keep causing problems, I'll personally have to step in to do something about it. Hearing this, the cultivators of the Solitary Sword sect began to chuckle. Sir Jian looked over at the 3rd severing patriarch and nodded cordially. The faces of the 6 patriarchs from the Blood Demon sect flickered. Next, booming laughter rang out from a middle-aged man who strode out from the Golden Frost sect. He was tall and well-built, with skin that seemed as hard as a diamond, and a full suit armor. Fellow Taoists from the Solitary Sword sect and Black Civ sect, he said, your words couldn't be more appropriate. Further back were 5 old men who sat cross-legged. When their eyes opened, they glowed brightly with the aura of spirit severing. His appearance made clear that an agreement had been reached between the Golden Frost sect, the Solitary Sword, and Black Civ sects. The combined might of 3 sects was now bearing down oppressively onto the Blood Demon sect. In the worst position of everyone were Chun Fan and Fatty. They could do nothing about the situation, so they backed up silently. As for the Violet Fate sect and the Song clan, they were silent. Only the Li clan was left. The 19th Li clan patriarch flicked his sleeve, and a gleam of killing intent could be seen in his eyes as he stepped forward. Well, is your blood prince dead, or not? If he's not, then why isn't he here? The death of the Li clan Dao child all those years ago was something they had brooded about ever since. Now that the Li clan had joined in, there were 4 sects in the alliance. The faces of the Blood Demon sect patriarchs fell, and they backed up. There was no way they could stand up to the combined might of 4 sections. Why waste your breath on them? Said the Black Civ Sect Third Severing Patriarch, his eyes glittering. Just drive them away. And if they won't leave, exterminate them. With that, he leaped forward and waved his right hand. Immediately, 8 white tigers appeared, roaring as they charged toward the Blood Demon Sect cultivators. The 19th Li Clan Patriarch also attacked, as did the Solitary Sword Sect cultivators. There were then 10 spirit-severing experts who all flew out and attacked at the same time. In the blink of an eye, a chaotic spirit-severing battle had begun. Boom! The two sides slammed into each other, and the 6 Blood Demon Sect Patriarchs were instantly sent into retreat. Facing up against the more than 10 attacking spirit-severing experts on all sides, they were simply incapable of fighting back. Attack after attack met with success against the Blood Demon Sect cultivators. Shocking magical items and divine abilities were employed, and the dozens of the Blood Demon Sect disciples present were forced back bit by bit. Even as they retreated, cultivators from the other 4 sects flew out to join the fray. Of the 4 allied powers, the Black Civ Sect had the largest grudge with the Blood Demon Sect. The Li clan was targeting them because of Meng Hao, and as for the Solitary Sword Sect, they had a long-standing feud. Only the Golden Frost Sect had no apparent reason to attack. Booms echoed out, and blood sprayed out of the mouth of Patriarch Darkheaven as he tumbled backward. With the exception of the first Demonfire Patriarch, all the others also coughed up blood and fell back. As the fighting played out, a bloody glow rose up, and miserable shrieks sounded out. Reverend Withered Tao of the Violet Fate Sect frowned, hesitated for a moment, then closed his eyes. As for the Song Clan, they did not come to the aid of the Blood Demon Sect, but neither did they join with the Alliance of 4. Retreat! The 6 Blood Demon Sect Patriarchs' hearts burned as with fire, but facing up against this force, they had no choice but to flee. They would have to surrender the Tao Lake, which had been given to them by the Violet Fate Sect. Screw off to wherever you came from, said the 3rd Severing Patriarch from the Black Civ Sect. The Blood Demon Sect isn't allowed to be in a place like this. He swished his sleeve, causing the 8 tigers to send out roars that transformed into terrifying ripples. They slammed into the 6 Blood Demon Sect Patriarchs, sending them spinning backward, blood spraying from their mouths. Some of the other ordinary disciples directly exploded because of the intensity of the ripples. Their desire to slaughter could not be any higher. Where is the Blood Prince? If he doesn't come, then we'll have to give up and leave. The 6 patriarchs' faces flickered with their suppressed grievances as they continued to retreat. It doesn't matter who shows up, came a voice from the Solitary Sword Sect, along with a cold snort. The Blood Demon Sect is not allowed to be here. Screw off. It was at this point that a beam of light appeared off in the distance. It neared at incredible speed, like a shooting star, carrying with it a shocking murderous air, as well as a will of ruthlessness that towered into the heavens. As soon as the beam appeared, the cultivators from the Violet Fate Sect looked over, especially Chu Yuyan and Hanshu Ashan, whose faces bore intent gazes. Song Jia couldn't stop from looking up. The beam of light moved so fast that, in the blink of an eye, it had arrived. It shot past the 6 Blood Demon Sect Patriarchs and came to a stop directly in front of them. A booming sound exploded out, along with a shocking ripple that slammed into the force of cultivators from the Alliance of 4 powers. The more than 10 spirit-severing cultivators' faces flickered, and they immediately stopped in place. As for the cultivator in the vanguard position, a spirit-severing expert from the Golden Frost Sect, he let out a blood-curdling scream as he was thrown backward, then immediately exploded. The blood and gore that spattered about in all directions was incapable of obscuring the young, crimson-robed man who stood there in front of the group. The young man's face was calm, but his eyes were so cold that they seemed capable of freezing the highest heavens. His right hand was clenched into a fist that had just burst into pieces the spirit-severing expert from the Golden Frost Sect. The fact that one punch had just destroyed a first severing expert caused everyone present to be shaken. Meng Hao's long hair floated around him, and his robes swayed gently. His second severing cultivation base emanated shocking energy out in all directions. All color in the land and sky dimmed and the wind howled. It was as if a tempest had arrived, causing all the dust in the area to fly up into the air. As of this moment, all eyes were completely fixed upon Meng Hao. "Who said that the blood demon sect isn't allowed to be here?" he said, looking around. His gaze flickered with killing intent and ruthlessness as he looked at the spirit-severing cultivators who made up the force of 4 allied sections. From behind Meng Hao, the cultivators from the blood demon sect immediately grew excited and began to bow and offer greetings. "Blood Prince! Greetings, Blood Prince!" The face of the 3rd severing patriarch from the Black Civ sect flickered. "Meng Hao!" he shouted. The cultivators from the Golden Frost sect also looked shocked, and the eyes of the Li Clan patriarch widened. As for the people from the Solitary Sword sect, their faces all filled with astonishment. In the group from the Violet Fate sect, and Zai and Li Hailong stared blankly at Meng Hao in his blood-colored robe. It was as if memories were flitting through their mind of a young man with a very different face whose features now seemed to merge with the person in front of them. Chu Yuyen was trembling. There were thousands of things she wanted to say to Meng Hao, but right now, she couldn't say a single thing. Han Chuashan was a bit more innocent and immature than Chu Yuyen. As she gazed at Meng Hao, she kept thinking about everything that had happened in Holy Snow City in the Blacklands. Ifeimu stood there, taciturn. His expression was a complicated one as he looked at Meng Hao, who was now a spirit-severing expert of high standing. He was illustrious and famous. Ifeimu couldn't help but think back to the time the two of them had wrangled over the title of Violet Furnace Lord. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was obvious that he himself had fallen even further behind. Another person stood within the group from the Violet Fate sect, an old man within whose eyes flickered many memories of Meng Hao. He also stood there quietly, wondering if Meng Hao would remember a nobody like himself. Everything was quiet. Meng Hao looked over the group standing in front of him, and then his eyes came to rest on the 3rd severing patriarch from the Black Civ sect. "Was it you who said it?" he asked. When the 3rd severing patriarch heard the words, his face filled with dread, and his mind roared. He thought back to how terrifying Meng Hao was last time he saw him, and he backed up, his body trembling. When the others in the area saw this, it caused them to be even more shaken. To be able to strike dread into the heart of a 3rd severing expert with a single sentence was incredible. Granted, what the man had severed was only a simple and ordinary Dao, making him unlike those terrifying, inhuman, and almighty 3rd severing experts who severed great Daos. But it still served to show how powerful Meng Hao was. The man from the Golden Frost sect immediately fell back, his eyes flashing. He took the other Golden Frost experts with him. The person who had just been killed was from their sect, so of course they could retreat. Naturally, the Li clan also retreated, unwilling to even touch the razor-sharp blade that was Meng Hao. Meng Hao had burst onto the scene and destroyed a potent spirit-severing expert with a single blow. Such an act deeply shocked everyone who saw it, and the results were apparent. "You want to leave?" said Meng Hao, killing intent radiating out of his eyes. The instant he laid eyes on the cultivators from the Black Civ sect, that desire to kill had become insuppressible. Nor did he want to suppress it. He wanted catharsis. He wanted to kill. Others could leave, but as for the cultivators from the Black Civ sect, well, if he hadn't seen them, it wouldn't matter. But now that he had, they had to die. They absolutely, positively had to die. Even as the words left his mouth, Meng Hao was moving forward at an incredible speed. He shot toward the 3rd severing patriarch, whose face instantly fell. Of course, he had long since prepared himself, and immediately shot backward in retreat. "Meng Hao, you can have our Dao Lake. We're leaving this place." "Not happening," was Meng Hao's cold reply. It was with incredible speed that he shot forward to appear directly in front of the patriarch. He waved his hand, giving rise to an intense rumbling sound that caused everyone in the area to begin to pant and look over. That was especially true of the spirit-severing patriarchs, whose eyes glittered. They assumed that this was going to be a fierce battle, like a fight between a dragon and a tiger. However, even as the thought occurred to them, Meng Hao lifted up his hand and made a gesture toward the Black Civ sect's third severing patriarch. Instantly, an enormous blood-colored vortex appeared around him. At the same time, a gigantic blood-colored hand magically appeared, which grabbed down onto him mercilessly. "Rumble! No!" shrieked the old man from the Black Civ sect. He went all out as he tried to struggle free, but was completely incapable. His fleshly body withered away with incredible speed as his chi and blood was absorbed by Meng Hao. The sight of it caused the onlookers to gasp with shock. Amazed exclamations could be heard from all directions. Blood Demon Grand Magic. That's the true magic of the Blood Demon sect. The Blood Demon Grand Magic. Sir Jian from the Solitary Sword sect stared at what was happening, his expression one of unprecedented seriousness. His eyes shone with an intense, bright light, and he was breathing heavily. The 19th Li clan patriarch's pupils constricted, and his heart skipped a beat. In the Song clan was a cultivator who appeared to be an ordinary old man. Suddenly, he lifted his head up, and his eyes shone with a bizarre glow. In the Violet Fate sect, Reverend Witherdao's face was covered with a strange expression. He looked at Meng Hao and let out a long sigh in his heart. All of this takes some time to describe, but actually happened in the space of only a few breaths. The Black Civ sect patriarch's miserable screams rang out in all directions. However, he was a decisive individual. He saw his body withering rapidly, and realized that he couldn't break free. When the decisive moment arrived, he gritted his teeth and chose to self-detonate. His fleshly body exploded, causing the power of chi and blood to surge out. Meng Hao's Blood Demon Grand Magic trembled. At the same time, the Black Civ sect patriarch's nascent divinity shot out at top speed from within the blood-colored vortex. "Damn you, Meng Hao!" howled the nascent divinity. "I should have tortured that slut Su Qing even more when I had the chance." He shot through the air toward a rip that had just appeared, and was about to enter it. When Meng Hao heard the old man's words, his killing intent skyrocketed to the pinnacle. He lifted his right hand and then pushed it out in front of him. In response, the black-white pearls and the ninth mountain appeared in midair. They were almost like Meng Hao's hands, smashing down onto the fleeing nascent divinity. Boom! The ground quaked and the air vibrated. The ninth mountain crushed down, drowning out the miserable scream that rang out. When the mountain vanished, the Black Civ sect patriarch's nascent divinity was in fragments. He was completely and utterly dead. The entire process lasted only for about 10 breaths of time. To Meng Hao, slaughtering a third severing expert was like turning over his hand. The sight caused all onlookers to be thrown into deathly silence. Of course, the Blood Demon sect members were all quite excited, and looked at Meng Hao with more fanaticism than ever. "Fall back," said Sir Jian. The words echoed in the hearts of the Solitary Sword sect cultivators as they returned to their places in the 3 Dao lakes. The Golden Frost sect cultivators also retreated without the slightest bit of hesitation, as did the Li clan members. All returned to their various Dao lakes, keeping a vigilant eye on Meng Hao the entire time. "Do not leave any Black Civ sect cultivators alive," said Meng Hao calmly. Immediately, the several dozen remaining Blood Demon sect disciples shot toward the Black Civ sect cultivators next to the Dao Lake. This was not Meng Hao engaged in random killing. No, these Black Civ sect disciples had all been part of the spell formation used to dissolve Su Qing. Sad and shrill screams filled the air for about 10 breaths worth of time as the Black Civ sect's force was completely slaughtered. Although everyone in the vicinity saw what was happening, no one tried to interfere. There were also quite a few 300-meter Dao lakes in the area surrounding the 3,000-meter Dao lakes. Meng Hao immediately flew toward one of them and waved his hand, causing a blood-colored flag to stab into the dirt next to the lake. "This lake is mine," he declared. The blood-colored flag was of course the standard of the Blood Demon sect, and its surface was embroidered with the character Mengmeng. This was actually Meng Hao's Blood Prince standard, of which quite a few had been specially crafted by the disciples of the Blood Demon sect during the past year. A standard like this was an item that, as Blood Prince, he had to possess as a token of his authority. When he stabbed the flag into the ground and his voice echoed out, the faces of the people in the area flickered, especially those of the cultivators who were standing guard next to that particular lake. Meng Hao approached another nearby lake, then waved his hand to send another flag flying down. This lake is mine. This lake is mine too. And this one. This one also. Meng Hao flashed back and forth. Shockingly, in the blink of an eye, more than half of the 300-meter Dao lakes were marked with Meng Hao's Blood Prince standard. It took only a moment for blood-colored flags to fill the area. Meng Hao was like a surging flood, domineering to the extreme. It didn't matter which sect or clan the Dao lakes originally belonged to, as long as the people guarding a particular lake weren't from the Violet Fate sect. Meng Hao would occupy it. The other sects and clans were shaken by Meng Hao's slaughter of the Black Civ sect disciples, and didn't dare to do anything to stop him. He whistled through the air, much to the excitement of the Blood Demon sect disciples, who flew after him to occupy the various lakes. As for the cultivators who were originally occupying those lakes, they unhesitatingly retreated one by one. While Meng Hao was in the middle of seizing one Dao lake after another, there was suddenly a minor eruption. Not many items emerged from the Dao lakes, especially in the center zone that Meng Hao was in. However, there was one 300-meter Dao lake up ahead of him that did spit something out. In this case, it wasn't a Dao shadow, nor a magical item, but rather, a violet-colored humanoid beast. It was completely ferocious in appearance, with bat-like wings and a horn sticking out of its forehead. As it shot out of the Dao lake, it transformed into a violet beam of blinding light. It roared as it shot forward to try to break through the shield that surrounded the lake. Immediately, excited cries rang out. It's a beast. A violet beast. That's a violet beast. Its body is like a treasure. You can refine countless items from it. Violet beasts like that are virtually extinct. Some people were so shocked they were speechless. The instant the beast appeared, the cultivators guarding the lake shot forward toward it. Before they could get near, a boom echoed out. The beast roared, its sound transforming into ripples that surged toward the cultivators. The cultivators retreated, but Meng Hao moved forward. He slapped his hand down, causing the image of a gigantic hand to appear, which then shot toward the violet beast. The violet beast let out a shrill cry and was about to fight back when the huge hand smashed onto it. Its body began to crumble, and then it was smashed into the surface of the lake, a mess of flesh and bones. Meng Hao quickly collected it up. This lake is also mine, he said calmly, throwing down a flag. In the blink of an eye, Meng Hao had occupied nearly 70% of the 300-meter Dao lakes. When he finally finished, everyone watched with complex expressions as he returned to the area with the 3,000-meter Dao lakes. Along with other Blood Demon sect members, he occupied the Dao lake formerly held by the Black Civ sect. After that, the Blood Demon sect members explained everything that had happened before, including the matter of the Violet Fate sect offering them a Dao lake. After hearing the explanation, Meng Hao looked over toward the Violet Fate sect. There were many people looking back at him, and their gazes met. Meng Hao saw Chu Yuyan and Han Shuashan. He saw Zai Hai, Lin Hailong, and Yi Feimu, as well as that other old man. Bai Yunlai, he thought, instantly recognizing the man who had been a fellow apprentice alchemist with him when he joined the Violet Fate sect. In his former days, Bai Yunlai had been known as the young man who knew everything about the East Pill division. Now, he was an old man in his declining years. Meng Hao avoided Chu Yuyan's gaze. In his heart, there was only Su Qing. Chu Yuyan seemed to be able to sense his state of mind, and a tremor ran through her. She lowered her head. Meng Hao sighed inwardly, then glanced over at Fatty and Chen Fan. Finally, he closed his eyes for a moment. When they opened, his pupils were once again as cold as ice. He turned his gaze to the Li clan, then began to walk over to them. Blood Demon sect cultivators followed him excitedly. The 19th Li clan patriarch's face flickered. For other old men from the Li clan walked out to stand with him, as if they were about to face a mortal enemy. The other members of the Li clan nervously produced magical items. Meng Hao, what are you doing? Bellowed the 19th Li clan patriarch. Screw off, replied Meng Hao. It was a single command, but it rang out like claps of thunder. Everyone in the Li clan who was under the spirit-severing stage coughed up blood. As for the 19th Li clan patriarch and the other 4 spirit-severing patriarchs, their faces went pale, and 2 of them even staggered backward. You're going too far, cried the 19th Li clan patriarch. Fellow Taoists Sir Jian and Han Yun, don't tell me you're just going to ignore this matter? Clearly, the 19th Li clan patriarch was terrified of Meng Hao because of the slaughter that had just occurred with the Black Civ sect. Screw OFF, repeated Meng Hao, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Again, it was only a single command, but it caused heaven and earth to tremble. With the exception of the 19th patriarch, all the spirit-severing patriarchs coughed up blood. As for the ordinary cultivators, some couldn't endure, and their bodies exploded. The 19th Li clan patriarch's face fell. Gritting his teeth, he ceased hesitating and backed up. The other 4 spirit-severing patriarchs looked at Meng Hao in shock as they, too, retreated. Along with their fellow clan members, they left the Dao Lake. Everything within 30,000 meters of this spot is a restricted zone, said Meng Hao slowly. Any of you who dares to enter will be killed. By me. The Li clan members sullenly moved to a position 30,000 meters away. A buzz of conversation immediately rose up among the bystanders. Just what cultivation base does this Meng Hao have? He single-handedly fought the entire Black Civ sect before. Granted, he was defeated by 6 Daos, but according to the rumors, he's the number 1 figure under Dao seeking. He just killed a 3rd severing expert. Calling him the number 1 person under Dao seeking is definitely appropriate. As the sound of conversation filled the air, the Blood Demon sect disciples took possession of the Dao Lake. Forgetting about the Dao Lake that the Violet Fate sect had given them, they now controlled 2 Dao Lakes. The Blood Demon sect patriarch's killing intent was boiling as they waited for Meng Hao to accomplish his next goal. Meng Hao stood there, ignoring the Violet Fate sect, allowing his gaze to pass over the Song clan to fall onto the Golden Frost sect. The middle-aged Golden Frost sect cultivator's face darkened. Moments ago, he had wanted to come to aid of the Li clan, but the feeling he got from Meng Hao was too terrifying. It was in his brief moment of hesitation that the Li clan dispersed. Now that Meng Hao was staring at them, everyone from the Golden Frost sect began to tremble inwardly. As for Fatty, he hesitated for a moment, then looked up at Meng Hao. Their gazes met for a moment, and then Meng Hao looked away toward the Solitary Sword sect. In that moment, the Golden Frost sect let out a collective inward sigh of relief. As for the middle-aged man, he looked thoughtful for a moment before his eyes turned cold. When Meng Hao looked at the Solitary Sword sect, he saw Chen Fan, who was standing toward the back. His cultivation base was at the Great Circle of Core Formation. His face was sallow, and he looked thin. When Meng Hao looked over, he returned the gaze. After a long moment, Meng Hao began to look away from the Solitary Sword sect. However, it was in that instant that he suddenly sensed a feeling of danger, coming from a person located behind Sir Jian. As for Sir Jian, his eyes were ice cold as he stared at Meng Hao. When Meng Hao stared back in the same direction, it almost seemed as if an intangible rumbling resulted. Sir Jian gave a muffled groan, and his body quivered. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and a nervous expression appeared on his face, as he suddenly realized that he couldn't withstand the pressure weighing down on him. And then he realized Meng Hao wasn't even looking at him. Rather, Meng Hao was looking at the teenager behind him, an unremarkable boy who was rather frail-looking. As soon as Meng Hao looked at him, he lifted his chin slightly and looked back, a calm expression on his face. Their simple act of looking at each other actually caused Sir Jian to be injured. When he realized that Meng Hao was looking at the teenager behind him, Sir Jian's heart began to thump. Suddenly, as everyone watched on, Meng Hao walked forward toward the Solitary Sword sect. The atmosphere in the area couldn't be any heavier. Every step he took seemed to ring out like thunder. He headed toward the 3rd of the Solitary Sword sect's Dao Lakes, causing the cultivators gathered there to brace themselves as if they were about to face a deadly foe. The spirit-severing cultivators' faces grew anxious, and they started breathing heavily. Meng Hao looked back at the teenager behind Sir Jian, and coolly said, "I want this Dao Lake too." "Impossible!" blurted Sir Jian, instantly rising to his feet. The solitary sword sect disciples drew their swords, and the 8 spirit-severing experts' cultivation bases exploded with intensity. In one short moment, the sword chi of the solitary sword sect burst out, causing the wind to scream and a riot of colors to flash in the sky. However, it was at this moment that the teenager behind Sir Jian suddenly spoke. His voice was hoarse and ancient, and didn't match his youthful appearance at all. "Take it." Sir Jian's expression immediately changed as he turned and bowed his head respectfully. The other spirit-severing cultivators stared in shock, then looked at the teenager and seemed to suddenly realize something important. One by one, their expressions began to fill with incredible respect, as well as fanaticism and inspiration. "Since you like this particular Dao Lake," continued the teenager, "I'll give it to you." He spoke with a smile, but his eyes were as cold as ice, something he did nothing to conceal. When Meng Hao looked at the teenager, it felt like he was looking at a sword, a shocking, astonishing sword. Even as the words left the teenager's mouth, the solitary sword sect disciples surrounding their 3rd Dao Lake all fell back, leaving it open for Meng Hao. Meng Hao nodded, and blood demon sect disciples moved forward to take control of the Dao Lake. As of now, the situation regarding the 3,000-meter lakes in the central zone of the ancient Dao Lakes was as such: Blood Demon Sect 3, Solitary Sword Sect 2, Golden Frost Sect 2, Violet Fate Sect 2, Song Clan 1, Black Civ Sect, exterminated. Li Clan, driven 30,000 meters away. As for the 300-meter Dao Lakes, including the 10 that surrounded each of the 3,000-meter lakes, there were more than 700 in total. Of those, more than 400 bore the standard of the Blood Demon Sect's junior leader. Of course, there were only a few dozen Blood Demon Sect cultivators in this area. Even if one disciple occupied each lake, there were still hundreds of lakes with only a flag to watch over them. Meng Hao sat down next to the 3,000-meter lake that formerly belonged to the Black Civ Sect, closed his eyes, and rotated his cultivation base as he waited for the next Dao Lake eruption. The people in the surrounding sects and clans who knew him all sighed inwardly. This version of Meng Hao, and his coldness, made him seem like a stranger. In the Song clan, eccentric Song looked over at Meng Hao and sighed emotionally in his heart. He couldn't help but think back to the time in the state of Zhao when he saw Meng Hao for the first time. It was the same with Wu Dingqiu in the Violet Fate sect. He was in the same mood as eccentric Song. In fact, he was actually thinking about a certain spear which still existed to this day in the Violet Fate sect. Time passed by. The 3,000-meter lake region was completely silent. As for the 30,000-meter lake which all of those lakes surrounded, not even a ripple could be seen on its surface. It looked almost exactly like a huge mirror. Chu Yuyan sat quietly for a long time before finally rising to her feet and walking out from the crowd of Violet Fate sect disciples. Reverend Wither Dao looked over, but did nothing to prevent her from approaching the Blood Demon sect. Her actions immediately drew the attention of quite a few people. As she neared the area where Meng Hao sat cross-legged, she was blocked by a Blood Demon sect disciple. "I want to see Meng Hao," she said softly, looking over at him sitting cross-legged not too far off. The Blood Demon sect disciple hesitated for a moment, aware that the Blood Prince had ties to the Violet Fate sect. Meng Hao opened his eyes and looked over at Chu Yuyan. "Let her pass," he said. The Blood Demon sect disciple immediately stepped aside. Chu Yuyan said nothing as she walked up to Meng Hao and then sat down next to him, a complex expression in her eyes. At first, she didn't say anything, and neither did Meng Hao. After what seemed like a very, very long time had passed, she finally spoke. "It's been a few hundred years. Did you ever go back to that ravine?" Meng Hao knew exactly which ravine she was referring to. That was the location in which the two of them truly got to know each other, and where he acquired the good fortune of the Blood Immortal legacy. "No, I didn't," he replied calmly. I did, she said, looking him in the eyes. Meng Hao didn't respond. Chu Yuyin stared back out at the Dao Lake, her expression one of bitterness. Several hours passed, and she finally stood up and began to walk back toward the Violet Fate sect. After 7 steps, she stopped. If there was no Su Qing? No ifs, Meng Hao replied softly. But why? The opportunity was missed. What's done is done. Chu Yuyin trembled, and then left Meng Hao's Dao Lake and returned to the Violet Fate sect, tears streaming down her face. Han Shuashan came to see Meng Hao, innocent and making no attempts conceal her lingering feelings for him. Fatty came, carrying a wild chicken. Meng Hao glanced at it, then summoned flames. The two of them sat next to the Dao Lake for a long time, eating wild chicken while everyone around watched on. Fatty laughed and filed away at his teeth with a sword. In the end, he pulled Meng Hao into a bear hug and then left. And Zai Hai and Lin Hailong both came. Sighing, they recounted past times, although they avoided mentioning Grandmaster Pill Demon. They were well aware that to Meng Hao, the most important person in the Violet Fate sect, was his master. Yifeimu didn't come. The last person from the Violet Fate sect to come was an old man. His cultivation base was not very high, but as soon as he neared, Meng Hao's face broke out into a smile. Bai Yun Lai. Fong. Meng Hao. The old man inadvertently started to call Meng Hao by the name Fong Mu. People came from the Song clan, the Golden Frost sect, and the Solitary Sword sect. Earlier they had faced off with hostility, but now they came to chat. These were people of the same generation as Meng Hao in the southern domain, Dao Children and Chosen, the most powerful of whom were merely in the nascent soul stage. When they saw Meng Hao, they couldn't help but think of all the things that had happened in the past. Meng Hao didn't see Li Tian Dao of the Li clan, who hadn't come to the Dao Lakes this time. As far as Wang Lihai and that figure who existed deep in his memories, Wang Tingfei, after the genocide of the Wang clan carried out by their 10th patriarch, Meng Hao wasn't sure if they were even still alive. There was one person who Meng Hao hadn't seen at all since returning to the southern domain, and that was Han Bei. Han Bei of the Black Civ sect. The last person to come visit was Chen Fan. He looked older than before, and hadn't reached the nascent soul stage yet. His body was somewhat emaciated, which sharply contrasted with the Chun Fan that Meng Hao remembered. It seemed that many matters of the heart had built up in him during the past centuries, and had reached the point that they were suffocating him. He didn't say much at first, and he brought a flagon of alcohol with him, which he drank from continuously. It was hard to say when, but at some point he had begun to drink on a daily basis. It had reached the point where he didn't just need to drink, he needed to get drunk. He was no longer the blazing sun that he had been in past years, nor was he one of the 7 swords. One fellow sect member after another had surpassed him, and his dreams of rising up within the Solitary Sword sect had not come true. However, he still smiled. He smiled at Meng Hao, and it contained the same warmth it always had, the same concern and love. "Elder brother Chun," said Meng Hao, looking him over. Every time he saw his old friends, he couldn't help but think of the Reliance sect. "Make sure to focus well on your cultivation," said Chen Fan. "If you ever reach Immortal Ascension, then I can boast to people that I have a little brother who's an immortal." He chuckled and clapped Meng Hao on the shoulder. Then he took a long swig of alcohol and headed back toward the Solitary Sword sect. Meng Hao could clearly see the scorn with which many of the Solitary Sword sect disciples looked at Chun Fan. Rumble. Several days later, the ancient Dao Lakes once again began to erupt. It was an enormous eruption in which glowing pillars of light shot up into the sky from roughly 80% of the Dao Lakes and geysers. It was the same in the inner region as the outer. When the Dao Lakes erupted, countless Dao shadows appeared. In the inner region, there were even 300 or so Dao Lakes that erupted with magical items and other treasures. As far as the 3,000-meter Dao Lakes, there were 2 that erupted with Dao shadows and 8 that spit out magical items. All of the magical items were different. There were intact ones and ones that were broken apart or missing parts. Some were ancient and dilapidated, others were brand new. Even more numerous than these were fragments of magical items. Lastly, there were broken bits of rocks and dirt from ancient ruins. Of the Blood Demon sect's 3 Dao lakes, 2 spit out magical items. As for the lake Meng Hao occupied, a Dao shadow appeared above it. The other Dao shadow appeared from within the 3,000-meter lake belonging to the Golden Frost sect. The one Fatty was seated next to. That particular Dao shadow depicted a plump fellow cultivating some sort of formidable magical technique. When Fatty saw it, his eyes went wide, and he immediately began to seek enlightenment. Because of the eruption, the previous quietude was instantly shattered. However, there was no descent into chaos. The Dao lakes had been divided up, so unless some incredibly shocking item appeared, there would be no frenzied fighting like that which occurred in the outer region. Whoever occupied a given lake had rights to whatever it spit out. Immediately, countless cultivators flew up into the air toward their various Dao lakes. Rumbling filled the air. The 6 Blood Demon sect patriarchs began to collect the various objects that had been spit out. All of this takes some time to describe, but it actually only took the space of about 10 breaths of time for all of the items from the 3,000-meter Dao lakes to be collected up by the various sections. It was then that attention was turned to the 300-meter lakes. That was especially true of the more than 400 300-meter lakes that belonged to Meng Hao. More than 100 of them had spit out magical items, which floated there in mid-air. There were also some that had Dao shadows and other miscellaneous objects. The sight was shocking, and would naturally cause anyone who saw it to be moved. Despite that, not a single fight broke out. Meng Hao's actions earlier had clearly shown how powerful he was, as well as the unbridled manner in which he tended to act. Any cultivator who coveted an item protected by one of the Blood Prince's standards would first think long and hard before doing anything. The Blood Demon sect disciples were tired but happy. They bustled about for nearly 2 hours collecting up the various objects spit up by the Dao lakes. The cultivators from the other sects and clans looked on enviously. Just when they were about to deliver all the objects up to Meng Hao, one of the 300-meter lakes that had spit out a Dao shadow suddenly began to rumble. Immediately, large numbers of cultivators rose to their feet, their eyes burning with passion. A second eruption. It's common for Dao geysers to erupt twice. For a 30-meter Dao lake to do so is uncommon. For a 300-meter Dao lake to erupt a second time is rare. A second eruption almost certainly means a precious item will appear. Up to this point, Meng Hao had been sitting there meditating, but now that one of the Dao lakes was erupting a second time, he opened his eyes. Rumble. Bright light blasted out from the Dao lake as a corpse was spit out from within. A corpse? The corpse of a cultivator from ancient times? Wow, I have to get that. Corpses were incredibly rare, and in the instant that it appeared, the Solitary Sword sect, the Golden Frost sect, the Violet Fate sect, the Song clan, and even the Li clan off in the distance were shaken. However, the Dao lake that was erupting for the second time happened to have a blood-colored flag flying next to it. That instantly made quite a few people suddenly calm down. Not everyone calmed down, though. 3 of the spirit-severing experts from the Golden Frost sect flew out with glittering eyes. In their minds, Meng Hao had refrained from taking action against the Golden Frost sect earlier because he was apprehensive, a fact they could take advantage of to keep him in check. The 3 cultivators flew up into the air and then shot directly toward the 300-meter Dao lake. The 6 Blood Demon sect patriarchs instantly moved to intercept. How dare you, Golden Frost sect? What gall! When Meng Hao saw what was happening, a cold smile turned up the corners of his mouth. He then slapped his hand onto the ground, causing everything to tremble. At the same time, his body transforming into an afterimage, which then completely vanished. His incredible speed far exceeded both the 3 Golden Frost sect cultivators and the Blood Demon sect patriarchs. He appeared next to the Dao lake in the blink of an eye, then waved his right hand to collect up the corpse. Finally, he turned to stare coldly at the 3 men from the Golden Frost sect. It seems you 3 are looking to die. The 3 cultivators' faces flickered. Shocked by Meng Hao's display of speed, they unhesitatingly retreated. At the same time, the armored man from the Golden Frost sect flew out, followed by the other experts from the Golden Frost sect. Meng Hao snorted coldly, then raised his right hand into the air and made a grasping motion. The blood demon grand magic appeared. A huge vortex surrounded the three cultivators, and a bloody hand appeared. Immediately, the three old men started to be consumed. Miserable shrieks could be heard as the three cultivators exerted every scrap of power they could muster to try to free themselves, all to no avail. "Stay your hand!" roared the man in the golden armor. He sped through the air with explosive speed. The five cultivators behind him began performing double-handed incantations, after which they pointed forward. Shockingly, the illusory images of puppets encapsulated them. The puppets were dozens of meters tall, and as they flew forward, the armored man suddenly performed another incantation. Blue veins popped up on his forehead as another puppet image appeared above him. Cracking sounds could be heard as all of the puppets quickly merged together. Shockingly, they transformed into an enormous golden puppet, 300 meters tall and carrying a golden greatsword. It emanated a shocking pressure, which caused everything to tremble. A similarly shocking voice rumbled out from the mouth of the puppet. "Stay your hand." The voice turned into powerful sound waves that spread out in all directions. "Too late," replied Meng Hao, his voice cold. He clenched his hand into a fist, and a boom resonated out. The three Golden Frost sect spirit-severing cultivators let out blood-curdling screams as they were crushed into a bloody pulp. Their chi and blood streamed toward Meng Hao, merging into his body, where it transformed into a shocking power that raged inside of him. As the three nascent divinities frenziedly tried to escape, the 6 blood demon sect patriarchs shot in pursuit. "Damn it!" cried the man in the golden armor. "Do you really think the Golden Frost sect is afraid of you?" He and the 5 cultivators behind him began to perform incantation gestures in unison. In response, the resplendent puppet began to emit a shocking aura that bordered on Tao-seeking. The instant the aura appeared, the faces of the members of the surrounding sects and clans flickered. "That aura is borderline Tao-seeking. That's the supreme magic of the Golden Frost sect, the Golden Frost marionette." The golden puppet raised its greatsword and slashed down. A ripping sound could be heard as a 30-meter rift appeared. An aura close to Tao-seeking exploded out, transforming into a pressure that could weigh down on anyone in the spirit-severing stage. "Die!" cried the 6 Golden Frost sect cultivators, their voices joining together into a shout that caused everything to tremble. "Tao-seeking aura, huh?" said Meng Hao, eyes glittering. "I have that too." The power of the chi and blood of the 3 spirit-severing cultivators combined with the dissipating remainder of what he had absorbed from the 3rd severing patriarch of the Black Sif sect, fused together inside of him and then exploded out. He clenched his hand into a fist and then punched directly toward the incoming sword. Rumble! The air shattered under the power of the fist. A black hole appeared that was not 30 meters, but rather 90 meters wide, raging with a Tao-seeking aura. Tao-seeking was an embodiment of natural law, a stage in which such laws were fused with the body. The natural laws were based on the enlightenment of the Tao that accompanied the 3rd severing. Tao-seeking was the time to see whether or not the Taos of the 3 severings conflicted with each other. It was an introspection regarding the heart, and could not be interfered with nor influenced in any way. If one had been correct in one's Tao, then that was that. If they had erred, there was nothing to be done. If correct, one entered Tao-seeking. If incorrect, the Tao vanished. Therefore, the so-called aura was a Tao aura. As the aura spread out, the surrounding cultivators gasped. Sir Jian, Reverend Wither Tao, and the spirit-severing patriarch leader from the Song clan were especially shocked. They watched on in shock as the power from Meng Hao's fist connected with that of the greatsword. Boom! The golden greatsword shattered into pieces that swirled about like flower blossoms. The puppet shook violently, and numerous cracks appeared on its surface. As they spread out, a look of shock appeared on the puppet's face, and then it exploded. As the puppet blew up, the 6 cultivators inside, including the man in the golden armor, spit up blood. Their bodies sagged, and their expressions were that of astonishment as they retreated at full speed. As for Meng Hao's fist, it lost its Tao aura. After all, the power came from the strength he had gained by using the blood demon grand magic, and not from within himself. Now that the energy had been released by his first blow, he was incapable of making a second similar strike. The more I fight with the blood demon grand magic, the more ferocious it becomes. Eyes glittering, he shot after the 6 retreating figures. The 3 nascent divinities being chased by the 6 blood demon patriarchs were incapable of escaping. At this point, they had already been sealed up and collected. The Golden Frost sect's power base in the area was now significantly weakened. Seeing Meng Hao flying toward him, the man in the golden armor suddenly felt his heart tighten with anxiety. Gritting his teeth, he called out, "The Golden Frost sect will give you a 3,000-meter Dao lake." "One won't do," shot back one of the 6 patriarchs. "Give us 2. Damn it." The cultivators of the Golden Frost sect grumbled, and the man in the gold armor's face fell. He had been in fear of Meng Hao's strength earlier, and actually didn't want to end up fighting him. He was just about to agree when Meng Hao's eyes fell onto Fatty, who was sitting next to the Dao lake staring at the Dao shadow. He then looked at the other lake and pointed at it. "Give me that lake." The man in the golden armor gaped for a moment, then quickly nodded his head. He looked at Fatty, and then finally put the pieces of the puzzle together. At this point, he realized that the reason Meng Hao hadn't made a move against them earlier wasn't because of any apprehension regarding the Golden Frost sect, but rather because of Li Fuguei. The Golden Frost sect retreated to the Dao lake with the Dao shadow, and the Blood Demon sect occupied another 3,000-meter Dao lake. As of now, they had a total of 4. The appearance of a Dao-seeking aura had ensured that Meng Hao would now be completely and utterly famous within the great sects and clans of the Southern Domain. The battle just now would soon spread to become a legend in the Southern Domain, and Meng Hao's name, and his titles of Blood Prince of the Blood Demon sect and Grandmaster Pill Cauldron, would rise to complete prominence. Most shocking of all was that not 1, but 2 instances of Dao-seeking aura occurred. This enabled a comparison between the 2, which made it all the more astonishing. The first was the Dao-seeking aura of the Golden Frost sect puppet. Moments ago, everyone in the inner region of the ancient Dao lake sensed it, but few actually recognized it for what it was. What they could tell, however, was that the aura was fearsome to the extreme. It immediately astounded all the cultivators in the area. "Whose aura is that? It's so terrifying. In fact, it almost feels like heavenly might. Even our sect's patriarch doesn't have an aura like that." Tens of thousands of cultivators in the central region of the ancient Dao lakes, all of them from famous sects and clans of the Southern Domain, could sense the terrifying pressure of the aura. The pressure was so intense that even the Dao shadows above the Dao geysers and lakes distorted, as if some intangible force were affecting them. Dao-seeking aura. It's definitely the aura of Dao-seeking. Heavens! Don't tell me there's a Dao-seeking treasure in one of the Dao lakes? Or what if it's a Dao-seeking eccentric who came here personally? Rumble. Even as everyone looked around in astonishment, another pulse of Dao-seeking aura exploded out. The intensity of this aura far exceeded that of the first. It shook everything. Winds seethed, and even the divine abilities of the cultivators in the area were affected, and began to dissolve into chaos. Magical items began to tremble, and it seemed as if they would lose their connection to their owners. A natural law descended, something that seemed to pulse with a strange power that caused all of the cultivators to feel intense pressure suppressing their cultivation bases. At the same time, the power of their fleshly bodies seemed to temporarily increase. Furthermore, because of the Dao-seeking aura, some of the Dao shadows above the Dao geysers distorted to the point that they were destroyed. Heavens! Another aura! This aura is even stronger than the first one. 2 pulses of aura means that it's not a Dao-seeking treasure. No, there are 2 Dao-seeking experts fighting. Who is it? What Dao-seeking eccentric showed up? There are very few Dao-seeking cultivators in the lands of the Southern Domain. If you count them up, there can't be more than 30, and most of them have been in secluded meditation for countless years. A huge commotion filled the entire region of the Dao lakes as Meng Hao and the Golden Frost sect puppet slammed into each other. 2 massive Dao-seeking forces slammed into each other, sending out a shockwave that instantly swept out like a gale-force wind. Most of the Tao shadows were destroyed, and hundreds of thousands of cultivators felt as if their minds were under barrage. They were stunned and required a long moment to recover. In contrast, things quickly settled down in the inner region of the ancient Tao lakes. After the Golden Frost sect submitted, peace and calm were restored. Meng Hao now sat cross-legged next to the Tao lake, contemplating the enormous Tao shadow. The eruption of the Tao lakes had caused two Tao shadows to appear above the 3,000-meter lakes. One Tao shadow was being studied by Fatty, the other by Meng Hao. The Tao shadow Meng Hao was studying was that of a middle-aged cultivator wearing a simple, ancient Taoist ensemble. He sat cross-legged, meditating, and a drop of blood hovered in front of him. He performed incantations, after which ghost images sprang up around his body. After a single glance, Meng Hao could tell that the Tao shadow was cultivating some sort of clone magic. He couldn't determine the Tao shadow's cultivation base, but he could tell that in certain aspects, the clone magic was similar to the withering flame demon magic true self Tao. Meng Hao looked over the image a few times, then began to immerse himself in studying it. He had examined the withering flame demon magic true self Tao many times over the years, and had a general understanding of it. However, there were some parts that he couldn't completely understand. He knew the general process but not exactly how to carry it out. Every time he felt he had enlightened regarding important aspect, and then lifted his hand up to perform the incantation, he discovered that his understanding actually didn't seem to amount to anything at all. Therefore, the appearance of a Tao image such as this was definitely a lucky break. Time went by gradually and soon 3 months had passed. The eruptions of the ancient Tao lakes grew more intense. In the beginning, they would erupt once every 4 or 5 days. In the last month, however, the frequency had increased to every other day. Furthermore, the quantity of the items spit out was also increasing. 7 or 8 corpses had appeared, as well as 5 beasts. The sects and clans fought bitterly over them, and the victors made incredible gains. Although the Tao lakes were erupting with more and more items, more than half of the lakes were controlled by the Blood Demon sect. However, nobody went near them. Meng Hao's actions 3 months before made it so that anyone who even thought of trying to snatch an item from one of them would instantly think of the violent repercussions that would follow. As such, the Blood Demon sect disciples were the most tired of all. More and more magical items were delivered to Meng Hao, and in this 3 months period he had built up quite a stash. As for Meng Hao himself, he never moved from the lakeside, where he sat studying the Tao shadow. As long as he didn't take the initiative to disperse it, the Tao shadow would remain in place. That was a special feature of the 3,000-meter lakes. Fatty had emerged from his meditation 2 months ago, seemingly enlightened on many things. Afterward, he once again closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. 2 more months passed. The Tao lakes were now erupting at a frequency of once per day. To the cultivators of the southern domain, the ancient Tao lakes had turned into something like a paradise. As long as one could secure control of a Tao geyser or Tao lake and avoid wandering about randomly, then shocking good fortune was guaranteed. To the cultivators in the central region, however, the increase in the frequency of eruptions meant only one thing. The main lake would soon experience a massive eruption. The pivotal moment in this surge of activity of the ancient Tao lakes was about to arrive. The 30,000-meter Tao lake, which had not produced even a single wave the entire time, was finally going to erupt. According to the information in the ancient records, the 30,000-meter Tao lake wouldn't erupt with just one object. It would spit out many items at once, and among them were sure to be precious treasures. In fact, it was even possible for magical items to appear that were equivalent to the legacy treasures of the sects and clans. Such items essentially gave that sect or clan the equivalent of a Tao-seeking eccentric. A possibility like that was enough to cause the cultivators of the southern domain to go mad with desire. Gradually, more and more eyes came to be fixed in the direction of the 30,000-meter main lake. In contrast, Meng Hao was immersed in seeking enlightenment, and in fact, had already formed some speculations about the withering flame demon magic true self Tao. Withering flame, demon magic, true self Tao. This is not just a clone magic. There are other Taoist magics hidden within. This enlightenment caused Meng Hao's mind and heart to tremble. He had never seen a divine ability or magical technique that was so profoundly layered. After another month had passed, the ancient Tao lakes were now erupting every few hours. The disciples of the Blood Demon sect were swamped. They had literally no time to rest as they shot back and forth between the erupting Tao lakes to collect various magical items and miscellaneous objects. To everyone else in the central region of the Tao lakes, they almost looked like they were harvesting crops. The Blood Demon sect disciples were in pain from all the hard work, but they were happy. Of course, the members of the other sects and clans watched them bustling about and also felt a bit of pain. And they were not happy. Least happy of all were the members of the Li clan, who were still positioned 30,000 meters away. They could do nothing more than watch on helplessly as more and more magical items erupted from within the Tao lakes. They didn't dare to step even a foot past the 30,000-meter border. Although there were Tao lakes in the area they occupied, they couldn't even compare to the ones further in. They were better than nothing, of course, but the Li clan cultivators only continued to grow more and more frustrated. Their hatred for Meng Hao increased with each passing day. Despite that, they didn't dare to proceed past that 30,000-meter mark. Meng Hao was just far too powerful and intimidating. The members of the Solitary Sword sect, the Golden Frost sect, the Distant Li clan, and the Song clan were all looking toward the 30,000-meter main lake, suppressing their emotions and continuing to wait. Come on, hurry up. The 30,000-meter main lake is going to erupt soon. We've been waiting the entire time just for this day. The only thing we don't know is exactly when the eruption will occur. That Meng Hao's cultivation base is just too high. However, we don't need to fight him. When the 30,000-meter lake erupts, the rules here will change. The teleportation talisman that didn't work before will be able to function. Once the 30,000-meter lake erupts, all you have to do is grab an item and then use a greater teleportation talisman to get away. The real competition will be over who is fastest. Meng Hao might have a high cultivation base, but he's only one person. With so many items, we'll just have to wait and see who gets lucky. The Violet Fate sect was also taking things seriously. However, considering their close ties to Meng Hao, their attitude toward him was much warmer. The Song clan kept to themselves, but they also had their ambitions. All the sects and clans had their hearts set on the main lake. As for the teenager who sat cross-legged behind Sir Jian in the Solitary Sword sect, his eyes shone with a strange light as he looked toward the 30,000-meter main lake. The reason I sent my clone here in the first place was for this instance of good fortune, he thought. If my augury was correct, then the good fortune I seek will be coming with this eruption. That rascal Meng Hao might have heaven-defying power, but if we end up fighting, I'll have no choice but to subdue him. In the Golden Frost sect, the man in the armor glanced over at Meng Hao, and then exchanged looks with some of the people behind him. They could all see the hesitation in each other's eyes. Then their eyes glittered, no longer with hesitation, but determination. Fight! Cultivation is all about the smash and grab. When it comes to luck and good fortune, it won't just randomly come to you. You have to fight for it. The entire central region of the Tao lakes gradually filled with an oppressive aura. No one spoke, and all attention was focused on the coming eruption of the 30,000-meter main lake. Meng Hao was still concentrated on enlightenment, although he wasn't looking at the Tao shadow anymore. His eyes were closed as he inwardly pondered the truths of the withering flame demon magic true self-Tao. 3 days later, rumbly, the land quaked as all of the Tao lakes ceased any eruption. The lake in front of Meng Hao began to vanish. Everything became blurry. The 3,000-meter lakes, the 300-meter lakes, the 30-meter lakes, all of the lakes dried up and shrank rapidly. Even the Tao geysers were completely drained. It almost seemed like someone was beneath all of the lakes, breathing in, inhaling the lake water away. Of course, what came after an inhalation was an exhalation. The 30,000-meter main lake is going to erupt. It's going to start. This is when the true good fortune appears. I wonder what the 30,000-meter main lake is going to spit out. I heard that the Solitary Sword sect's precious treasure, came from the eruption of the main lake. The teenager from the solitary sword sect rose to his feet. The armored man from the Golden Frost sect was panting. The cultivators from the Song clan stood there with glittering eyes. Reverend Wither Dao was pulsating with ripples. 30,000 meters away, the Li clan cultivators were focusing all the power in their bodies. Only Meng Hao still had his eyes closed. And then, the formerly placid 30,000-meter Dao lake was marred by ripples, as if something were bubbling underneath its surface. Boom! With the exception of the 30,000-meter Dao lake, all of the Dao lakes and geysers were drying up. Splits and cracks began to appear across the entire landscape, some of them enormous. Teleportation traps flashed in and out madly, in some case appearing by the thousands to sweep across the land. When the water of the 3,000-meter lakes began to lower, the South Heaven cultivators outside of the inner region began to withdraw. They knew the greatest windfall of all was just around the corner. Unfortunately for them, it was good fortune they could never acquire. Only the cultivators in the inner region would have that chance. Furthermore, anyone who remained in the outer region would be killed during the eruption. Currently, hundreds of thousands of cultivators milled around outside the border, peering inward. After all, even though they had no chance at getting the good fortune for themselves, the chance to witness the event was still an incredible opportunity. For all they knew, they might be able to gain some enlightenment that could lead to a breakthrough into another stage of cultivation. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the main lake. Rumble! The ground quaked as the 30,000-meter lake exploded. It is difficult to describe how shocking the scene was, and how completely gobsmacked everyone was. The only thing that can be said is that in the enormous outer region of the ancient Dao lakes, massive fissures spread out across the land as if some enormous gravitational force under the ground was causing the land to sink down. The land itself was too brittle, so fissures and cracks appeared as it sank. When the entire land had sunk to a certain degree, it actually reversed itself and, amidst continuous rumbling, inflated back to its original state, as if it was an exhalation subsequent to an inhalation. It was almost like there was a giant, living deep beneath the ground, breathing, causing the land to sink and rise. As for the single 30,000-meter main lake, it formed what seemed like a passageway connecting the ground to the heavens above, something completely unique in all existence. It was the epicenter of the explosive exhalation. Water surged up from the 30,000-meter lake into the air, forming a massive column. From a distance, the sight was completely astonishing. It was not a pillar of light, but when illuminated by sunlight, the column of water glittered brightly with a rainbow of colors. It was dazzling to the extreme, and its allure irresistible. Of course, what drew people toward it was not the light itself, but the great Taos of heaven and earth that seemed to be contained within. In this moment, a blurry figure appeared in midair outside of the Dao lakes among the hundreds of thousands of cultivators, although none of them could see him. He was a young man in a Taoist robe, around whom a black wind swirled. His eyes glittered as he stared at the Dao Lakes region. So, I didn't come in vain this time. My coffin altar sect of the northern reaches uncovered the fact that great fortune is available for me here. I, Zhou Chun, have arrived, so how could the good fortune possibly escape me? The young man clearly did not have a Dao-seeking cultivation base. However, his body emanated faint bits of a virtually undetectable Dao-seeking aura. He appeared to be scanning the area for something in particular, when he suddenly jerked his head to look toward the ancient Dao lakes. He frowned. Hun, damn it, that guy's here too? Lu Bai. Too off in a different direction, a burly man stood on the peak of a mountain. He wore garments crafted from animal skins, and looked completely barbaric. He held a flagon of alcohol in one hand, and at his feet was the corpse of an outlander beast. Occasionally, he would rip some flesh off of the outlander beast corpse and eat it raw. His eyes glittered with a savage gleam. So, quite a few people are here from the northern reaches, the man thought. Well, the good fortune here belongs to me, Yi of the Desolate clan. And I don't just want the good fortune, I'm gonna chow down on some of these southern domain cultivators. Their flesh is soft, definitely much more delicious than the people from the northern reaches. A smile twisted his face as he stared down at the ancient Dao Lakes region. Suddenly, he caught sight of something, and his face flickered with rage. Lu Bai from the Imperial Bloodline sect. Damn it! He's generally acknowledged to be the #1 figure under Dao seeking in the northern reaches, and is also one of the 4 great young Star Lords of South Heaven. What is he doing here? At the second severing level, he can fight early Dao seeking. He's inhuman. Considering he's such a hotshot superstar with access to limitless good fortune. What the hell is he doing here? As the thousands of teleportation traps swept through the ancient Dao lakes, a young man proceeded along, his expression cool. He seemed gentle and was extremely good-looking to the point of perfection. The teleportation traps in his path were completely incapable of even touching him. What an interesting place, he thought. Although it doesn't suit me very well. Why did the exalted Dawn Immortal send me here? According to her, I would encounter the enemy I am destined to face. How amusing. I wonder who this supposed enemy will turn out to be. As he proceeded forward, the image of a resurrection lily could be seen behind him, swaying back and forth ominously. The Dao Lakes region was full of powerful forces. The ground quaked in shocking fashion, and everyone watching from a distance was astonished. Just outside the 30,000-meter Dao Lake, the experts from the great sects and clans were staring fixedly, holding their energy in check, just waiting until the full eruption. And then, it happened. A thunderous roar could be heard as countless magical objects, corpses, Dao shadows, miscellaneous objects, and even beasts exploded out from the 30,000-meter main lake. In the blink of an eye, multicolored glows appeared, the shocking light of magical treasures. The collective gasp of the cultivators outside turned into a sound wave that rolled out. Considering that they had such a reaction, there is little need to mention the reaction of the people in the inner region, who simply had to reach out to grab the treasures. Among the magical items was a long sword, 2 meters in length, around which circulated 9 1-meter-long short swords. The pressure it exuded was incredible. There was also a gigantic war drum, next to which was an enormous puppet, which seemed like the only thing even remotely capable of matching up to the war drum. There was also an enormous halo. It was impossible to tell what it was made from, but it shone with golden light, and its surface was covered with countless inscriptions of magical symbols. From within could be sensed an incredible sealing power, radiating out in all directions. In addition, there was a shocking corpse. It wasn't the corpse of a human, but rather, a black-colored dragon. To say that it was a dragon would be correct. However, this particular dragon had wings. Although it wasn't a flying rain dragon, it was fully 3,000 meters in length and had long horns. There was also a tree with a red trunk and branches, black leaves, and blue flowers. As for the 3 fruit it produced, they were white. There were vast quantities of jade slips, one bag of holding after another, and even shrunken palaces. Most astonishing of all, however, was a gigantic claw. The claw was pitch black and had 3 talons. It was over 300 meters in length and emanated an oppressive, murderous air. There were a vast variety of items, and it would be impossible to describe them all. Upon cursory examination, there were roughly 10,000 in total, and because the various auras were all mixed together, it was difficult to determine which of the items was the most powerful. In any case, as they burst out from the lake water, the rippling aura that spread out was shocking to the extreme. The instant the Dao Lake erupted, the teenager from the Solitary Sword sect immediately teleported. Ripples of Dao seeking energy spread out as he headed directly toward the lake. In addition to the teenager, the spirit-severing experts from the Solitary Sword sect also shot toward the lake. The golden-armored man from the Golden Frost sect, along with the other spirit-severing experts, transformed into the golden puppet, which immediately stepped into the lake. From the Violet Fate sect, Reverend Witherdao moved with shocking speed that matched the teenager from the Solitary Sword sect. He vanished, and when he reappeared, he was also above the Dao Lake. Of everyone in the Violet Fate sect, he was the only one to take action. As for the Li clan off in the distance, they instantly went mad. Their spirit-severing cultivators couldn't match up in terms of speed, but they had teleportation talismans. They instantly activated them and appeared in mid-air above the erupting Tao lake. At long last, the old man from the Song clan, who up to this point had not spoken a single word nor revealed the tiniest bit of his aura, rose to his feet. The area around him transformed into what looked like a tempest as he, along with the two spirit-severing cultivators from the Song clan, headed toward the Tao lake. The shocking eruption of the Tao lake made it seem like it was raining. Even as all the others took action, the invisible coffin altar sect disciple Zhouchun took a step forward. 9 bottle gourds began to spin around him, creating a tunnel, which led directly to the erupting Tao lake. On the mountain peak across from him, the burly Di Yi lifted his head up and roared. "Shrink! Shrink! Shrink!" He called out 3 times, and with each call the world seemed to shrink in front of him. By the time he said "shrink" for the 3rd time, the world looked like a zoomed-out image to him. He took a single step and crossed the void to appear in midair directly above the Tao lake. At the same time, the young man Lu Bai, who was walking through the teleportation traps in the ancient Tao lake's outer region, stretched out his hand. The illusory resurrection lily behind him suddenly shrank down, and a 6-colored resurrection lily appeared in his palm. The instant the flower appeared in his hand, the area around him began to distort. Suddenly, images appeared around him of everything that had ever existed or even passed by the spot that he stood in. He stood in the middle of the glowing lights, staring around at how everything had changed. Going back 3 breaths should suffice, he thought with a slight smile. Everything around him began to distort again, and suddenly what he saw was the world that had existed 3 breaths of time ago. He took a step forward, and he was back in that exact same time just before the Tao lake was going to erupt. He took another step, and was in mid-air above the Tao lake. It was in that instant that the lake suddenly erupted. His divine abilities and magical techniques were bizarre and astonishing. When the Tao lake erupted, the light of magical items shone up into the heavens. The 6 spirit-severing patriarchs of the blood demon sect anxiously looked over at Meng Hao. Since his eyes were still closed, they stamped their feet and flew up into the air, shooting directly toward the erupting Tao lake. They weren't far from it to begin with, so it didn't take long to get close. As for Meng Hao, his eyes were still closed, and his mind was filled with the withering flame demon magic true self Tao. He was still in the midst of contemplation. Although it first seemed impossible to comprehend, he was now reaching the limits of his understanding. He had already determined that the withering flame demon magic true self Tao was actually split into 3 different Taoist magics, the first being the withering flame, the second being the demon magic, and the third being the true self Tao. But now, he suddenly sensed that the Taoist magic could actually be split into 7 sections. Each section was its own shocking Taoist magic. Withering, flame, demon, magic, true, self, Tao. The clone aspect was merely the divine ability represented by the character self.